Well, the engines come to life here, and we get set to go green for heat racing action. First on the docket here, Micro Swifts, presented by Team Ferris Racing, ages 7 to 10 years old. Number plate from 1 to 99, the Miami Swift engine, 60cc, and a 16mm header here for all these Micro Swift drivers. And this is they're micro, but they're definitely mighty here. So we'll see them race and kind of go at it here all weekend long. As we look on here to the grid, Rodolfo Garza there on the tail end on the CRG Norda machine. And that's a pretty cool helmet that we have there, so good to see that. But we move on the field, and it's going to be a good one here. Cameron Johnson, a first career pole position here this weekend, and he gets it done. He's going to start alongside Daniel Ramirez on the front row. Lawrence Perriman can start on row number 2 alongside Wayne Gottschalk.
Yeah, then row number 3, Dutch Westbrook, Miguel Suarez, Zane Burgess, your points leader heading into this weekend. He qualified 7th. Luca Besserol 8th. Marcelo Flores, Leo Simone, that's your top 10.
We go back to Mario, Jaden Francisco on row number 6, Byron Borman and Sancio Rioli, your first 7 rows. Jake Manolio and Zev Gottschalk on row number 8, Nolan Carney and George Ho on row number 9.
Jack Katowski, Dominic Nagel there, that's your top 20. Grayson Kennefic, Ajax Carduno, Michael Subaka, George Slaminski, your top 24.
You go back to Dora Elric, Bay Wyatt, Jackson Frank, Fernando Renderos, and Rodolfo Garza. Shotgun Charlie out the field. Your 21 drivers here in Micro Swift. We take to the cut through. We line up on the main straightaway here. And for the first time this weekend, we look on to Porter Weisensell to get the green flag and kick race day underway here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon here. The fences are starting to get lined. It's Cameron Johnson and Daniel Ramirez getting the first green flag of the weekend. And no yellow flag in the air, so we're just going to have to wait for a couple of more moments here, Alex. But again, Johnson, a lot of pace in that Franklin Motorsports Merlin. And for Ramirez and then RPG Cosmic has had really good pace at this stage of the year for Perriman to make it out of Group B, put himself in a top 3 spot and starting on that inside line. I know that's exactly what he would have wanted. And for the 2 Bennett machines of Westbrook and Gottschalk here to have kind of 2 teammates up there in the fight, maybe exactly what they're going to want to see here. Gottschalk had a really good showing last time out at Newcastle Motorsports Park. And we'll see what it looks like for him this time out. But again, yellow flag's in the air. We'll slow it down just a little bit more and wait for, I guess you could say, rookie pole sitter here and first-time pole sitter in Cameron Johnson to get us underway here in this one. You can only imagine the nerves inside the helmet and what that heart rate is at now, leading a field of 29 drivers total here today. So we'll see how it all plays out, but we get set to go green here once again. Everybody in the tram lines. The lights are out, and we are racing here in Micro Swift. Johnson already to the outside. Going to fade low and try to defend from Lawrence Perriman, who had a really good start. Ramirez, not too bad considering he started on the outside line. So he's going to be in 3rd here at the moment. Going to stay in line here. Westbrook had a really good start. He's currently 4th. Burgess on the inside line, looking to go on Westbrook. Gottschalk looking to follow through. Westbrook stuck on the outside.
Wow, off the racetrack goes Dutch Westbrook. Like you said, stuck on the outside there, put onto the dirt. So after a pretty good qualifying, gets on the top 5 for Dutch Westbrook. He's going to fall almost outside the top 10. Talk about a driver with a good start, though. Zane Burgess qualified 7th. He's up to 4th already. We saw a good of a start he had back in the Stars Championship Series event here a couple of weeks ago when he started tail end of the field. Now we have a pass for the lead. Lawrence Perriman to the inside. Look for the crossover move from Cam Johnson. It's not going to happen here, but we already have a subtle 3-car breakaway out front, but the more they fight, here comes Zane Burgess, here comes Miguel Suarez, and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, everybody else looking to follow along side by side. Further back in the field for Luca Beccaro and company. They're going side by side on what looks to be Leo Simone. They on the Kart Republic. Sorry, that's a different Kart Republic. Simone further back in the field, but already a little bit of a change for the lead here. There goes Suarez looking to go on the inside of his teammate in Ramirez, who continues to fall back in the field here. And it looks like we got some sort of contact here in turn number 1. 2 drivers collected and into the wall. There's the 23 of what looks to be Ajax Capitan Garduno. He was 15th. And Zev Godchak, the kid from Curacao, in the wall here, unfortunately, early on in this one. So that's going to put those 2 drivers out of contention here early on. And you look back here in a battle here. Marcelo Flores looks to be involved, as well as Santi Orioli and a couple of others. So they're going to go side by side. Jaden Francisco in this group as well. So Francisco looking to work his way up the field here, Alex. And Perriman wants Johnson to work with him. Johnson doesn't want to listen on the inside here for the lead. The Merlin leads us away here once again. And there you have Miguel Manzano Suarez on the inside of Zane Burgess. Suarez up to 3rd now.
Yeah, on that last lap, we saw Danny Ramirez lose a couple of spots there. He's back, I believe that's in the top 5 now, as the 26 machine, Miguel Suarez, up into the top 3. So Burgess now head down, trying to get back up to that top 3 spots. A lot of movers and shakers here early, Caleb. We have Cam Johnson, a net 0 here, as we have another driver off the racetrack, up and over. I believe it's one of the Bennick machines. That might have been Dutch Westbrook. We'll have to see if we can get a name to that. Let's see if that driver is okay on the exit of turn number 1.
Yeah, and that was Westbrook. He's up and out of the go-kart now, just receiving medical attention there on the fence line. Seems to be all right, is standing up, so this race will go on as long as Westbrook is okay. Yellow flags out in that first sector, and we look back here to the lead. Miguel Manzano Suarez already up to the top 3 here, and on the rear bumper of the BJRLN kart of Lawrence Perriman, and it's just not if, it's when Miguel Manzano Suarez is going to want to go inside there for Santi Orioli on Ramirez, who just continues to lose spots here, Alex, and stuck on that outside line, and Ramirez going to fall back yet another spot here. And there you have Zane Burgess looking to go through side by side there with Cameron Johnson, and Zane Burgess going to slot back in a line.
Yeah, well, one driver losing a lot of spots in Danny Ramirez, sorry. One driver gaining a lot of spots is Santi Orioli. He started in 14th place. He's up 8 spots already into the top 6. It's a group of 5 right now out front, but if they continue to battle like this, the next driver in line is that MPG machine of Santiago Orioli. Look at this, to the front now goes Miguel Manzano Suarez. Inside, what a late lunge there from Marcelo Flores. He wants a 2-for-1. He's going to go door to door, side pod to side pod with Zane Burgess through the S's. You don't want to do that very often here. And up the hill, who came out on top? Marcelo Flores maintains 3rd position.
How about it for the SLA Kart Republic? Definitely wanted to make that move stick, and he got it done. He's up to 3rd. Cameron Johnson falls back to that 5th spot, and there goes on the inside for Santi Orioli. He's able to get clear that time by ahead of Cameron Johnson. Ramirez falls back. Francisco about to join this pack here shortly, so a lot more drivers kind of working their way inside of the top 10 and looking to get even further inside of the top 5 here. So they continue to lap around, and Johnson now, everybody kind of setting in some quick lap times. Fastest lap of the race, though, goes to Marcelo Flores, the kid who sits in 3rd here at the moment, a 102.961, Alex.
Yeah, right now it's still Miguel Manzano Suarez leading the field. We're 5 laps into a 12-lap heat race here. The RPG Cosmic leads ahead of BJR MDR, and then it is all about Kart Republic, then Sodi, then MPG, then Franklin Motorsports there. I mean, there is 6 different teams in the top 6 places right now heading into the halfway mark. And next time around, Jaden Francisco, he's getting hungry. He wants in on the Danny Ramirez train so far. He's lost 5 spots in this one. He's one of the only drivers in the top 9 or so to lose spots, himself and Cameron Johnson, the only 2 that haven't gained positions in this race. But there's a lot of movers and shakers. Marcelo Flores up 6, Orioli up 9, Francisco up 4, and then a couple drivers have lost spots. The likes of Cam Johnson, Danny Ramirez, and Win Gottschalk have all lost 5 and 6 spots respectively here. Last time around, though, your pole sitter, Cam Johnson, he resets fast laps, so he's still hungry in this one. A 102.867 fast drive on the racetrack. He sits 6th right now.
And already kind of single foul line. Flores looking to get another move here on Lawrence Perriman. Can't get it done. They're going to go side by side there for a second. Perriman was stuck on that outside line. That slowed him down just that little bit that Flores needed it, but slowed him down way too much because Orioli now going to go on Burgess. A little bit of a bumper there from Flores to Burgess. Gets moved to the wayside. Going to lose 2 spots in the process, so Burgess falls back to the 5th spot here. And Johnson just on the outside kind of looking into the top 5 here after starting on the pole position earlier on today, but the young kid from Mexico City leads us away. Miguel Manzano Suarez leads us from Lawrence Perriman. Santi Orioli back in 3rd. And everybody else kind of single foul line. And we haven't seen a lot of pushing. We haven't seen a lot of working together. And that's kind of allowed Francisco Maronario and possibly Simone in that 10 spot to kind of close down their gap little by little, the more and more that these top 5 drivers fight here, Alex.
Yeah, this time around, halfway sticks in the air. 6 laps in, 6 laps to go here. Look at this. Santi Orioli started 14th. He's up to 2nd. The MPG Motorsports driver is absolutely flying early stages of this first heat race. He's making amends for a pretty rough qualifying yesterday. Just struggled with issues on the go-kart there. Couldn't really find pace when it mattered. That bumper smashed him a little bit, but it should be all right there for Orioli. It goes to show you how many drivers he's had to go through in this race there. It's battle wounds, I'd say, here in this first heat for Santi Orioli. Behind him, it's still Lawrence Perriman, but the more they fight for the lead, this train is only growing larger. It is 8 carts back to Danny Ramirez. Then you have to look about 2 seconds back for Maronario and Wigotchuk.
There you have Zayden Burgess, had a really good run on the sweeping left-hander. He's going to go on Flores. He's going to lose a spot there and slot right behind the Sodi Racing USA machine. Francisco right on the rear bumper here of Cameron Johnson, so look for Francisco to try and go here, maybe in turn number 2 if he's able to get a good run here. And Johnson looks over his shoulder, sees that RPM machine right there. So what does Francisco do? Does he go into turn number 2? Yes, he does. He's clear. Going to gain a spot there. So Francisco now up to 6th here. So a good drive up the field for Francisco as well. Having to gain 6 spots already. Perriman stuck on the outside line as Flores looked to go through. He's able to get it done. And man, you see how difficult it is to be stuck there on that outside line and how much time you lose there, Alex.
Yeah, well, especially in the first heat race, there really isn't a need to hold the outside, even if it's possible. You don't want to risk getting pushed to the wayside here. So if I'm Lawrence Perriman, I'd rather lose a spot or 2 than get put into the grass. He can live to fight another day. But now, looking over his shoulder, he has to fend off the RPM driver of Jaden Francisco. He looks to the inside, can't make a stick. But now, side by side here in the penultimate corner, Jaden Francisco is inside the top 5. Santi Orioli, he lost a couple spots in the middle section of the racetrack. He's back through on Marcelo Flores. Orioli the 3rd. Look at this, Zane Burgess. While we were watching that Francisco battle, he's up to P2 now, head down. 3.5 laps to go here. Marcelo Flores to the inside in turn number 1. That's the trickiest part of the racetrack, to make a move stick if you don't have a good run out of the first corner, and it's going to cost him a spot. Francisco up to P4.
Yeah, but I would almost call that kind of a half move there by Flores that just didn't benefit him at all. Lost a lot of time kind of trying to fade down low onto the inside and just didn't work out, had to back out of it, and that lost him a whole lot of time as Ramirez now looking to gain some spots here. He's on the rear bumper here of Cameron Johnson, so what does Ramirez have in store after, having a good start here earlier, not a good start here earlier on today, had a good starting spot in 2nd, but, after the starting on that outside line just really didn't benefit him at all, but it seems like his Cosmic definitely coming into play here late in this race. 9 laps in, going to be 10 when we cross the stripe, and just about 3 laps to go, so still your leader for Miguel Suarez. Zane Burgess right behind him, and these 2 kids have gone at it all year long. They've raced each other hard. They've gone side by side. They've made even contact at some points this year, but they're keeping it clean here for the moment. Burgess points forward to Miguel Manzano Suarez, and you see this kind of all year long with Zane, telling his, whatever driver he's driving against to push forward, to get away from the rest of the field and find themselves and give themselves a cushion to fight comfortably here, Alex.
Yeah, well, it's funny to call Zane Burgess a veteran in the micro Swift category, but with the experience that he has running, the national scene of micro Swift, even though some mini Swift stuff on the club level as well. So with the experience that he's building at such a young age, you see kind of the maturity grow for him, and to be able to at the age of, I believe, 7 or 8 for Zane Burgess, to be able to point forward and say, let's work together. He knows what it takes to win in this class, and it doesn't mean you need to battle like they're doing for 4th further back and for 2nd or Francisco there. Thought about a move on the inside of Orioli for 3rd. You really don't want to do that if you're Francisco right now, because you finally caught up to the bumper of Zane Burgess, and it's a 4-car breakaway out front as they battle for 5th between Flores and Perriman. They're getting ready to see 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go here in heat number 1 for Miguel Manzano-Suarez, who's starting to slightly defend into turn number 1. Now a full defense into turn number 2, and it's going to cost Burgess a spot. Orioli to P2.
Orioli able to take advantage there. Burgess looking to evade Miguel Manzano-Suarez, so he's going to lose a spot in the process. Burgess looking to go back. He's on the inside there, Francisco, defending there. And now you have Santi Orioli kind of in prime position to attack Suarez in his Cosmic. So we'll see how it all turns out here for all these drivers. 2-6 were in the air last time by. White flag will be in the air this time when they cross the stripe. So it's Miguel Manzano-Suarez against Santi Orioli. And you have Zane Burgess and Jaden Francisco, 4 different teams inside of the top 4. 5 make it inside of the top 6, inside of the top 6. As Johnson there further back and Lawrence Perriman as well. So everybody's still fighting it out here. The top 4 are going to definitely go at it here when the white flag goes in the air, Alex.
Here we go, rounding the final corner. They're getting ready to see 1 lap to go. White flag in the air. What a run out of that final corner for Miguel Suarez. He won't have to defend here into turn number 1, maybe even into turn number 2 here. White flag in the air by Porter into turn 1. Yeah, he doesn't have to defend. And as a matter of fact, Orioli might have to defend here. But with an incredible push from Zane Burgess, we're going to go 3 wide into turn number 2. A 2-for-1 special for the Sodi Kart USA driver, Zane Burgess to P1.
Yeah, what a move there by Zane Burgess. Francisco, they're on the bottom, looking to fend off Marcelo Flores. He's able to get that done. Win Gottschalk's in the wall. Win Gottschalk was 9th. He finds himself in the wall, and we go back to the racetrack. Zane Burgess, Marcelo Flores all side by side looking on the inside. Lawrence Perriman, a bobble there for him. Going to slow him way down and drop him way down the order here. Flores on the rear bumper of Suarez. Francisco in this group as well. This is going to be the final passing opportunity. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Burgess on the bottom of the racetrack. Suarez looking to follow through. Flores is in there. Francisco in a good spot as well. Is he going to go? Flores fades low, thinks better of it, back to the high side. And now it's going to be a drag race all the way to the line for Miguel Manzano-Suarez. Flores drops a tire. Orioli looks to strike back. He's on the inside. He's able to get clear. But here comes Zane Burgess and Miguel Manzano-Suarez. Burgess doesn't see him on the outside, drops a tire. But that's going to be it there for Zane Burgess, who wins heat race number 1 in Micro Swift.
Wow, Zane Burgess started 7th, your points leader heading into this weekend. Wins heat number 1, 6 spots up here in that one. Miguel Suarez up 4th in the 2nd. Jaden Francisco started in 12th, finishes 3rd. Santi Orioli at 1 point is up in the 2nd place. Rounds out this first heat race in 4th position, but starting 14th. He'll certainly take that one. Your pole sitter heading into this one, Cameron Johnson finishes 5th. Danny Ramirez, Marcelo Flores, Leo Simone, a good run up to 8th. Molinari on 9th. Lawrence Perriman, after that half spin in the final lap there, he rounds out your top 10 here in heat number 1 for Micro Swift.
Byron Borman finishing there 11th, Jake Manolio 12th, and a couple of other drivers there as well. Running up your top 15, Nolan Carling, Jack Katowski, and Dor Elric as well. You move back when Gottschalk unfortunately ends his race, and a couple of other drivers here as well collected early on. Dutch Westbrook, the driver who went up and over, and good to see Dutch is A-okay, and that was the reason we didn't get a red flag there after that flip. So good to hear Dutch is doing all right. But when we come back, more racing action coming your way. We are live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, the United States Pro Kart Series.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate. And 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back here to the United States Pro Kart Series for round number 4. And finally joining us up here in the booth, the one and only Xander Clements, Mr. Kart Chaser himself. Good to have you back after what's been a busy morning for us here behind the scenes. But more racing action coming our way. The KA100 Juniors presented by BBS Race Engines getting set to go underway here with Sebastian Garzone and Nathan Golseth starting on the front row. Chase Gassiet-Lee and Peyton Westcott on row number 2 here. You go back to Alexander Vanchev, Alessandro Truchot on row 3, Dean Peterson, Drew Jensen on row 4, Maverick McKenna and Jaguar Diaz on row number 5, and more getting set to go green here. A couple of drivers out of the tram lines early. Yellow flag in the air. Gives us more time to go through the field here. Jaguar Diaz running up our top 10. Eric Doan 11th. William Scarborough running up your top 12.
Beyond Lillian Scarborough, you find Michael McGoy, the RPM rookie, on the inside of row number 7. Tristan Murphy completes the all-rookie 7th row and 14th. Marco Romero and Peyton Fayen back on row 8 and 15th and 16th.
And you go back further back in the field here with Ethan Tovo, Homer Heeman, Smith, Bornman running up your top 20 here in this heat race. And you go back to Jeremiah Thomas as well further back in the field. And a couple of more drivers here running down your starting grid order. That's your top 10 starters, your first 20 starters, I should say. And then you go back to the rest of the field here as they get set to go green into the tram lines for the second try this time around.
Goes all the way back, like you said, to Jeremiah Thomas and Fernando Zapata. And again, as a reminder, for those that are listening in, here we go. Green flag on the second time by, and they've got it. Nice work this time around for Sebastian Garzone. The points leader is first time on the front row for Nathan Golseth. He's going to get shuffled all the way to the outside there. He'll lose about 5 or 6 positions as they rocket over to turns 3 and 4. So, as they work their way out of turn number 4, there goes Garzone up into second for Chase Gassiet-Lee, Alexander Vanchev into third, fourth for Dean Peterson from 7th on the grid, and a big shuffle through the rest of the top 10 as an unfortunate opening couple of turns for Nathan Golseth He and Peyton Westcott just had no grip on the outside of turn number 1, Caleb. Both of them full wheel lock, turn left, and they just went straight into the dirt.
Yeah, that was one of the big things that we talked about earlier on today during the warm-up sessions. Finding yourself on that outside line has been really difficult, especially anything offline here has been super difficult for any drivers in all classes. So unfortunately there for Goldseth and Westcott starting on that outside line. That definitely didn't benefit him at all. But we look back to the point of the field here. Garzone, Chase Gastilia, a really good start for him. Alexander Vanchev right behind, sits in third. Dean Peterson, the lead Nash Motorsports driver in this field so far. He's going to be fourth. Eric Doan, the first of the Speed Sense Motorsports drivers here. He's going to round up your top 5. McGoy not too far back, but you look on, and a couple of drivers in the wall. Elefante there is collected. The 850 of Smith collected as well. And one of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics of Isaac Gardner there. The 822 in the wall here early. So those 3 drivers out of contention early on. But we look back onto the racetrack. Chase Gastiali looking to run down championship points leader in the K100 Junior class in Sebastian Garzone. Has a good draft here. Going to need to work here with Vanchev to kind of push themselves further up the field. And there goes Vanchev, not wanting to work here at the moment. On the inside, he's clear. Peterson looking to go on his teammate. Not going to get it done. So the 2 Nash drivers going to be 3rd and 4th respectively, and try and work together to get closer and closer to Garzone and Vanchev here.
Big move down the inside. That's Diego Ardiles to the inside of Michael McGoy. It'll be another spot gained for Diego. So one of the major drivers in the championship contention here, because KA Junior has the closest title fight right now of any class coming into this weekend. Again, that green and white Orsolone Tony Kart is at the top of the leaderboard, but beyond that, it actually is super, super close. When you look at the KA Junior points, again, 25 back to Chico Brown is in the other heat. Diego Ardiles enters the weekend 3rd, 40 points out of the lead. Vin Montiana, 133 back. And that sounds like a lot, but there's 725 points up for grabs each weekend. And right now, Sebastian Garzone is on his way to adding another 100 to his total, as they have fought a bit more for 3rd behind and allowed the 855 to open the gap. But he just dropped a tire there out of turn 14. Things are going to get a little bit sketchy if he doesn't clean the tires back off at the end of this straightaway. Let's see it. Down to turn 1. Big run for Alexander Vanchev. And behind, we'll watch 3rd, 4th, and 5th, because they're going to change spots, or at least they were getting ready to. And Dean Peterson threw it down the inside to defend in turn 2.
Yeah, defending here from Chase Gastiali, and you'd almost think that these 2 teammates would kind of work together. You see Gastiali hand off the steering wheel, kind of questioning what his teammate is doing here in this stage of the race. Only 4 laps in, and you know they still have a whole race going on ahead of them in between Garzone and Vanchev. So Gastiali just kind of surprised. 1 driver in the wall here. That's Maverick McKenna, the 887 right next to our camera there, off the racetrack, involved in what was kind of a mid-pack a scuffle there and further back in this field. But that's going to move McKenna further back, and a couple of other drivers looking to work their way up. Peyton Westcott, she's back up to 11th. Nathan Golseth not too far behind. He's currently 14th, able to get the move on Tristan Murphy last time around. But onto the racetrack here, Eric Doan right behind the 2 National Motorsports machines, and a couple of, Californian-based teams here chasing down the Saudi Racing USA team and the Orsolon team ahead. So a lot of work to do, and for Diego Ardiles as well, working his way up the field, who didn't have the qualifying that he would have wanted. Gastiali switches spots here with Dean Peterson. So we're going to see Gastiali back ahead, and now going to have his sights set on the front 2. But Ardiles working his way up the field. This is exactly the confidence boost that he's needed after an abysmal qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, the downside to that, though, is the fact that he's got to make up those spots every single heat race. 4 up for him, 6 up for Eric Doan on the Speed Sense Motorsports X-Prix. That's one heck of a charge here in the first couple of laps. Again, we're still only 4 complete right now, and Eric Doan now has caught up to this group that was fighting for 3rd and was only 3 deep. Now they're 4 deep, and they're side by side. The teammates going at it again. The 2 Nash drivers splitting each other up. Peterson through. Doan able to follow. That is now 7 spots gained for Eric Doan. He wants another. He'll look low for a moment there going down to turn number 1.
Yeah, couldn't get the move done there and having to slot back in a line, but all this fighting, just letting Garzone and Vanchev run away with it here. They're going to go side by side in between Peterson there and Eric Doan. Not able to get ahead, but Peterson's still going to defend here. Gastiali goes to the low side. Ardiles just kind of stuck behind these 3 drivers right ahead of him, and Doan kind of pointing emphatically there to Dean Peterson, telling him, let's get on with it and push ourselves forward. And I don't think that's going to be the case here as they're fighting for 3rd on back.
Through the S's they go. Dean Peterson, Eric Doan right now again third and fourth on the racetrack. They've got the potential still with this much time left to hunt back down Alexander Vanchev and Sebastian Garzone. But Eric Doan is going to take the momentum that he's had all race long and try to go through to third. Peterson's going to try and answer back. He can't do anything. He'll get bogged down. And Eric Doan's charge continues as now Peterson is going to come under fire from third in the championship fight. Diego Ardiles wants another spot. He'll take over P4. And up front, the top two have linked together. Look at that bit of biking there. Two-wheeling it through turn two for Alexander Vanchev on the Sodi. You can see the amount of grip that has been laid down here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, Caleb. It's been a major talking point through the weekend. This is the finale of a long stint of national touring series that have rolled through this racetrack over the last 6 weekends, along with testing in between. It is a completely unprecedented level of rubber and grip and, of course, dirtiness offline.
Yeah, it's been a busy year here in the Bailiff backyard, so it continues here this weekend, and a lot of racing action here on the racetrack as we look back on Ardiles chasing down Eric Doan. And that was, Peterson lost the spot there. So all this kind of fighting, all this arguing here on the racetrack, and you push me, and, I'm going to pass you the next time. It's kind of not helping him out at all. That gap opens up just even more. Going to be at almost 3 seconds this time when they cross the stripe, even more than that. So Ardiles now going to trade here for third and try and chase down Sebastian Garzone and Alexander Vanchev.
Yeah, that's the first. Oh, big spinner down at the end of the front straightaway. That is the 803. One of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic's Ethan Tovo has gone around down at turn one. He'll be able to continue as he falls all the way to the rear, and a heavily bent right rear axle tagging the wall. He was 11th when he crossed the line in a fight with Nathan Golseth, the off-pole kid. So battling for 11th and 12th sent Ethan Tovo into the weeds. Meanwhile, here's that fight, or that train. I want to say fight yet. For third on back, Ardiles to Doan to McGoy, Peterson, Gassiet Lee, and joining back in the fray as well, Peyton Westcott, the young lady. Oh, around in front of them all is Michael McGoy, and Peterson gets tagged with him as well.
Yeah, he just got turned around there. There looked like someone wanted to go on the inside and just didn't work out for those drivers. So unfortunate there for Doan and for what was Dean Peterson as well, just to put him out of contention here in this one. So unfortunate there, but looking back on with the Speed Concepts racing machine of Diego Ardiles after, like I said earlier on today, a struggle qualifying session. This will definitely lighten up the mood for him in that KA Junior class. And we look on there further back, Peyton Westcott, Lillian Scarborough there as well. Nathan Golseth in tow, so they're getting themselves further up inside of the top 10, but still long ways back from your two leaders here, Xander.
Yeah, up to 3.5 seconds now for first and second, back to the rest of the field. Here's Garzone and Vanchev, and then you have to wait to watch the next two crest the hill, Ardiles and Eric Doan. This will help minimize the damage if they finish where they run for Diego Ardiles, but that gap to the championship points leader will extend by about 10 markers. So he'll go from 40 back to what we believe to be about 50 back, not including the qualifying difference for the overall pole award. So Sebastian Garzone or Salone Racing trying to get themselves a title and make things a little bit easier going into Trackhouse Motorplex for the finale. It is all looking solid at the moment with 3 laps to go in heat number 1 for groups A and B and KA Junior, for Sebastian Garzone leading by a couple car lengths and actually pulling a little bit on Alexander Vanchev. Ardiles and Doan, thankfully, now are all by themselves with that pass, that spin, really, for third and fourth on back. Here's where this group has kind of faded to, 5th and 6th. Well, sorry, there is 3rd and 4th with Ardiles and Doan. You have to go to nearly 7 seconds away from the top 2 leaders right there who are rounding the long sweeper to find Drew Jensen, Chase Gassiet Lee, Lillian Scarborough, Nathan Golseth, and then Peyton Westcott and Tristan Murphy. Westcott was able to somewhat avoid that chaos and still somewhat stay with that group of 5 or 6 for 5th on back. So 2 to go, change in the lead, big move from Vanchev and a big answer coming right back from Garzone in turn 2.
Yeah, Garzone definitely didn't waste any time. You saw how busy Vanchev's hands were on that steering wheel whenever he went on the inside and just didn't have the momentum to kind of keep it up there. And Garzone easily over under there, but going to start to defend here with 2 laps to go the last time they crossed the stripe. So Garzone on the bottom of the racetrack. Vanchev looking to set up an over under, but it's been quite difficult. He's going to get a good run here. Going to go side by side for a second in the S's. Not going to be close enough for Vanchev.
No, but that was a really good run. I mean, for a lap ago, it looked like Vanchev was fading away from Garzone. All of a sudden, he's got a real chance to fight for this heat win. Diego Ardiles and Eric Doan are loving it down the road. They are hoping for some more fighting up front, but we're about to run out of laps. White flag this time by. Big wide arc there for Vanchev to try and get the run. Kind of got stuck in the rubber. So Garzone by a car length. There's a look down to Porter. White flag in the air. It'll wave for the first heat race of 2 for KA Junior as Garzone leads us into turn 1.
Yeah, let's see if Vanchev is close enough to try it here. Garzone at the bottom of the racetrack. Vanchev deep on the brakes. Not going to be able to get it done in turn number 2. Another good shot in turn 4 and 5 coming up here shortly. Vanchev looks to the bottom. Not close enough to get it done.
No, nothing there for Alexander Vanchev. He'll round that back corner as they go to the infield here in 6 and 7. Again, a little low fade from Garzone. This time he really parked it on the apex to make sure that over-under was not going to happen for the second lap in a row. And into the S's, he'll go low here. He's got to be careful how much he parks it there because Vanchev almost got the run. Backed him up nicely over the hill. Final time. Sebastian Garzone low. Vanchev trying to look for some kind of opening. I don't think it'll be in any of the hairpins. Sebastian's covered it well. No, he will in the last turn. Big move from Vanchev. They're going to bog down. Here comes Ardiles with a run. It's going to be a drag race to the line to close out the first heat race. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Vanchev by a nose. Alexander Vanchev brings the opening heat race to Sodi. What a fight there to the end. Garzone goes back to P2. The official margin at the stripe. Well, it's a dead tie. 0.000 down to the 1,000th marker on the official timer. Sorry, going back, that's 0.038. At the line, 38,000th of a second for Vanchev to Garzone. Ardiles up 7, Doan up 7. Spots apiece, 3rd and 4th. Gassi at Lee 5th. Westcott recovers to 6th. Nathan Golseth to 7th. The two of them setting some quick lap times. Those two, Peyton Westcott and Nathan Golseth, fastest karts on the racetrack by over 1/10 of a second. Scarborough, Jensen, and then Alessandro Truccio on his junior debut here stateside. Rounds off the top 10 in his first heat race in the first of 2 groups. That was a lot to keep up with, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely from start to finish. Definitely an action-packed race here for the first of our groups here in heat racing action for KA Junior. A versus B. In a couple of moments' time, C versus D, and we got to do it all over again and kind of go through the same level of emotions that we just went through. But this time out, Chico Brown, Davin Roberts, Max Weiland, and more get set to take the green flag here shortly.
Heat number 2 for KA100 Junior getting ready to go green right now, and a quick look at the field as they rock their way towards the start-finish line. We'll pull that ticker on the left side of your screen so you can see how they'll line up for this heat race, or at least how they should. I believe that one's a bit off the order. Let's take a look down. Coming to green, though, on the inside, Amador Martinez. On the outside, Davin Roberts, and they are underway for heat number 1. No, not on the first time by. They will get sent around one more time. So no green on the first shot for heat number 1, groups C and D. Caleb, will wait to see where the rest of the group kind of forms up. You can obviously see that our ticker is a bit out of order, but on row 2, looks like it'll be the lime green Race Lab TV at Ty Fisher, and your second placement in the championship coming into today, Chico Brown.
Yeah, so for Chico Brown, he's had a good weekend so far, already having a lot of pace early on today. Has a teammate up there in Amador Martinez who got his maiden win last time out at Badger Kart Club in Dowsman, Wisconsin. So he's one of the drivers to look out for here. Ty Fisher, not too far back either. Enzo Vidmontien as well, further up this field. And
that's where the delay of the start was. So that's where our grid is off. Now our grid's all set. Max Weiland, late to get into his spot, trying to get there now. He will. So, quick run for Max Weiland after being slow off the grid. He's on the left there in the blue and white and orange Magic Kart. Amador Martinez slowing the field down. Little bit of start front row gamesmanship being played, but let's see, can we get 12 laps off this first try with everyone together? Underway. Into the lines, looking for the green from Porter, and we've got a nice start, and we are underway down to turn number 1. Big shot there from the inside lane, all nose to tail, and they're going to stay that way through turn number 2.
Yeah, Max around the outside looking to hold on, and Chico Brown, and he's able to get it done. So a really good start here from Adam Max Weiland to kind of hold on to that second spot. Chico fades low, looking to go deep on the brakes. Not close enough, and Ty Fisher there right behind as well, followed him through. Davin Roberts fell back just that little bit. Nathan Dupuis as well, just on the edge of the top 5 here, currently sits 6th, and everybody else cycling their way through.
Through the turn 6 and 7 infield hairpin. Weiland a little sideways over the curbing. Big run, strong opening couple turns here for Turner Brown. Let's see if he tries to take advantage of it. He does. Nice run on the S's, set him up. He'll send it down the inside of the end of the back straightaway. Turner Brown to P2. Ty Fisher looking for 3rd. Roberts trying to go to 4th. They'll go side by side. And behind them, big move from Travis Pettit. He'll pick one off from Martin Jaramillo. Martin's going to over-under him. They're going to drag race down the front stretch as it's an Rollison Performance Group. 1-2. Amador Martinez, Chico Brown, Ty Fisher down to turns number 2.
Yeah, how about it there? Davin Roberts looking on the inside. Dupuis looking to go through as well on Max Weiland, who just continues to lose a lot of spots here as this race kind of goes on. And there goes Travis Pettit on the inside. Jaramillo looking to follow through. Weiland again stuck on the outside there, and they're going to go side by side. Weiland kind of tired of falling back the field. Enzo Vidmontien looking to work his way up.
Yeah, he caught a bit of a break there. Martin Jaramillo kind of misjudged the entry of how deep he wanted to shove Travis Pettit through. Bogged him down, and that opened the door for Weiland to kind of get clear of the madness for the moment and stop the bleeding. Up front, Martinez, Brown, Fisher working together. This second group here, Roberts, Nathan Dupuis, and Travis Pettit trying to hunt them down. All of them spread apart and just on the outside edge of the toe. But we'll put 2 laps complete and take a look at how they've all shuffled as they rocket down the front straightaway. And it'll be another add on to the margin. They were 9/10 out of 4th. Thanks to the pass and shuffle and Weiland down, they're now up to 1.2 seconds ahead of 4th on back. But Max Weiland back to P7 here on the opening couple of laps. Whether it was low air or just kind of a couple little mistakes, that kart seemed to really struggle to keep the rear end planted. And you can see there the first couple of laps, he was the biggest mover, and it was in the wrong direction. Big move there. Down the inside ahead of Martin Jaramillo. That was Brady Shad making a move. He was able to get 9th away in turn 7.
Yeah, you talk about kind of struggling here in this race. Jackson Warney, he's further back in the field, currently sits 13th, right behind Gage Bailey. So for Warney, just hasn't had the pace here in this KA class so far this weekend. There's Vidmontien making a move. He's able to get clear on Max Weiland. Travis Pettit as well looking to go on Dupuis. They're going to go side by side all the way down this main straightaway and line back up. But for Warney, just kind of been struggling all weekend long in this KA package. The same for Ardiles early on. He was able to find pace in his first heat race and for Woney, that just hasn't been the case here at the moment. Can't really get a move done. He was able to get ahead of Bailey last time around and chasing down Ben Abernathy now.
A couple moves in this group. Vidmontien on Weiland and Dupuis on Pettit. There's a look at Jackson Wolney, who enters the weekend needing a pretty massive run in KA 100 to leapfrog into the championship fight, but he's got a great shot at the X30 Junior title. Came up just so close at Newcastle, Indiana at the SCUSA Pro Tour finale for a shot, but his teammate Ardiles ended up snagging both of the junior championships there. And Diego leads the way in X30 Junior here at the US Pro Kart Series. And as we watched him in that other group's opening heat race, he has had at least a decent run this season, entering the weekend third in the points. Weiland's backward slide's going to add another spot there as he tried to fight with Dupuis. Here comes Shad and Jaramillo to the bumper as well. And all of that changing hands is just going to continue to open the gap for the leaders. The top three have not passed at all. And a big moment there in turn two.
Nathan Dupuis up on two wheels there in turn number two. Just a lot of grip on that Sodi Racing USA machine. Max Weiland there on the inside. Dupuis looked to hold on to it around the outside. They make contact. They go side by side into turn number five. There's Shad looking to push Dupuis through, and Weiland stuck on the outside once again. Jaramillo not going to let him by that time around and moves up yet another spot.
What a run forward here for Brady Shad on his first weekend, I believe, with Rollison Performance Group, if not first of a couple that he has joined forces with the boys in blue, pink, and purple. Big move to the inside as well. He's going to keep that momentum going. He'll take over that spot from Dupuis. Dupuis is going to lose another one in turn 14 as Jaramillo gets through. And similar to Alexander Vanchev, we saw him get on two wheels in that first heat as well. Both of the Sodis biking it a bit in turn two. Dupuis trying to get back to the inside. They'll make contact. Jaramillo through the dirt in turn number one.
Yeah, and it just seemed like just a little too late there for Nathan Dupuis to try and go there on Jaramillo. So not sure if that's going to stick post-race, but going to stick for now. He's behind Max Weiland here, so these two drivers are going to look to work together and try and get closer up this field here. So Jaramillo falls back, Brady Shad further up, and there's Jackson Wolney right behind Jaramillo. So this is kind of all shaken up here, Xander.
Yeah, talking about working your way up the field. Jackson Wolney's going to have to do this every single heat race. He's going to try to go to the inside there. Perfectly done. That'll buy him a little real estate if he just can close the door on Ben Abernathy. The two of them marching towards the top 10. And I believe Jackson might have just gotten there with that move to go to 10th. So at least a couple of spots up for the SCR Kart Republic. Ben Abernathy the same on the Holtz Driver Development red speed. He is up 3. Now both of them are going to be up 4 from 11th to 12th to 10th and 11th. Another charge up the boards for the pair, and they're not far back from the next group. Now here's the leaders. We talked about the three of them not changing position too much. Well, the only really change has been Ty Fisher going by Chico Brown to split the Cosmics. Chico's going to go right back there in turn number 7. But just a couple moves like that, not being able to push Amador Martinez on every straightaway. We've gone from 3 to now 4. Welcome, Davin Roberts and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Cosmic. He is now closed in, and behind them, not too far away, you'll find Travis Pettit and Trinity Karting Group's Enzo Vidmontien, who also enters this weekend with a serious shot to put himself in the championship picture when we head to head to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the finale in about a month. Across the line now, 7 complete, 5 to go. Martinez has led them all. Is he going to be able to hold it? For the first time here in Heat 1, Group C and D, we'll see a change in the lead. Brown and Fisher and Roberts almost there through to shuffle him back to third.
Yeah, so Amador kind of having to work his way back up here, but you see Enzo Vidmontien, Travis Pettit just get closer and closer every single lap, and they've been working together. They're kind of trying something different now with Enzo Vidmontien leading the two of them. Travis Pettit was ahead the lap before, so we'll see what it looks like with Enzo Vidmontien at the helm of this group. So they're definitely closing in, and you see the more that, I guess, they fight it out for the lead here in between Chico Brown and Ty Fisher, the more that the other lime green TB Kart and the Kart Republic are going to catch up.
Enzo Vidmontien is at least not necessarily up a ton of spots, but to be fair, he had to start on the outside lane. So when you look at the end of the opening lap to where he's at, up probably closer to more like 4 gained on this heat race. With time still left, Fisher versus Brown. Big over-under move to turn 2. Chico's going to take the lead back there in the hairpin, and that'll shuffle Ty back to third. Here comes Amador back up into second.
Yeah, this is exactly what Enzo Vidamontian and Travis Pettit want to see right here. All these guys continuing to fight. Roberts with Fisher here. So you see Vidamontian just getting closer and closer to that rear bumper here of Ty Fisher, about 2 car lengths away.
Yeah, they are well within the tow now. It's about to be 6 deep here at the front of the field when we hit the line to see 3 laps to go. Let's see if Enzo tries to send it here in the S's. He loves passing in this corner here, turn number 9. He will not go there. And maybe at the end of the backstretch? No, not enough. So Enzo's going to stay right tucked in. Now he'll go to the inside there in the first of the 2 switchback hairpins to complete the lap.
Yeah, just kind of trying to look for the, the corner to make the pass where you won't lose too much time, and he thought that was the one, so got it done there, and he didn't lose all too much time to Davin Robertson, the 2 RPG Cosmics ahead, so a smart move and a very mature move there by Enzo Vidamontian to kind of try and close down his gap.
I mean, that's the perfect corner, right, Caleb? Great point. There is such a short run to the very next hairpin that if you kind of bog the exit by having to send it in deep to get alongside someone, that's probably your best bet to minimize the damage. If he would have gone into the sweeper, he might have gone a little bit sideways. He goes in the S's. He sacrifices the run on that short shoot up and over the hill into the new section of the racetrack. Passing there, perfectly timed, didn't lose any speed at all. And back here, this is where you are losing speed, making moves like that, leading into a long stretch. But when you got to go, you got to go. Dupuis through on Weiland. Here comes Jackson Wolney. We talked about him and Benham Abernathy making up 4 spots. He's now up 5. He's looking to make it 6. Big run, end of the backstretch to the inside. Another spot up for Jackson Wolney. He'll go to 8th, and there was a little smoke as Weiland and Dupuis, they have probably passed each other about 5 or 6 times apiece this race, and I think both are tired of seeing, when they go to the corner, the other person on the inside.
Yeah, Brady Shadd as well, just on the tail end of this group. Benham Abernathy getting up there as well, but this time by, 2 sticks in the air for all these drivers, and it's officially crunch time now. Jackson Wolney goes to the bottom. You go back to the lead. Chico Brown and Amador looking to work together here, and everybody else kind of further back for Davin Roberts, Enzo Vidamontian, just not in striking range here. So we'll see how much Amador going to fight it out here with Chico Brown.
Through the exit of turn number 7 for Chico. Now on the run over the S's towards one of the last couple passing zones. Nothing there. Amador being a great teammate, trying to get them a little bit of a bigger gap. Back to Davin Roberts and Enzo Vidamontian in third. If he can hold back and Turner can hit his marks here for about maybe half a lap more, they might at least secure a 1-2. And in a heat race like this where you got 3 of them, you don't need to win them all. You need a good average. P2 is a great finish here for Amador Martinez. Does he want the win? He won't go in turn 1. He'll stay tucked in as the white flag waves.
Yeah, turn 2 here now, and just not fighting it all too much. Just about half a car length away from Chico Brown, and you know that draft kind of keeping him well in play here, but he looks back. He knows Davin Roberts is there. He knows Enzo Vidamontian is there. So whenever he does decide to try and make a move, he's going to bring almost 4 other cars into the battle.
Amador lost a little bit that time out of turn number 4 and 5. That allowed Roberts to close up. There's the 2 TB carts running 5th and 6th. They're close together. Turner's actually got a little bit of breathing room, but it might go away with the draft up and over this hill. Amador's trying to keep it close. Chico's going to block low, and now that's going to stack them up. They got to be careful, boys. You got a great run going for the team. You both want the win. You don't want to sacrifice second, and I think they should be safe. Out of the last turn, it'll be a run to the line. Brown's going to lead them out of the dogleg. Martinez looking for a way by. Roberts is going to shove him through. Amador is going to steal the heat race at the line by 400ths.
Chico Brown across the line in second, and Davin Roberts helping out Amador there across the line. Going to finish third. Enzo Vidamontian fourth. And the first of the TV carts with Ty Fisher rounding up your top 5.
When you talk championship here, Caleb, that's another 5-point difference of winning a heat versus finishing in second. So with that said, if you look at how with Garzone lost that heat race at the line, he did not get the full 100 points. He had to drop down to 95. The same for Turner Brown, so their gap to each other stays the same. And for Davin Roberts, who enters the weekend back in 5th, 313 points out, pushing Amador Martinez by, well, he lost 5 to Brown and Garzone, but he would have lost 10 to the pair of them. So smart move by Davin. Didn't make a whole lot of sense if you don't know the rest of the context, but he just kept about a 10-point swing from happening in the championship for him to Turner Brown, and kept Brown even to Sebastian Garzone. Smart move by Davin to push Amador on through, and he almost stole second away as well. There's the rest of the results for your top 15 from KA Junior Group C and D, and the final few that were able to cross the line out of the 21. Now, normally, this class and KA Senior does have a last chance qualifier. This weekend, they have just enough that we kept the split through the heats, but they will all race the main event tomorrow morning. So this split heats really is just making it easier for them to kind of make up or lose positions and keeps it a little bit more manageable on the racetrack instead of putting all 43 to 44 KA Juniors out there together, running the heats of 20 to 24. We've seen so far pretty much clean starts, and most of them make it through. Here's a look as well. Again, folks, we've got a full day of racing ahead that goes all the way till about 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, about 3:30 p.m. Pacific. Heat 1 right now, then we'll have a lunch break when we get through the full rotation, come back with heat number 2, and go straight to heat number 3. All of it leading into the main events tomorrow morning. So, lots of racing action ahead here from Saturday at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It's the Ohio State Grand Prix for the U.S. Pro Kart Series Round 4 of the 2024 championship. And we return with KA100 Senior for the first of their 2 heat races.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week.
The KA100 Seniors were so amped up and ready to go. Well, it was a quick run through them, so we'll pull the ticker up for you guys to see here the quick look at the starting grid just for a moment, and then we will get set to go green. Again, A.J. Myers, Cooper Shipman, 2 drivers neck and neck in the championship, find themselves together for the opening heat race here today, and it's 12 laps for them as well. Myers on the inside, Shipman on the outside in the chrome, black and red Iron Rock Motorsports machine. We're green on the first try down to turn 1, and Myers is going to bring Adrian Cruz through in the first corner.
Yeah, monster start there by Cruz, almost sideways under braking, just a little bit too deep there. Herrera's going to get through, and a couple of other drivers there as well, so unfortunate mistake there by Cruz to kind of just go a little bit too deep and lose a whole lot of spots there, Xander.
Good start, though, for Eli Warren, the privateer, all blacked out Tony Kart, red speed specifically for War Power Racing into 3rd, and a good start as well for Fernando Luque. He moves up into the 4th spot, but it's the Magic Man that leads us up and over the S's, and Cooper Shipman already was looking for a way by there at the end of that section. Let's see if he tries to go. They know how close their championship fight is right now, and AJ, of course, 2 weeks ago was also in another one that ended a bit sour. He'd love to try and get a rebound, end this weekend leading the points going into into Indiana for the finale. But Cooper Shipman does not even want to let him lead the first lap. He's gone by in the back. AJ's going to go right by. He'll freight train him with help from Eli.
Yeah, you saw him kind of point to Eli and tell him to kind of work with him to try and get ahead here of Shipman. Shipman not going to waste any time on the inside here of Warren. Herrera as well on the inside of Luque. He's able to get through, so that CRG machine up to 4th. Everybody else single file here. Shipman, Warren. We'll see how much they work together to try and chase back down A.J. Myers.
Again, Cooper Shipman, he's never won a national championship. He's going up against right now A.J. Myers, who has won more national titles than Cooper Shipman, has spent years in senior and junior combined and might be in total years behind the wheel of a go-kart. You've got a guy that's been in this spot many times before. Cooper Shipman leading the championship for the first time on the national scene, especially in the senior category, is doing everything he can to minimize the points that AJ can get here. And this is the only heat race that they're going to have the chance to go head-to-head, being in 2 different groups, 2 different lines. Shipman head of Group B, AJ head of Group A. Later in the day, they'll be keeping an eye on each other, but not on the racetrack where they can affect each other. Here's a look back at Adrian Cruz. He was able to get around Fernando Luque, defended a bit in turn 1, tried to defend in turn 2. Luque said, that's enough. I'm going back by. He does. And he'll break the momentum, and that allows Quick Mick Gabriel to get through as well.
Yeah, so Mick able to get through. Caden Martin up the road in his National Motorsports machine. Everybody else kind of single file line here at the moment. Seamus McKendry in this group. Raheem Alibi in the Rocket Racing Company machine there on the inside of Adrian Cruz there into turn number 5. He's able to get that move done and get clear.
Up and over the S's curbs here for Raheem Alibi. And looking again now, Seamus McKendry. Here's more moves up front. Change in the lead. Shipman was able to get by on AJ, so goes Eli Warren. And how about the run so far this weekend for Javier Herrera, Caleb? This is, I believe, the best he has run so far in 2024. And CRG Nordam having one of their newest joinees here this year, looking sporty in the opening heat race of the day.
Yeah, he's definitely had a really good weekend so far. He's had a lot of P1 moments, and now already going to second here. He's been definitely one of the drivers to look out for, and a driver that a lot of other guys didn't expect. I mean, you see the cue ball helmet, you're like, man, this guy probably is going to be too fast, and doing what he's doing out there on the racetrack, taking the fight to a lot of seasoned veterans in this class. Being a rookie in this class, he's definitely showing his pace early on.
How about that for Javier Herrera? Sadly, his teammate, Aiden Rudolph, we've learned, Caleb, will not be joining us for the rest of the weekend. It has been a rough summer stretch on the national tour for Aiden. Last weekend, got himself a second Duffy for the second year in a row, winning at the IKF Grand Nationals. He won this year in 206 Senior, but sadly, a neck injury here is going to take him out for these 2 days of action. And at least in his case here, he's out of the championship fight, so he's not really giving up too much. He entered the weekend 578 back in ninth. So all of the honor right now in KA Senior rides on the shoulders of the black and orange 971. Javier Herrera, who almost was able to get it to the lead there in turn 2, but Cooper Shipman, a late move low to defend, blocks that off. He pointed forward, but that might be trying to get Cooper to open the door.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Cooper kind of adjusting there on the needles on the main straightaway. Just looking to adjust his carburation. There goes Herrera looking on the inside there. Still not close enough, and that's going to lose him just that little bit of time. Warren kind of biding his time with the rookie here ahead of him and working with them, but definitely getting desperate to try and make a move here, Xander.
Yeah, well, he's like, either you get around him or I'm going around you, because we've got more guys lining up, and sadly, Eli couldn't quite time the run. AJ trying to go on him. He's going to bring Kane Martin through. How about Kane Martin? Martin is now up 4 positions so far here in heat number 1 for groups A and B in KA100 Senior. The Nash Motorsports machine rolling up the boards. Little gap back to Luque there in 6. He's bringing more as well. Side by side, little issue for Mick Gabriel. Tried to make a carb adjustment. No speed at the end of the straightaway for Mick Gabriel, and that was allowing Raheem Alibi to get through easily into turn number 1 and take that spot.
Yeah, let's keep an eye here on AJ and kind of Javier Herrera. You know, you have a very experienced driver in AJ Myers who's been in this position time and time again, and a really green driver there in the second spot, kind of still learning and trying to work his way around Cooper Shipman. So we'll see how much AJ is going to work with Javier here, or maybe even try to go ahead of him to try and lead the way ahead of Cooper Shipman here, Xander.
Up and over the hill, AJ Myers trying to close that gap back up, because if he doesn't, it'll be a 10-point swing in the favor of Cooper Shipman. The two of them enter 53 points apart coming into the weekend. Then AJ able to qualify pole, knocked 25 right off of that, right off the bat at the end of the day Friday. So now it's a 28-point lead, but this would put it up to 38 if they finished where they are on the racetrack. But there's a lot of racing left here, Caleb. 5 laps to go, and we've got at least 5 of them in this lead group. It's about to be 6 if Fernando Luque can keep his head down and get more moves like this with the rookie Javier Herrera going to the lead in turn 4.
AJ Myers was able to go through as well. Kane Martin not too far back. Trying to work with Eli Warren here, but Cooper Shipman from first falls back to third, and now a rookie leads a pack of very, very hungry, experienced KA100 Senior drivers.
Out of the S's, AJ Myers following Herrera through. Does he go back to the lead? Does he shove the rookie and give him a chance to try and break the draft from everybody else? Through the sweeper, AJ says that's enough. All right, you got your couple corners in front. I want the lead again. The Magic Man will lead us out of the dog leg onto the front straightaway. And there's a little gap as they kind of accordioned through the hairpins there that has opened up, and now it's going to open up a little more. Warren looked, couldn't quite do it for fourth back there in the first corner. So Myers, Herrera, Shipman, and then Kane Martin, Eli Warren, and welcome to Fernando Luque. The Super Tune Tony Kart makes it 6 drivers in the front under a second. Warren to the inside for fourth. Luque couldn't quite follow to take fifth.
Yeah, and you talk about crazy summer stretches. Fernando Luque is definitely one of those drivers. He was up and over here a couple of months ago at the SCUSA Pro Tour, and to be back here this weekend racing at the same racetrack and still being up here in the lead and fighting for whatever he can get is definitely impressive for Fernando to work his way back onto a racetrack for his second race here on his return after his big accident earlier this summer.
Through that long sweeper here. Herrera behind Myers, a gap back to Shipman, a little gap back to Eli Warren, then Martin, and then Luke at the end. Now, next group, 7th and 8th, Raheem Alibi, Seamus McKendry, 2 seconds away. The problems for Mick Gabriel seem to have not subsided. Look at him at the top of the screen there. Mick Gabriel continuing to try and work on the needles. He has dropped back all the way to the 10th position. He lost an additional 9/10 that lap. There is something seriously amiss with the 932 AEM karting machine, but he is trying to ride it out and just hopefully run the laps down to 0 and survive this opening heat and not fade all the way down to 17th. But he's only got another second before the next group will get to him with Quentin Angeli and Adrian Cruz. Here's a look still, though, with the leaders. Eli Warren latching back onto the top 3, pulling away a little bit from Luke, who finally got around Kane Martin for 5th.
Yes, Luke already up to 5th here, and Shipman looking to go back on AJ Myers. He's going to get the shove there from Herrera. A little bit of a bump and run, goes up to the lead and pushed them just enough to kind of snag it away from those 2 drivers there.
Yeah, Cooper looked back, put his hand in the air, said, sorry, AJ, didn't mean to go in that deep, got a little bit of help. But Eli Warren, again, was looking to take advantage, again, didn't have quite the run that he thought he did, down to 1. AJ with a big send on Cooper there in turn 2. That was like a car length away, and the Magic Man sent it on the brakes. Cooper's trying to go back. No, he'll just defend into 4. And even though Javier Herrera might have maybe ruffled a few feathers on the way, he's now got himself about a 3-car length cushion. If he can hit his marks, he might just be able to break away, but AJ got a great launch out of turn number 7 that time.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll see how close he gets after this left-hander, one of the most technical parts of the racetrack, and this draft's going to help AJ all that, as much as he needs here, going on the back straightaway, not close enough, and I think he may be here in this left-hander hairpin, not as of yet, going to stay in line, and Fernando Luque on the inside of Warren, he's able to get clear up to 4th.
Fernando Luque on that Super Tuned Tony Kart has had to deal with more guys, it seems like, not cutting him a break, then giving him one, but he's finally at a net gain in this heat. But it's 2 laps remaining, so it's the right time to be going forward. Can Javier Herrera hang on? It'd be his first U.S. national heat win and an impressive drive to this point, but he's got about 5 of them lined up behind, beginning with one of the most experienced American national drivers in the grid, AJ Myers. A car length back to Shipman. AJ still checking the gap back, trying to at least make sure that even though he'd like to get another spot, another 5 points, he doesn't run the risk of losing 10 to Cooper, so he'll push Herrera, follow him. Now he's going to go low as Herrera made the mistake of opening up for the turn. Shipman's going to go, and they're all going to line up to try and go by the CRG. Look at the inside rear tire hike for Cooper Shipman. There is so much grip there in that left-hand hairpin. Everybody's trying to just keep at least 3 tires on the ground. White flag in the air from Porter as they rocket down the front straightaway. Myers, Shipman, Herrera now the top 3 as Eli Warren brings Seamus McKendry through on Kane Martin.
Yeah, already still a big gap here, almost 3 car lengths in between AJ Myers and Cooper Shipman. For McKendry, all that fighting has kind of allowed him to work his way further and further up this field, as well for Raheem Alibi and a couple of others. But you look back here to the top 3, Herrera looking to get back around Cooper Shipman, not close enough, going to stay in line, but that's a big, big gap for them to make up with half a lap to go.
Through the S's for Cooper Shipman and Javier Herrera. Like you said, big gap. They've only got 2 more passing zones. I don't know if they'll get there. Javier's staying as a loyal pusher for now, but Cooper just going to fade a little bit into the sweeper and into the back hairpin. Herrera forces his way through the inside. Luque is going to go. Here comes Eli Warren. Great news for AJ Myers. It's not just going to be a heat win. It'll be another big dent in the championship as he gets first. Herrera and Luque get by Shipman at the end and shuffle the points leader down to 4th. And if my math is correct, Caleb, that is going to knock the lead down to 8 points going into heat number 2. Already, we have tightened up this championship battle, and we are just 1 heat race in to KA100 Senior Magic, and you just never know. That all changed, that 10-point extra boost in the last couple of turns, really more like, I believe, 15 points from a 95-point finish to an 80-point finish for Cooper Shipman, unofficially, of course. But here's how they cross the line, down to Eli Warren in 5th, who almost got by him at the line as well. McKendry with a good march at the end to get to 6th. Martin, Alibi, Zabo, Mick Gabriel hangs on to survive. the onslaught, but he fades all the way to 7 seconds back. Definitely struggling for horsepower right there. Hopefully he can get that issue sorted, because that was more than just not being right on carburation. That looked like he might have been almost blowing up. Adrian Cruz as well, from starting good and from the first couple rows to going back to 11th, and just kind of never really found his footing again. And Jelly, Venkatesh, Blade Fountain, Autumn Fisher, the top 15. And the last couple, Emery Lida, Charles Ropke in 16th and 17th. So another heat in the books. KA Senior, C and D is on grid, and they should be firing up momentarily, as it'll be a quick turnaround here from Groups A and B.
Well, your KA100 seniors rolling out onto the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting grid order. Steven Eisert, Cameron Weinberg on row number 1. James Overbeck and Jose Carlos Hernandez on row 2. You go back to Alan Isambard, Finnegan Bailiff on row 3. Lorenzo Coffin and Connor Ferris running up your top 8 in your first 4 rows. Ryan Persing and Max Altman running up your top 10 starters. Chris Harrower, David Martinez on row 6. Jack Doyle, Ben Gaunt, row 7. Kingston Himes and Ibrahim Din rounding up your field here in KA100 Senior. So we go into the tram lines, get set to go green for the second of our 2 groups in KA Senior. Here's Xander.
Good qualifying effort from Steven Eisert to go 3rd overall. He's on the right there in the black and orange Sodi. The black and blue Chad Dockin Racing Kart Republic of Cameron Weinberg on the outside. And that start looked good enough. So we are racing down at the first corner. And instantly, Weinberg able to get down into 2nd and into 3rd for James Overbeck. And looks like they're all going to be able to survive the opening hairpin as they race to turn 4. Down the inside and defending just a little bit on that Orsolone Tony kart. Jose Carlos Hernandez there in the 929.
Yeah, almost sideways there for Hernandez. Weinberg fades low. Going to get back in line here with Steven Eisert. And everybody kind of working their way through a couple of moves further back. One of the speed sense machines of Doyle, I believe, able to get that move done there on Martinez. So yellow flag. So
oh, red flag. We got some problems on the far side of the racetrack. Actually a bit closer to us, maybe. No, yeah, yellows indeed. I thought we were good. Looked like the field thought they were good for a moment.
Not even
good.
racing.
Not good. No green that time by. Yeah, we got it wrong. Officials got it right. Drivers got the message now. So here we go. Attempt number 2 to get them underway. Let's go to it. Into the lines. Eisert, Weinberg. This is their last chance. If they got to accelerate too early, they might get sent back a row. This one will get the green. So we're racing to turn 1 on the 2nd try, and this time James Overbeck nosing ahead of Weinberg. He'll take 2nd away out of turn 2.
Yeah, Bailiff there stuck on the outside, loses a spot as A.J. Myers kind of stands by here with us, but everybody else still fighting on here at the moment. Eisert falls back. Isambard falls back. He's currently 4th. Weinberg there looking on James Overbeck, not close enough to get it done into turn number 5. Everybody going to be single file here at the moment, Xander.
Single file indeed. Now, let's go side by side while we watch this opening lap continue here. A.J. Myers looking on. A.J., your race definitely crazy enough on its own. Let's talk about it here a little bit. That ended up on that last lap actually buying you points, and we think it's almost neck and neck now.
The last couple laps worked out in my favor. The whole first half, whole first 3/4 of the race, we're going back and forth in the first 3/4 spots, and none of us are necessarily faster than others, faster in spots maybe. No one necessarily wanted to work together. Me and Cooper obviously didn't want the other person to be in front necessarily, and luckily I got the better end of that.
Moving on to the rest of the race day here, AJ, can you talk a little bit about what you expect from the racetrack? We're seeing more guys on 2 wheels than I feel like we have at any of our other visits to this track so far this year. What is it like out there?
Yeah, I think it was my 2nd session out there where I 2-wheeled it for the first time. I managed to keep it on all 4s or 3s since then, but it's the new tire compound, man. All it took was a little change in the rubber, and now this track has evolved from a year ago saying this track's slippery to come in here and be like, holy crap, there's so much grip. What are you going to do? It is what it is. You got to drive through it.
Well, AJ, we appreciate the time and you coming and chatting with us, so we're going to let you go and get ready for another heat race. Congrats on the Heat 1 win.
All right, thank you, Xander.
As we go back to the on-track action here, while we were following along with AJ, they have definitely traded the spot a couple of times here, Caleb, so we'll continue to keep an eye on it. Finn Bailiff on screen there, Weinberg all the way back, along with Eisert, and they have lost quite a bit of positions here, it looks like, as they go to the infield. Or sorry, not Eisert, that is actually Alan Isambard on screen behind Cameron Weinberg. Eisert still leads, but big backward slide for the 978 all the way outside the top 5 now.
Yeah, very kind of moving backwards here for Weinberg at this point, but everybody else still single foul line as Hernandez staying there in third. Finnegan Bailiff, a big gap back to him in the fourth spot, but doesn't have too much of a push from behind. Weinberg going to get passed again here by Alan Isambard, side by side by Kaufman and a couple of the National Motorsports machines. Team Ferris here, Connor Ferris, involved. Persing's involved. And a couple of others kind of going side by side on this main straightaway. Harrower looking to push someone and find a dancing partner. Not close enough, but a change for the lead now. James Overbeck on the inside of Steven Eisert. He's able to get clear in your new leader here. Eisert going to be in second. Hernandez around the outside looking to set up an over-under. Not going to get it done, but for Overbeck, who got his maiden national win at this very same racetrack, not in the championship fight here, but it would definitely mean a lot for him to kind of go back-to-back here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Well, when there's so many points up for grabs, sometimes you think someone's not really in the championship fight, and all of a sudden they can be. I mean, James Overbeck, 544 out of the lead coming into today. That's basically 2/3 of a race weekend's total haul, with 725 up for grabs. As there's another move, and Hernandez and Bailiff. I mean, Bailiff, Finn was trying to say, you better get through the corner, and Jose was about to tip on over. He had to jam on the brakes, and Finn is going to lose 1 and now 2 spots because of it. Eisert and Weinberg get in front of him, and Alan Isambard looks to cross him over, but James Overbeck enters the weekend in 8th, 544 back. It's 100 points to win each of the 3 heats. It's 400 points to win the main event. If James has another fantastic home weekend here in Ohio, he will enter Indiana, with an outside shot at the title in September. So it's not over yet, but like you said, he doesn't necessarily enter with probably championship on his mind, Caleb, because when you're that far back, you do need 2 massive weekends to leapfrog, and probably a guy like AJ Myers to have a bad one, and well, he just won his first heat race.
Yeah, and a couple of other guys here kind of dealing with very different things here at the moment, fighting it out. Finnegan Bailiff, Weinberg all just continuing to pass each other and stuff each other every single corner. Eisert involved. Alan Isambard in this group as well. Connor Ferris there further back. Kingston Himes as well, looking to work his way up the field. And you look there on the fence line, Matt Overbeck watching on as his son leads us away. Everybody else further back in this field, very, very long ways back to Weinberg, Bailiff, and others for third on back, as Hernandez looks to chase down James Overbeck, but closing down here about 3 car lengths, the gap in between those 2 OTKs, and further back a couple of Kart Republics, a couple of Sodi Racing USA machines. Harrower in this group as well, and they've probably set their differences aside by now and having to work together here at the moment, Xander.
Yeah, at least they've got a pretty good agreement, it seems like, to start rolling back forward. The problem is it took them so long, right? 2 seconds and some change back. Yes, there is still 7 laps to go, but, I mean, that needs a lot of trust throughout that entire lane. Look how many go-karts we got from about third on back. That is a ton of karts here, and they're already trading for 4th. That was Isambard getting by on Weinberg. Kaufman by on Eisert. Eisert with an over-under on Kaufman. Here comes Harrower again on the comp kart. That's going to split them apart a little bit. And yeah, I don't think anyone from this group now is Eisert and Kaufman collide in turn 1, and they both are going to lose a ton of time.
Yeah, all those drivers lose a whole lot of time. There's Persing on the inside of Eisert. Persing's able to get that move done, and everybody just slowed way down. Harrower now is going to be at the point of that group. Kaufman there with Ben Gaunt kind of locked in here, and they're still pushing along. So, man, oh man, what a race so far. Eisert looking to go back on Persing, not close enough.
Blake Hunt and the USPKS race officials, they have been really cracking down on the swerving and moving over when you're side by side with another driver in a straightaway. And that was a self-policing moment as Steven Eisert moved over on the interim Kart Republic Lorenzo Kaufman, and he cost himself some time. Unfortunately, Kaufman also paid the price, if not maybe even a little bit harsher. There is a look at the race director, Blake, keeping an eye on everybody across the line, and they are using the warning and penalty flags as they cross the loop. So there have already been a couple called in this heat race, and you don't want to get yourself marked up too high on the points already. Here's a move back down the inside for Steven. He's obviously trying to, mitigate the damage of what has happened so far in this race, because again, he is down a net of 7 spots now as he gets around Persing for 8 from the pole position, the front row for Steven Eisert to go as far back as he has. It can kind of rattle you and put you in a more frustrated place rather than that nice kind of moment of zen or neutral mentality that you need to have to not get too riled up on the racetrack, because it is very easy to do. Now, as we watch these three, Isambard leading, Cameron Weinberg and Finnegan Bailiff. They were 2.3 seconds back from James Overbeck and Jose Hernandez a few moments ago. They were 2.7 seconds back last time. This time first time working together properly. They gained a 10th, but we got 4 laps remaining. That won't be enough to make up any more time. It'll just kind of buy them some insurance from the group behind.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need a lot of time to be made up in the next couple of laps if they want to be within a shot of Overbeck and Hernandez. But even those two drivers, not even too close together. They're not bumper to bumper. They're not pushing, so they're kind of just a little bit separated at the moment. 2 car lengths in between those two drivers. So for all these guys, it could be the end of the road in this first heat race here, Xander. As you look on in the leaders, that gap still just very stagnant here in between Overbeck and Hernandez. Overbeck having enough speed to kind of stay ahead here of Hernandez.
About a car length gap there between the pair of them, and it's really kind of stayed like that, right? I mean, like you said, 3 tenths, 2.5 tenths, 3.5 tenths. It's kind of been that way the whole race. James there leaning on the limit of the tire, was hanging the right rear or left rear off the edge of the racetrack, almost kicked up some dust. Trying to keep Jose at bay. 3 to go for James Overbeck to try and win the first heat race opportunity he's had on the weekend, and as well to catapult himself at maybe a little bit closer to the championship lead. Again, when you look at the fact that a 4th place provisional result for Cooper Shipman happened in the previous heat, this could be another 10 or 15 points chipping away at the margin for James, and a good run through the heats, a great main event tomorrow. He might enter Mooresville with, only 100 or 200 points out of the points lead and have a serious shot to lock out all 3 KA Senior Championships of the 3 major series this year. He won the SCUSA Pro Tour last week or 2 weeks ago. He has a decent shot in Stars, and he's got a decent shot, probably the worst of the 3 in the US Pro Kart Series. But if he gets a good run today, gets this heat race win, and ends in with a good finale in Newcastle, Indiana, he has an outside chance. 2 to go, and that gap just opened up a ton. We're going to focus on 3rd, though. Big move, maybe, for Cameron Weinberg. How bad does he want to get by Alan Isambard? Looks like he's happy to stay where he's at and try to keep Finn Bailiff at bay.
Yeah, so they're still pushing on. To me, it seems like Hernandez made some sort of mistake there in 2nd. He was right behind Overbeck and lost a whole lot of time. So I would assume some sort of mistake, or Overbeck was able to open up that gap again here. But not too much fighting for 3rd on back. Weinberg just kind of happy to stay there behind Isambard, who gave him a Weinberg a little hand signal the last time around, just kind of telling him to continue to work together and be patient and get a move on here to try and close down their gap that little bit more. But sadly, they're running out of time. That gap up for the lead kind of opening up a lot more that time by in between Hernandez and Overbeck. So we'll take a look at that next time around. But Overbeck, a very, very big cushion for him. And also, Xander, you mentioned, for Overbeck, he thinks he's out of championship contention, but that also coming into a weekend like that, thinking that you're not in contention, all that pressure kind of comes off your shoulders, and you're able to just go out there and drive with a clear mind. So that's probably what's going on here for Overbeck right now, and definitely working out. But for Alan Isambard, going to start to defend here from Cameron Weinberg and Finnegan Bailiff.
Yeah, he's going to need to be careful about that, how much he does, because, again, starts getting dirt on the tires. If they do get around him, then he wouldn't have clean rubber to kind of challenge backwards. So going that low, I mean, you're on the awkward part of the circuit. He'll open back up, hit the rubber patch there in 7. Good move there. Up in front, you can see how much the gap's open. Overbeck should be able to close this one out nicely. Hernandez as well in 2nd, thanks to them fighting here for 3rd on back. Bailiff with a little run towards Weinberg. Weinberg's going to fade low at the back straightaway end. Nothing there. A little wide for Allen, but I think it's all going to kind of hold even to the last turn as James Overbeck, living just about 25 minutes down the road from this place. It has taken away wins. It has now got him a heat win in the U.S. Pro Kart Series. He wins heat 1 for C&D. Hernandez second, Isambard, Weinberg, Bailiff. Eisert crosses the line in 6th. Harrower 7th. Ferris, Kingston Himes, Ryan Persing ends out the top 10 in the opening heat for Group C and D in KA100 Senior. There's a look once again all the way down to Lorenzo Kaufman, who was unable to climb any higher back from 11th after that big moment he had with Steven Eisert early on. And then our lone finisher further back on the second page there, David Martinez in 16th. We'll take a quick break here. We'll come back with more. We're about halfway through the rotation with all the divisions on deck for the U.S. Pro Kart Series Ohio State Grand Prix.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that helps a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Mini Swift out on the racetrack now. We'll see if they get the green flag this time by. And they don't, so Josh Bergman and Royce Vega going to have to hold off for one more time around. Those are the two drivers on your front row, the TKG Kart Republic and the Benek Machine on row number 1. Mika Baruch, Rocco Simone on row 2. Parker Ives, Nico Orbezo on row number 3. You go back to Ben Gloverman and Marco Salmon on row 4. Rounding up your top 10, John McClellan and William Vitor. Simon Jack Klein and Nico Katowski on row number 6. Maxwell Macha, Asher Loon, Harry Thomas, Jose Carlos Murad, Colton Schniegenberg, Bashi Jimenez, and Enzo Di Gennaro and Aston Wyatt running up your top 20 starters here in this one. And you go back to the last couple of rows here, and you go back to Benja Fernandez, Paxton Romero, Jan Bindi, Easton Kupinski, Chandler, Nacho Wadi, Robert Lash, Montalvo, Rodolfo Lavin, and John Taft here. So that is your starting lineup here for Mini Swift. So going to be an action-packed one on what was an action-packed qualifying for all these drivers. Just one group, everybody going out on the racetrack at the same time, but Josh Bergman and Royce Vega gonna lead us to green here, and Bergman with a lot of experience leading us away at this very racetrack a couple of weeks ago. But we're in the tram lines for the second time already. Do we get the green flag this time by? And it looks like we didn't. So that could ultimately trigger there a change on the front row after the second try. So that'll be for race director Blake Hunt to decide, and we'll wait on here. But yeah, gonna have to try it one more time here for Josh Bergman and Royce Vega on the front row. Simone right behind as well. So it was an action-packed qualifying. A lot of these drivers kind of playing games early on, not wanting to lead, not wanting to show each other, not wanting to work together. And when you look at the top 10 and you see the difference in teams, the difference in chassis, the difference in manufacturers, all these guys kind of racing for themselves here and trying to lead, I guess, the solo operation for their Swift categories here this weekend. But a lot of these drivers are going to have to put that aside here in heat racing action and try and work together however much that they can. And it's all going to start off with Vega and Bergman here. So we look on, Alex Bertignoli, trackside here as well. And they're telling them to kind of get back in a line and slow down just a little bit more. So we look on and await the green flag this time around for Josh Bergman and Royce Vega for the third time here. Race still hasn't started, so we wait on to kick off our 12 laps with these mini Swift drivers, but gonna take the cut through this time by, and Bergman kind of pointing back to Mika Baruch, telling him to slow down and you know, slow the field down here. So it's looking pretty quick, but we'll see how it turns out here in this one. Looks a lot better this time out, and you see Bergman there raising his hand, telling everybody to kind of slow down. Not gonna go yet. Smoke in the air, and green flag is out this time by. What a move there by Simone on the inside. Bergman not able to get it done there. A lot of drivers, one driver going around. Everybody able to evade. Goodness gracious. William Vitor, or one of the Jay Howard Kart Republics there went around, and I do believe it was William Vitor there, unfortunately went around, but up for the lead. What a start for Royce Vega. The first time we've seen the outside work out today. He's able to get it done. Simone is second. Orbezo's up to third. Bergman in fourth, Mika Baruch there back in fifth, and everybody else single file line now. But what a start to this race for the kid from Dallas, Texas, to get it done and get out to the point of the field for Rocco Simone being in second as well. That was a good start for him. Took to the inside line, looked to get it done, and on the inside is Mika Baruch. Able to get ahead of Josh Bergman there. Samet going side by side with Gleberman, who's on the inside. Bergman gets it done. Baruch stuck on the outside. Going to lose a spot in the process. Gleberman looked to go through. Going to lose his spot back to Marco Samet here. So everybody just kind of fighting it out here in the first couple of corners and not leaving any bit of room here on the racetrack. But a change for the lead already. Simone not wasting any time. He's going to go to the point. Nicholas Orbezo up to second. And Royce Vega goes to third here. So already big shuffling in this field, Xander.
Quite a bit of shuffling, that's for sure, Caleb, here. And we're going to go down and chat with Alexander Searle, grabbing another one of our superstar drivers. Let's talk to James Overbeck, Heat 1 winner here from K100 Senior Group C&D. James, this place has been a whole lot of memories for you, but that was a good opening run in Heat number 1. Talk about it. I mean, you were able to break away there at the end and made it kind of look easy.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to start the day off like that. You know, with 3 heat races today, so now you know later on if you have a bad heat race, it's still okay. But yeah, I started the race at third, I think. Got up to second, battled back and forth a little bit. But then I knew Iser, he took off really well the first lap or so, and then I started to catch up to him a little bit. I think he started to fall off, and I knew if I could get in front of him and like block Tris for a few corners and start to get them to battle behind me a little bit, I knew I could get a little bit of a gap. So I was able to do just that, and the match, but last 3 laps or so I started to pull away. So yeah, it was good. I feel like so far this weekend, especially yesterday with how the practice groups were split up, I kind of got put with a group with not as many big names in it. So it was definitely nice to see kind of how I stacked up to everyone else, and we seem to be really good so far. And I think the next 2 heat races are going to be a little bit more difficult, but hopefully we can keep it up and keep a good day going.
No doubt that you're having a good day here, James, as we've been able to watch it so far. The kart looks good. I asked AJ a little bit. Everybody's struggling to keep from going on to two wheels. How has that been for you guys? Are you guys on a similar setup to where you were through the other couple of events at this racetrack, or are you having to do a couple different things as a driver, as a team?
It's been the last two races here, especially with the Rhino patches in the back. I know from the Rotex race earlier a few months ago that had a lot of rubber down and played an effect to the Stars race. But yeah, we've been doing some different stuff. I think that's why you're seeing some of the people who ran up front at Stars struggle a little bit. Like, I know in the first heat, Mick was really struggling. Even Finn hasn't been as quick, I feel like, as he's been. So it's definitely a lot different. We've had to do a lot of different things that we really haven't done over the past few months. So it's interesting to see how the track can change just from one race to another. But I think I'm not the tallest person, so I really haven't had to worry about going up on two wheels too much. I feel like I've got pretty under control. But yeah, you see AJ. I mean, AJ is a decent amount taller than me, so I can see how he could struggle with that. But yeah, hopefully the setup stays under us. Hopefully we don't have to change too much as the day goes on. The track changes a little bit more, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, with all that said, James, we appreciate the time and appreciate you chatting with us here in the moment. So we'll let you get back to it, get some lunch, and look forward to watching the final two heats of the day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Once again, folks, that was James Overbeck from the BJR MDR group as we've watched the first couple of laps underway here in Mini Swift. And, well, Rocco Simone has a nice little margin. The Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver, half a second up on Royce Vega. So that gap back to him, holding nicely as they crest the hill, but it is closing a little bit. Vega and Samet did make up a lot of ground as they came up and over the hill.
Yeah, so did Ashton Woon. He's up to fourth here now, so a good drive up the field for Ashton Woon to kind of get himself there, and that's your championship points leader here in Mini Swift, so he's going to really need a good result here to try and close down his gap to the top three. Orbezo just fell back a little bit of ways. He's back to sixth here now. Parker Ives was able to get ahead of him the last time around. Baruch in seventh. Kitowski in eighth. Gleberman in ninth. And Jose Carlos Murat, who had a really good showing at Dowsman a month ago, just about having a good showing here as well, running up your top 10. But Rocco Simone, on his return from Europe, leads us away here. And everybody else single file line. They're further back. Nico Kitowski on the inside of Baruch. He's able to get it done. So Kitowski's up to seventh now and chasing down Nico Orbezo. Yeah, good move there by Vega to get up to the point of the field, and that's going to bring Ashton Woon back into play. So Woon going to close down his gap just that little bit more, then go side by side there for a second. Samet in tow, Simone in third. Everybody else looking to kind of close down their gaps as well here and try and work together as much as they can. So everybody else still single file line, and just a little bit of car length separates everybody in the field here at the moment, and they all kind of look on ahead as they're a little bit ways back. From Moon on back to Parker Ives, that's about a half a second gap, and a lot of work to do kind of for Parker to get up there on the rear bumper of Ashton Woon. As Woon, actually, that's going to help out Parker a lot with Samet losing his spot to Woon. Up 10 spots so far in this race on the inside, looking to make it 11 here on Simone. He gets it done.
We got to remember back here for the SCUSA Pro Tour, this event, Ashton Woon swept the weekend, both main events that weekend in the Mini Swift class with a major win, and then went on, I believe, here to win a couple weeks ago for the Stars Championship event as well. It's been a very kind racetrack to the 195 Super Tune machine. And again, he enters the weekend 85 markers up on Parker, so another good run in the heats here could kind of extend that margin before they go to Newcastle Motorsports Park. And here's a move for the lead. Ashton Woon to the point. Back to third falls Royce Vega. Simone able to follow into second. And there is a little fade down the inside. Parker Ives wanted to get into the top five. He could not quite complete the move. He's further up in the top five, really. But he couldn't quite get by on Marco Sammet, so he stays back, and now he's got to worry about Katowski. Look at how many. What a fight here in Mini Swift. We've got an awesome group up front. It's nearly 9 or 10 deep as we approach 4 laps to go, this time by the line. There's Katowski by on Ives for P5.
Gleberman was able to get through as well, and Mika Baruch and Maxwell Macha just kind of got stuck there on the outside as well, so he got past. So Macha now back to 9th when they cross the stripe this time around, but time still running out here. 9 laps down, a couple of more to go. There goes Gleberman on the inside of Orbezo, just overshoots it, drops a tire into the grass. Maxwell Macha looking to take advantage. They're going to go side by side into turn number 3. Macha not able to stay ahead of Ben Gleberman there.
So as they exit, we got big issues. The championship points leader is slowing coming out of turn number 5. Ashton Woon hand in the air, and the Super Tune Parolin out of the lead in heat number 1 is struggling for power as he goes to the S's. Here comes Josh Bergman in the middle of the group. That is all the way back, it looks like, around the early teens. And wow, talk about a shakeup here in the points. All of a sudden, Parker Ives goes from looking at that points lead, potentially getting up to maybe another 20 markers running inside the top 5, back to 6, maybe another 30 added on to the 85-point lead. Now, as Ashton Woon fades all the way to the rear, that championship title fight is going to close to within about 20 to 30 points.
There goes Royce Vega on the inside there. Simone, he's able to get clear. So, again, a lot of championship implications, but a lot of stuff going on here. Everybody kind of fighting it out for the lead. Sammet looked on the inside of Vega, wasn't close enough. Katowski looked to go through, and there's Ashton Woon into the pits here early on, but back onto the racetrack, still fighting it out. Parker Ives and Nico Katowski there, going side by side for a second. Katowski able to stay ahead of Ives.
Heartbreak for Parker as he goes into this, for Ashton Woon as he goes into the scale line. Up and over the hill, though. We're going to hit 2 to go this time, and, well, it's been crunch time all race long. It's about to be a whole lot tighter, I think, up front, and I don't know if there's room to get closer than where they're running right now. This line goes all the way back to 11 with Jose Carlos Murad, but through the back hairpins, Marco Sammet and Simone able to get through on Vega, and it's Marco who leads us to the 2 to go signal, and the entire train back to the Iron Rock Tony Kart is single file, now double file, through to the lead for Rocco Simone.
Yeah, he was able to get clear there, and there's Katowski still looking on the inside of Parker Ives, but just not close enough to get it done. That's going to back up Mika Baruch and Nico Orbezo, who looks to go on Baruch. Baruch goes lower. Everybody side by side. Vega goes on Sammet. Simone back up, stays at the point. Everybody else single file line, and Josh Bergman going to close down his gap here in a couple of moments' time.
Can't say it enough. This is incredible from the Mini Swift drivers so far, with nearly 9 to 10 deep here through the infield. But with that said, when we've seen packs get this big, Caleb, it only takes one mistake for it to explode, and we lose 3 to 4 drivers in the chaos as they come up and over the hill on the back straightaway. Simone is going to lead them all the way to the low side with Royce Vega in tow. And to the outside trying to go by is Parker Ives. Around the sweeper we go, through the back couple of hairpins, and towards the dog leg. It'll be side by side in the back. It'll be single file up front as they race down to Porter for the white flag.
Side by side all the way into turn number 1. Simone to the bottom. Royce Vega's able to get clear with some help from Parker Ives. He goes to the point. Parker Ives on the inside. Ben Gleberman around the outside. Looks to go on his teammate. He's able to get it done. How about that for Ben Gleberman up inside of the top 3.
Vega all the way against the grass going into turn 4. Ives down the inside on Sammet to hold on to that spot there. Gleberman, like you said, out of nowhere. He was not in the top 5 this entire heat race. He's now in 3rd. On the bumper, knocking on the door of the lead. Although his teammate Parker Ives got a big run out of the S's. Parker cut him a break there, tucked back in. Unfortunately, the pair lost some ground to these two. Big over-under from Rocco. He'll get a nose down low up and over the hill. Rocco Simone to the inside of Royce Vega for the lead as they cross and over towards the back sweeper.
They're still going side by side here. Vega there. And there goes Simone to the bottom. Gleberman looking to set up an over-under. He's not close enough to get it done. Not going to be good enough. Simone going to come out of this last little right-hander out of the dog leg in the lead.
To the checkered flag we go. Here they are coming onto the front straightaway at the line. Simone holds on over Royce Vega. Parker Ives 3rd. Ben Gleberman 4th. Marco Sammet into 5th there at the end. Look how close the delta ends all the way back to 11th. 1.3 seconds. I thought at one point through that race there, Caleb, multiple points, that it was too many together. Too many karts running that close, fighting for the win. We were going to have some tears, but they all make it. The only DNF out of this entire heat, at least out of that main group, was Ashton Woon. The other DNF, Aston Wyatt. 28 of the 30 mini Swifts finish, and 11 of them finish under a second and a half apart back to Maxwell Macha in 11th. What an impressive result there for the minis. And Rocco Simone, through it all, gets the heat win. Parker Ives, though, is going to make up a lot of points. That's a 90-point haul for Parker in this heat race, and that might bring them just about dead even when all is said and done going to heat number 2. He entered the weekend 85 back. Vega third will also make up a lot with a P2 run. Samet will make up a lot. And I mean, this championship in mini, and one might have just gotten to KA Junior level close. Now, talking about championships, Paulie Massimino had a good shot at the SCUSA Pro Tour a couple weeks ago, has an outside shot at the championship here in the U.S. Pro Kart Series, but to get himself into a good shot in Newcastle, he needs a good run this weekend. Paulie, good to see you down there on the grid. Let's chat a little bit how things have gone. It was a so-so quali effort. Is that fair to say?
I was a little upset with my qualifying performance. I felt like we had good pace throughout the day. Struggled with a little bit of mechanical stuff throughout the day, but once we had it going, it was good. And I think we just kind of misjudged the way the track changed for qualifying and got a little bit too tight, and I think it hurt us a little bit.
Moving on to heat number 1 here, Paulie. As you watch the track progress throughout the day yesterday, what are we expecting when the heat starts to finally show up? It was a cool morning here in the warm-up. Is there any bit of you that thinks that what you were able to try in that session is going to carry over to heat number 1?
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching. Inside is usually more beneficial. As we just saw in the mini race, I think it can go either way, but I think you have a better. Chance starting on the inside, and that's where I'm at. So just try and make up spots every heat race, and just try to get a good.
Well, we appreciate the time here, Paulie. We will let you head on over to get ready and get the suit on as the X30 Juniors roll on the racetrack, and we know you'll be up on deck here in about 20 minutes. So best of luck. Once again, folks, that was Paulie Massimino. So as the BJR MDR crew just saw James Overbeck win the heat in KA Senior. Bar is set high for Paulie, but he's going to have a tall task ahead for all 3 heats if he wants to win any of them rolling from outside of the top 5. For your X30 Juniors, let's take a look at the starting lineup. Chico Brown will lead us to green alongside Enzo Vidmontien. Here with Iago Lempin and Sarah Bradley on row number 2, Caleb.
You go back to Maxwell Island, Foster Arnaudo, Ardiles, Gassiet Lee, Fisher, and Murphy rounding up your top 10. And a lot more. Find your favorite driver, but this time around, green flag is out, and we are racing here in X30 Junior. A really good start there by Chico Brown and Iago Lempin. A couple of drivers off the racetrack. Davin Roberts goes around. A couple of the RPG Cosmics go around and into the wall. That's Victor de Alencar, if I'm not mistaken, or could be Scarborough as well in the wall here.
Yeah, a couple of them all together. That was the Alencar, Scarborough, Ramirez, and Roberts. They all started right near each other, back 14th to 17th. So lots of contact on the opening turn, and we've got more problems. How about Jackson Wolney off in turn 4? This one looks to be more mechanical than anything else. Jackson Wolney in the SCR Red Speed has parked it on the outside of the second hairpin. So right like that, a lot of attrition to begin this heat race, as Vidmontien has at least gotten around Iago Lempin, but has lost a ton of time to the race leader, Chico Brown. What's the gap going to be at the end of lap number 1? Well, it's about half a second, pushing 7/10. It will be 8/10 with 1 lap in the books.
Yeah, already, I mean, a pretty good start here for Enzo Vidmontien and Iago Lempin to kind of get up there. And for the lead Speed Concepts racing driver here in Sarah Bradley, she finds herself in 4th, and a really good qualifying, effort yesterday puts her up there and higher up in this field. So going to see Sarah inside of the top 5, but a lot of work to do to catch up to Iago Lempin. And Chico Brown especially, who's just kind of running away with it here at the moment. For Diego Ardiles, finding himself further back in the field as well. Just not the best qualifying for him and struggling in this class as well. So unfortunate there for Ardiles.
Up and over the crest here once again with Bradley on the bumper of Lempin. She'll actually get a nose down low. Nice move. Sarah Bradley will pick up another spot. P3 for the young lady out of Florida. And behind her, Max Weiland with a big charge. Out of the dogleg onto the front straightaway. Weiland, does he go on Lempin? Lempkin's going to fade low. He'll keep it for the moment, but he is sideways, and Max wants to get through. He just can't get there. Ardiles with a big run into turn number 2 as well. Keep in mind, again, Diego Ardiles leads the championship coming into this weekend, but he's got to make up spots in every heat after a not-so-great quali, and a bit of an oversend from Weiland. Has an over-under from Lempin, but now the points leader is going to lose a spot, and he'll lose 2. Now he'll lose 3 as Chase Gassiet-Lee gets by. Make it 4. Here comes Ty Fisher.
Yep, Fianchy was able to get through there as well, so everybody just fighting it out here this stage of the race. Nobody giving each other any room as Fianchy goes off the racetrack there. Chase Gassiet-Lee going to chase him back down, and they're going to fight it into the sweeping left-hander here. They're still side by side, and you see a lot of pushing and shoving. Alexander Vanchev in this group. Diego Ardiles not too far back and looking to close back on the rear bumper of his ex-teammate in Fianchy. Ty Fisher up there, but everybody fighting it out for whatever bit of track position that they can get in. It's been argy-bargy all race long as Ty Fisher gets even closer to Chase Gassiet-Lee in turn number 2. Not close enough to get it done that time around, and Fianchy looking to close down as well as Ty Fisher drops a tire. He just went over the rumble strips, and they drug him all into the grass, and he lost a lot of spots. But Goy got through, and he lost a lot of time. Peterson, I believe, right behind him, if I'm not mistaken here.
As they exit that infield hairpin, look at the gaps, how they've spread through the entire field. Big run up the hill for Chico. A second back to Vidmontien. 8/10 back to Bradley. And one more just went off. Lempin went off there. Here comes Chase to the inside. Yago's going to go all the way off on his own. And again, that's just from the dirt and marbles getting on the tires in one corner, then going back to the dirty side again. And he just lost about 5 spots. It is so treacherous. You cannot afford to get offline for even a heartbeat here, Caleb.
That's always been one of the biggest things that we've talked about this year, the new compound and kind of making it super tricky. Anything offline here has been super difficult. You saw Ty Fisher kind of go over the rumble strips here on the exit of turn number 3, and that kind of just drug him into the grass as well. So he's going to have a lot of work to do to clean off his tires. That was a lap ago, so we'll see what it looks like for Ty Fisher now, but everybody just struggling with everything offline, and that's in every single class that we come to. And just Yago Lempin was, didn't benefit from that at all as Fisher looks to go on the inside of Peterson. Got a nose in. Peterson shuts the door, and right behind them, Tristan Murphy looks to follow through. Everybody's still single file line here and still fighting here just outside of the top 10.
Through the S's, through the sweeper for Ardiles. He's gotten back around Fianchy. Now Vanchev's going to go by on Fion. He'll take that spot away. Let's check out where they've kind of netted out, right? Fianchy up 4 spots. Granted, now back to only a net gain of 3. Vanchev up 5. Ardiles is finally able to take a breath and say, all right, I'm back to where I started, but we've got half as many laps here with 6.5 to go and a big delta up front as he tries to manage the points lead here in X30 Junior. Now, this was one of the bigger gaps coming into the weekend when we look at championships. The only one bigger, I believe, was Austin Garrison's lead in X30 Pro. Ardiles had 252, and that was back to his teammate Jackson Wolney, who we just already saw have that mechanical failure on lap number 1 and go out in turn 4. So with that alone, Ardiles' lead is going to get at least a little bit bigger. How much bigger, we don't quite know. The next best is Vanchev, 361 back. So while he doesn't want to use that big points cushion of half a race weekend, it's, I would think, at least take a little pressure off having a run like this where you just can't seem to get any momentum going in the right direction.
Yeah, speaking of Austin yesterday, saying kind of clinching it here this weekend would mean a lot and take a lot of pressure, especially when you go to that last round. So that, again, would mean a lot for Diego Ardiles, but just hasn't had the pace so far to kind of get himself in a comfortable position here so far. He's chasing down Chase Gassiet-Lee, but everybody's fighting. Nobody's giving up any positions. And as they go around here into turn number 5, everybody's still single file line, and up ahead, Chico Brown just absolutely checked out and in a zip code of his own.
Yeah, what a performance here for Chico Brown here in X30 Junior. The last time he was in an X30 package at this racetrack he was dominant to close out the weekend. In fact, he was dominant in both junior categories on Sunday at the SCUSA Pro Tour a month and a half ago. Then went right off there to the FIA Academy Series, where he's the United States representative for us across the pond, and came back to the States, ran some more testing, and now here, after an up-and-down weekend in Indiana 2 weeks ago to close out the Pro Tour that unfortunately didn't see him walk away with a couple titles, although he did have, I believe, one race win over the weekend. He's at a racetrack that has probably been his best statistically in 2024, and that's the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati right here in Batavia, Ohio. And he's putting on display why he has the results that he has here. I mean, given the opportunity to break away, he's been flawless. That lead has just slowly gotten bigger and bigger against Enzo Vidmontien, who was the next best when we were here for the Pro Tour, and did everything he could to keep Turner within sights. But for the two drivers, two of the most highly regarded juniors in this year's class of KA and X30 Junior pilots, to watch Turner have the better of the two of them on a head-to-head pace battle is impressive. That was another 2/10 added that lap alone, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, this racetrack is definitely, David Land kind of mentioned it, right? It's a driver's track, and it's very technical. It's bumpy. It's twisty. It's fast and where it needs to be. But overall, you need to be on your marks. You need to be on it every single time you go around. It's man and machine kind of working together to kind of get it done here. And lady and machine for Sarah Bradley, I should say here, and she's right behind Max Weiland, just on the outside of a podium here in this heat race. So she's looking to get by on Mad Max Weiland. She's going to have a good run here on the back straightaways, Xander.
The two of them running in tandem right now. If they are fast enough, they might be able to break away. I don't think they are, though. So like you said, she might be looking to go by on Max sooner rather than later. Behind, that is a move there from Chase Gassie at Lee on Fausto Arnado. Arnado's now lost 2 positions this lap as Ardiles has clawed his way into the top 5. And Diego's going to have a chance to get up to Bradley and Weiland for 3rd, which would be one heck of a points boost for him. So 3 laps to go. This is 4th or 5th, 6th and 7th on your screen right there. Had to think for a moment of where we were on the racetrack, Caleb, but P6, P7 for Chase Gassie at Lee and Fausto Arnado right there. Back behind them, you got Dean Peterson here in 13th. This is Ty Fisher all the way back to 14th, just ahead of David Ramirez on the RPG Cosmic in 15th. So not an ideal start to Saturday for Ty, but that was a good launch out of 7. He'll get a run, maybe try and claw back up a few more spots.
Yeah, but it's kind of been that way for Ty Fisher all week long. Spoke to his dad as Bradley going on the inside there of Max Weiland. She's able to get clear, but again, back on Ty Fisher. I mean, they've been struggling on that X30 package all weekend long and just haven't had the speed that they needed in that TB kart machine. And obviously, Louis Speck being here with them this weekend, kind of helping them out just a little bit, but they're still struggling. And for Sarah Bradley as well, I mean, she's done a good job so far after what was last time out here. She struggled a lot with finding a spare chassis, and Sodi Racing USA had a spare one, and that's what she's running and what she's been running ever since. And she's doing a good job of it right now, leading Diego Ardila as the championship points leader, and Max Weiland away from 3rd on back. Weiland looked to fade low, not close enough, and Ardila has kind of been clawing back and silently getting back up there every single corner. So closing down his gap to these 2 drivers right ahead of him. So we'll see a move here shortly from Diego Ardiles.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be, a long wait at all, Caleb. That's a great point because he has tracked them down from a ways away and almost 2 times over when you factor in him kind of getting shuffled wide in turns 1 and 2 earlier on in the race. So they hit the dog leg again. 1 lap to go in the fight for 4th, 5th, 6th, and on back. Bradley in 3rd. May even have to fight for that as Weiland got a little kind of second win there through turns 1 and 2, and they both pulled back away from Ardiles, surprisingly enough. But now Sarah's going to begin to fade a little low, and Weiland tried to get alongside her. He couldn't quite get through without making contact, so now he's got to go on the defensive from Ardiles. And again, still just kind of lurking. Chase Gassie at Lee, still lurking Arnado, and Alex Vanchev, again, not far back either. So this is 3rd all the way to 8th. There's a big move from Ardiles. He'll send Weiland to the weeds, and he drops back 1, 2, about to be 3 spots with Arnado looking low.
There was Arnado on the inside of Weiland, who's stuck on the outside. Arnado's able to get clear, but that move in that sweeping left-hander, it means a lot. But for Chico Brown, this heat race, definitely going to mean a lot. Good swing in the championship. He takes away heat race number 1. Enzo Vidmontien crosses the line second.
Enzo really put on the parachute there in the last 2 laps, knowing the gap he had. I think he's thinking the only way he's got a chance at Chico by the end of the day is to probably save the tires. He gave up a whole second, slowing the pace down on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. Brown, on the other hand, consistent lap after lap after lap. What a showing for Turner here in the opening heat race. That just put everybody, I think, on notice. 3.8 back to Enzo. Granted, the gap was growing to about 1.5 to 2 seconds before Enzo started to really tire save and kind of fall backwards. But when you look at the pace from lap 1 to lap 12, all within about 2/10 for Turner Brown. His best lap coming on lap number 10. They've got him dialed exactly where they want him to be. Vidmontien, Bradley, Ardiles, again moving up 3. Gassi Lee with a net gain of 3. Vanchev a net gain of 6 to end up into that 7th spot as we look through past your top 10 and 15 to the final few in X30 Junior all the way back to Fernando Zapata. And then again, we had a couple of DNFs, unfortunately. KA Masters is on deck, but X30 Pro Senior is getting ready to follow them up. And, well, we've been able to chat with a couple of the regular contenders we've gotten so used to over the course of this season. We've got 2, actually really 3 drivers that were in the top 10 we haven't seen much of at all in the class, or in the case of Luis Speck, here at all in the U.S. in 2024. Luis, first and foremost, welcome back officially to the U.S. Since the last time we saw you was back in Las Vegas. You ran the top 10 in that stacked KZ2 Pro Shifter field. How has your weekend been? We saw speed, but then an unfortunate speed bump after the sessions ended yesterday.
Yes, the pace was really good, and unfortunately I got disqualified in the qualifying when I was P4. And
moving on, though, to today, I mean, that kind of puts you in a really awkward spot where you've got to really dig hard and try to make up all that ground. So when we talk about, working through the pack here, learning through practice, do you feel pretty confident that, through these 3 heat races, you can make up a lot of moves pretty easily on this racetrack?
yes, I think it's for sure it's difficult to overtake here, but I will do my best to go back to the front.
Well, Luis, it's good to see you back. It's good as a fellow driver of the Green Machines here, watching you on. We're rooting you on and definitely having the camera on that Kartplex TB cart to see how much ground you can make up through the 3 heat races. So we'll let you get ready. We appreciate the time.
Yes.
There you go from Luis Speck as he gets ready to roll. And you can definitely tell already as we are getting closer to that opening X30 Pro Senior heat race that the drivers, including Luis Speck, are getting a little more quiet, a little bit more focused, and a little bit more ready to go racing. K100 Masters is ready, folks, on the other side. And here's a look one more time through the timeline again. Heat 2, Heat 3, all following the lunch break, kicking off at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. 2 more heat races remain here in the opening round of heats this morning, beginning with our K100 Masters here that are on deck, and we'll see them in a moment.
your KA100 Masters getting set to go green here as Robbie Bajoso now. Was Tom Gersher yesterday, but Robbie Bajoso going to lead us to the green flag starting on the pole position. Laurencio Mardan starting alongside him. Coelho, Martin Stone on row 2. You go back to Clay Settles. Andy Kutcher on row 3. Carapalati, Mir, Elefante, Queen, Kim Carapalati, Andre Isaac, and Janae Din not able to take the green flag today, but we are racing here in KA Masters. Bajoso on the bottom of the racetrack. Coelho goes around. Martin Stones is in the wall. And a lot of drivers collected here early on. Carapalati's involved and others, but man, oh man, unfortunate there for Nicky Coelho.
That was probably the weirdest opening quarter spin I think we've seen since we've been here for the last all of the majors. Martin Stone trying to get back underway now. He will, as he pulls the go-kart out of the grass, refires and continues half the track behind, but I mean, it's like they all hit ice the moment they went into the corner, and there was nothing wrong. I don't think that happened on the cool-down lap of the X30 Juniors. I don't know what would have caused all of them to lock the brakes up unless they were all just completely unanticipating the spin in front and chain reaction. He hits the brakes hard, you hit the brakes hard, and then you all go around. But odd deal down in turn number 1. Regardless, we at least got some of them that made it through. Bajoso leads. And side by side for second, Settles, Kutcher back and forth. And Kutcher will go through on the red speed. And Miguel Mir lining up behind them there in 4th. Back to then Andre Isaac trailing Kim Carapalati. Then you go to Paul Elefante and Austin Queen, the first of the drivers that got collected. I mean, that was basically half of our field with Junaid Dean as a scratch for the weekend. And Martin Stone, he was able to continue, but I think he went, no, he still was going, or at least he was for a moment. He might have pulled back off. There he is. He just went by the loop now. 33 seconds away because he had to fully pull the kart out, get back in, refire. But yeah, I mean, literally half of our grid lost in turn number 1.
Yeah, very interesting, I guess, start to this one. Andy Kutcher was one of the beneficiaries out of that. He's gained a couple spots as well for Clay Settles. He's up a couple as well. So all these drivers kind of benefiting. Miguel Mir as well. And Bajoso just out in the lead with a big gap back to second. So there you have Robbie, who hadn't been in a KA since 2015 Robopong, and that's quite some time. And yesterday was his first time after so many years getting back in single speed action, and he's getting it done here with only 14 laps on the weekend before the qualifying session where he put it on the pole position. And after he took that helmet off, everybody kind of figured out that's not Tom Gersher, that's Robbie Bajoso, and myself and Alex Rowe had a kick out of it. But Robbie happy to be back at the go-kart and racing here at a track that's kind of treated him so well in the shifter category last year at the Star Championship Series, putting himself on the podium, an all-Magic Kart podium that weekend with Talon Yako and Michael Riccio. So Bajoso, a lot of experience around this racetrack, and you can say the same thing about Andy Kutcher, who does the MCC Pro-Am Championship Series here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, and very competitive there. And you see him now closing down his gap to Robbie Bajoso on the main straightaway here. He has a big toe. So for Kutcher on the rear bumper here, Bajoso going to look to go through in turn 2. Going to be happy for now to follow along the team owner here.
Yeah, happy to follow, but he was faster. Last time by was 4/10 better than Robbie Bajoso. 59.721 for Robbie and a 59.309 for Andy Kutcher. He's closing in. We might see them get after it and battle for the lead in a moment, but it's still early, and we want to chat with a few more of the upcoming X30 Pro drivers for their first heat race. How about it for this young man, Carter McMurray, X30 Pro debut, just in general, national senior class debut. Now, I know that you've been putting in the laps at Trackhouse Motorplex on this package, so you're familiar with the X30 engine and the tire. But did you expect to start this weekend this close to the race leaders, the guys who have been racing this class for almost a decade so far?
No, not at all. Definitely the youngest kid here, but I wasn't even supposed to race this weekend. I was supposed to run a Legends car up in Virginia, but it got rain due to that big storm. So me and my dad and Timmy Tech, we came here for this weekend. Overall, my pace has been much better than I expected. You know, these guys are like so much better than you realize, like timing-wise, like everybody's just so close. It's just so difficult to get that extra tenth that can put you just so much farther up the grid. But yeah, I feel like I've done really well this weekend so far.
Granted, like you said, I know that your focus is continuing to progress and work more on the Legends Car program, and hopefully with partners like Vast Pro Shops, we see you on TV here in a couple of years marching up the ladder like your dad, Jamie. But are there any nerves lining up on the grid here for this first heat race, going up against some of these literally professional go-kart drivers and guys that have been racing in this class as long as you've been racing, period?
Oh yeah, for sure. My nerves and heartbeat right now are pretty high. So I'm going to go out there, try to be as consistent, don't make any mistakes, and we'll see where we end up.
Carter, we appreciate you taking the time to chat with us before you head out for your first heat race. We'll be rooting for you. It's cool to see a new face running up front, a new brand towards the front outside of Oliver Hodgson. We haven't had a lot of comp karts at the front of the Pro X30 class, so you've done great already. We're looking forward to more. Best of luck in Heat 1.
Thank you.
Once again, folks, that was Carter McMurray. So as we continue to roll through the opening heat races here, there is one more to go before the lunch break, and that is, again, the X30 Pro category. Now, checking back in here with these KA Masters getting ready to go. Well, they have already started going and started trading positions. Andy Kutcher to the lead. Robbie Boydeshow, or the man they call Thor inside the Magic Tent, back to second, and it looks like he's still looking for a little more speed as he reaches down to adjust the carburation. Clay Settles says, all right, if you're struggling, well, I got to go. He'll take over second on the top cart.
Yeah, Clay Settles, spoke to him yesterday. Very happy to be back at a racetrack here this weekend after having a struggle weekend with motor issues all weekend long at the Stars Championship Series a couple of weeks ago. So for him to be running inside the top three, I know he's going to be really happy about this for that top cart lead driver here this weekend, and kind of chasing down Andy Kutcher, a driver who he's raced with and against more times than not here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And for Miguel Mir as well, who didn't have the qualifying that he's used to be able to close down this gap to the top three and get that little bit closer in his Ursuline Racing Tony kart is definitely a good showing from the old man.
Yeah, how about that, right? Miguel Mir, and he's kind of had a bit of a hiatus. Hasn't been at every major event that we've covered over the summer, which is weird to say and weird to feel. We're so used to seeing Miguel on the grid everywhere we go. Happy to have him back. Happy to have him running as well as he is. Let's see if he's going to be happy enough and fast enough to get by Robbie for third. He got to his rear bumper coming down the front straightaway. Ultimately, he'll wait at least a little while longer, and probably for that reason right there, Caleb, that was a big two-wheel moment for Miguel.
Yeah, seems like a lot of grip here for Miguel Mir going into turn number 2, and that's kind of been one of the big talking points here this weekend with just, bigger guys, taller guys that are kind of sit a little taller in the go-kart. I mean, Xander, you have a lot of experience in this as well, especially racing last weekend. It's really hard to kind of go around on a racetrack when you're a taller guy and your teammate's almost a smaller guy. You can't use the exact same setup because the same thing that works for him isn't going to work for you. Same thing earlier on today with Herrera and Aiden Rudolph. Rudolph's a taller guy. A lot more grip for him being a taller guy with this high of grip levels around a racetrack like MCC.
Right. Well, again, the driver makes up at least half, if not more than half, of the weight of the entire package. So your posture, how you sit, if you're more upper body, if you're more lower body, all of that factors into how the go-kart reacts, even how your body shifts through the corner. Everyone kind of has their own little, lean in or out. That all plays into it. And like you said, it's tough as a bigger driver because at the end of the day, the 90% of these chassis made across the pond in Italy are meant for 140-pound, about 5'6" drivers. So if you're any bit higher in the seat than that or a little bit heavier than that, well, it's a bit more of a struggle, I would say, until you find the settings that work for you. But it's probably not going to be the baseline setup that the go-kart comes with from the factory and what they tell you to initially go to. And for example, you're going a little bit stiffer on the axle. You're trying to free up the rear end. You're doing a lot of different things to try and keep the go-kart nice and loose and not bouncing through the turns, not going onto two wheels like that as well. So the taller guys, they benefit on the low grip conditions like in the rain, in the cold, but in the summer heat, at a track with a lot of rubber and a lot of grip, the shorter guys in the go-karts normally have a little bit of an easier, path to getting dialed in. Now, Laurentiu Mardan does look dialed in when it comes to going off of that front, but you can see that nose cone is slightly askew. The bottom bracket seems to have broken. The top one still holding it on or maybe just pushed over. That doesn't really, factor a ton. It throws you off mentally a little bit watching that thing flop side to side. And, I mean, there is a touch of aerodynamic down the straightaway. that it might hurt. But really, the big moment or the big noticeable part is just the fact that he might have further damage than just cosmetic and body work. And he's wheeling that thing right now. He already got around Austin Queen. They're tracking down Paul Elefante along with Nicky Coelho. So a good comeback drive for Larry, even with some potential front-end damage to that Techno Kart.
Yeah, so definitely, I guess not going to be ideal for him. But this time around, 2-6 in the air for local Andy Kutcher here this weekend with his brother. So good to see Andy out here, and Clay Settles as well in second, just about half a second back. Robbie Boydishow just about in third, just about a second back. Miguel Mir fourth. Paul Lafante running up your top five, and what's, I believe, a career best heat race finish for Paul Lafante so far. And for everybody else who's kind of working their way up the field as well, still just lapping around a bit ways back after that first corner incident. And we look on and Settles, the top cart, looking to chase down Andy Kutcher with 1 lap to go this time around.
Yeah, that time up and over the hill for Clay Settles. He was half a second back last time. Like you said, lost a tenth to Kutcher the previous lap. Robbie Boydishow, we saw him kind of working the needles, working the motor a little bit earlier on in the heat race. Once again, just not the greatest kind of launch out of that back sector, but he closed a bit on Clay in the middle. There's Miguel doing the same thing, kind of right on cue. He started to fade back from these leaders. In fact, last time by, Miguel lost about, wow, look at that. He was on 2 wheels again. And he's just trying to keep that thing from tipping over. Miguel Mir had to go 6/10 slower than the leaders, 8/10 slower than Robbie Boydishow, just to keep from flipping over on his own accord last time by. And as well, might be some engine issues to factor in too, but the grip, the G-load, and the inevitable potential biking or two-wheeling in the corners is definitely here at MCC, and we're seeing it so early on the weekend. It's probably worrying for those that are having it, because it's only going to get more and more sticky and tacky online with more rubber getting laid down and more sessions run. Out of the last couple turns, though, at least they're all going to kind of hold even, and a great run for Andy Kutcher in a kind of wild start to the KA Masters weekend. He'll snag the Heat 1 win. Clay Settles, Robbie Boydishow, Miguel Mir, the top 4, and way back to 5th, Nicky Coelho's gotten around Paul Elefante. So has Mardan, racing to the line. Elefante versus Austin Queen. 1/100th. Give it to Austin Queen there for 7th. And into the wall as Elefante tried to race it into 1. And he sent it a bit too hard. And you can see the frustration there on the Rocket Racing Company driver, as he had a clean heat race up until that point. He avoided the turn 1 crash and then ends up in the wall trying to go for that 6th and or that 7th spot at the line. So as we take a look at the final results here from your KA Masters presented by Nash Motorsports. Again, Kutcher the winner. Pulled away a little bit on that last lap from Settles and Boydishow and everyone. And then all the way down to Andre Isaac and Martin Stone. Stone almost got to Isaac at the end of that heat race. X30 Pro Senior is the last class to run before the lunch break. They're on deck now, folks. And then we'll get going into a short break in the action, and a quick notice to those listening in the paddock and watching along online. During the lunch break, myself and Tim Coyan have a couple of cool U.S. Pro Kart Series announcements to publicize here on the live stream. So you'll want to at least keep your ears on during the lunch break and keep the TV on during the break as well. And me and him will catch up a little bit. Some exciting stuff for 2025. That'll follow this X30 Pro heat race somewhere in the gap before heat number 2 at 1 p.m. Here's a look at the packed house here at the MCC Kartplex. They have definitely used and gotten used to and comfortable with getting all of these race teams and drivers and tents into this facility with all the major events that have come through. And it just seems to be just a little bit better and a little bit smoother each and every weekend. And a big kudos, of course, to Sean Bailiff and Greg Heyman for all the massive improvements that they have made over the years, including this, the expanded timing tower. There you can see Caleb waving right next to me. I've got a little gap on mine, but how about that for all of our guys? We're able to be up here. Race Control's able to fit up here, and Nate Dean from eKarting News is up here, as well as David Cole. There's a look into the timing side for Race Control. And then, of course, on the far right side over on the flag stand, well, that's where Porter and Blake have been spending their time to keep an eye in the sky on all of the on-track activities. Now, with the X30 Pros released onto the racetrack. Let's take a look during their outlap of how they'll line up for their 3 heats today. Brandon Carr, his first pole award of 2024, with a nice run on laps 4 and 5, was able to put nearly a full 10th on everyone else, including the reigning series champ, the number 1 plate, Ryan Norberg, who desperately needed those 25 points to close the gap to Austin Garrison. He'll at least get to start from the front row for his heats, ahead of Alessandro DiTullio, and making his X30 Pro debut, Austin Olds, with a great quality effort. Best of the rookies there on row 2.
You go back to Harley Keeble and Carter McMurray. Keeble with a very good qualifying session yesterday to finally get himself inside of the top 6 in qualifying. And then Carter McMurray, the rookie here, who gained another spot after that DQ by Luis Speck, unfortunately, but nonetheless, really good for the Timmy Tech Comcart. Paulie Massimino, Austin Garrison, ex-teammates here on row number 4, and your championship points leader there on the outside in Garrison.
Gavin Bailiff and Nicholas Terlecki round off the top 10, just ahead of Gia Cicero and Terlecki's teammate in Josh Holtz back on row number 6.
You go back to Brian Garcia and Aiden Levy on row 7, Feldstein and McPherson, 2 drivers looking to crack their way inside of the top 10, starting on row number 8.
Santiago Fernandez, Henry Lepard back on row number 9, and row 10 will find Luis Speck and Austin Perrin for the 20-driver X30 Pro Senior Field. And Brandon Carr helping get Trinity Karting Group another top result at their home racetrack, their final race of the year, where they get to defend the house. Can he continue that momentum with a heat race victory here to start off Saturday morning? He's got to go up against the 9-time National Pro Champ Ryan Norberg, who's right there alongside, and we are underway for heat number 1.
A good start from the outside line, and Carr just isn't able to find the grip. DiTullio to the lead. Keeble's able to get through. Massimino goes side by side.
Austin Olds a big loser in turn 1 as well. It looked very similar to that KA Masters heat race as Terlecki goes into the dirt going into turn number 4. But a lot of drivers on the inside down in turn number 1, spending that whole straightaway, getting marbles on the tires, end up going wide. And how about the start for the Inter-MS boys? You saw Harley Keeble point to the heavens. He said, "Ale, let's go." Big time opportunity for the pink and chrome machines, but Brandon Carr is going to split them apart and nearly go off the racetrack there at the S's. And Harley said, "Brandon, what was that for?" He just fed him a little wheel coming up and over the hill.
Yeah, and all those 3 drivers been working really close together to try and get that Kartsport North America package just on pace here this weekend, and ahead of the couple of OTKs right behind them in Massimino, Norberg, and Garrison. So to have those 3 Car Republics out in the front, I'm sure Eric Jones is definitely smiling on the fence line right now.
Austin Garrison doing what he needs to do on this opening lap, make up positions. Gavin Bailiff right there under fire. Here comes Aiden Levy looking low. Contact between the pair. Levy gets through, and Josh Holtz will follow as well. Bailiff back a spot as Carr once again going to work on Keeble. He'll go through for second. Norberg looking on in 4th. And again, as we covered the warm-up session here, Caleb, you watched it. Ryan Norberg didn't get a single lap in. I saw at the moment he went to the scale house and got through that his mechanic put the kart on the stand and fired the engine up to try and figure out what went wrong. So that's never a good feeling going into the heat races, kind of blind when you have a mechanical woe in that kind of nut and bolt check session in the morning. But he looks good. He's going to take good into 3rd with a nice pass there on Harley.
Yeah, look for Harley to kind of go back and try and stagnate Ryan's charge back up to his teammates. So Harley not able to stay right behind Ryan, pulls away here by a car length. So we'll see if Keeble has the pace to kind of fight Ryan back. And for Austin Garrison, he's already up to 5th after what was an abysmal qualifying in his terms. So he's going to look to try and get some points out of this heat race here, Xander.
Brandon Carr is already caught up to ADT. He's going to go by him. Turn 4, Brandon Carr to the lead in heat number 1. Alessandro DiTullio back to 2nd as he checks over the shoulder to find where is Ryan Norberg. And just like that, out of turn 7, Carr's already pulled a couple car lengths. So Brandon Carr, sporty in the first couple laps here in heat number 1. And where he was able to put the pole lap in was on laps 4 and 5. Both of his 2 best laps would have put him on point for today's action. He's about to hit that mark as there's DiTullio going on 2 wheels with Norberg sliding by on the inside in turn 13.
Yeah, a lot of grip there. We'll see if DiTullio has an answer to go right back on Ryan Norberg here. A little adjustment on the radiator flap, trying to get more water, I guess, into that engine, more air into that radiator. So we'll see if DiTullio can kind of stay up there. Harley Keeble, his teammate, right behind him in 4th. But Austin Garrison has a lot of pace and definitely closing in. And when you talk about pace, Ryan Norberg as well. arguably just a little bit quicker than Brandon Carr last time by.
Again, Austin Garrison also better than Brandon Carr, like you mentioned. So was Paulie Massimino on the BJR MDR machine. So he's also marching towards the top 5. We spoke with him earlier this morning. Here's Austin, though, already caught up to the top 4. He should be the next one to maybe make a move, but he did not get a good exit out of the S's to do anything with Harley Keeble. Through the sweeper, he'll look low. Norberg even had a little look at Carr there. Didn't quite go. Brandon Carr, Ryan Norberg, 1 and 2 as they exit the dogleg. Let's see, does the number 1 plate want the lead? On the front straightaway, he takes a look back. Carr gonna wait till the last second to open up for the first turn to try and keep Ryan at bay.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if he does look over his shoulder and sees that Ryan's there, definitely gonna want to go to the low side and bring more and more Kart Republics back into the mix with ADT and Harley Keeble. So we'll see how this all plays out here in a couple of moments' time. But I mean, Ryan looks like he's gonna want to go here on Brandon Carr shortly.
Paulie Massimino that time started to fade a little bit back from the leaders as they got faster. Norberg quickest, 55.5. Massimino, 55.8. So he lost a little, but he's quicker than the rest of the pack as he's pulled away from Josh Holtz and Brian Garcia, who's having a solid performance right now in 8th. But a 5-car lead train, almost 6. Carr going wide, and the sweeper opens the door. Ryan Norberg to the lead. DiTullio into second with a nice move down on the inside.
Yeah, Carr just seemed like he dropped the tire there off of the rubber and into the dirty side of the racetrack, and that just really kind of sucked him super wide, and he lost all that time to Norberg, who just had a really tight line going into that sweeping left-hander and was able to take advantage. And like I said, didn't waste any time, found a place to make a move without losing too much time as well to ADT, and now you see that gap open up that little bit more, and it's going to be critical for all these guys to kind of get on with it and not let Ryan get away.
Well, through turns 4 and 5, now Carr's got to deal with Harley Keeble as he tries to clean the tires off, but Alessandro DiTullio is the one that needs to keep Ryan within reach, because we've seen plenty of times Ryan Norberg keeping his head cool, slowly charging up the pack, gets to the lead, and drives away, and he's got 6.5 laps to try and do that from this grouping. Up and over the hill. Let's see if he can stay off the dirt there into the S's. And again, Brandon also, to be fair, there might have been a driver further back in the pack that went wide on the previous lap and kicked up some dust or dirt onto the circuit, and he was the first one to hit it as kind of that snow plow as the leader. So it makes it so tough to lead at a track like this where grass is the runoff area. At Trackhouse Motorplex or even Speed Sports Racing Park, where you've got a nice amount of extra runoff room in some of the key corners, you don't get a lot of that kind of rocks and marbles and sand and dirt tracked onto the surface. But here you do, absolutely. Now, the top 6 have spread apart, so let's check in specifically with a couple drivers we were looking for. Carter McMurray there on that Timmy Tech comp cart, and Luis Speck. Both of them were last time by 16th and 18th across the line. McMurray rolled from the 6th position on the grid. We saw him go wide in turn number 2, and then the backward slide, he could not get those tires clean and get into the inside lane. I don't know if there's any additional contact. The kart looks clean, but McMurray, a rough go to his X30 Pro opening heat race as Quentin McPherson makes a move there just ahead of him on Henry Lepard, I believe. So McPherson as well going, or maybe that might have been Lepard on Gia Cicero. I think he got around McPherson last time by. So mixing up a couple of those taller RPG drivers. My apologies to Henry and McPherson. That was McMurray getting by, McPherson indeed, and then Henry Lepard did fall back to 17th. But your update in the top 5, not much has changed there as we kind of walked back through the group to find Carter McMurray's comp cart. Luis Speck is all the way further back in 18th on the TB. But here's a look at Brandon Carr through the S's as there's a big move from Garrison. Big time pass in turn number 8 and 9. He gets by on Harley, and it cost them both a lot of ground, but at least it bought him real estate, and now Paulie is going to take advantage. He'll go through for 5th.
Yeah, so already that move there by Garrison kind of cost Harley 2 times the damage as Massimino was able to get ahead, and this gap just staying second in a car length in between everybody. ADT looking to chase down Ryan. Still kind of staying stagnant here, not too much in between all these drivers, so I wouldn't expect them to fight all too much, but I know it's an all-out brawl just on the edge of the top 10 with Terlecki, Levy, Olds, Bailiff, and a lot of other drivers kind of involved in a full battle there further back in the field. So we'll take a look back at that here in a couple of moments' time.
Through the turn 6 and 7 complex, here working lap number 8, Brandon Carr trying to get a little more momentum back towards Alessandro DiTullio, but he again, closed in and then just kind of lost the front end at that last left-hander through the S's section, and that gap just went back to neutral. There's a look at Luis Speck. Looks like he's gotten around a couple, got around McPherson and Lepard, so moved him to 16th. He was already up to that spot in the opening couple of circuits, and I don't know if the speed wasn't there or if he got kind of tripped up with someone charging up the pack, but Luis Speck on the Race Lab TV, I'm sure was expecting more spots gained throughout the race than what he's had to this point because, again, he qualified 4th and just got disqualified for a tick too wide on rear track width post-qualifying, which that's not a huge mechanical advantage of any kind, but it is the rule. It puts him to the rear for all 3 heats, I believe. If not just the first one, I think it goes to all 3 of them. So long Saturday ahead if they can't make up more spots and find more speed for Luis. Here's back at the top 3 with 2.5 to go. Back to Keeble, who is kind of holding station there behind Pauly as well for 5th and 6th. I mean, it's just a back and forth kind of match of lap times here, Caleb. A 10th better for ADT last time by than Norberg. The lap before that, Norberg put a 1/2 tenth, nearly a full 10th on Alley. So it's just springboarded. That time, favor back in the way of Norberg over to Tulio and over Brandon Carr, and the gap went from 2 tenths back up to 3.
Yeah, it's all going to play out in heat race number 2 and heat race number 3. I mean, the first one usually, it's probably usually the most hectic whenever these guys try to go and fight each other and, put themselves in a good position and have a good average whenever it comes down to a starting spot in the main event. But heat race number 2 is probably going to be the most hectic one that we see all day after, all these guys are like, all right, we let Ryan get away in the first one. We can't let that happen in the second one. We got to fight. We got to either be a little more aggressive or try to go for moves right back whenever we can. Then heat race number 3 is usually the most calm one whenever everybody's like, all right, I didn't have 2 good first heat races, so now I got to clean it up. But when you see this on your screen here, ADT just inching closer and closer to Ryan, we'll see what it looks like going into turn number 2. And, it's going to swing the other way for ADT this time around.
Across the line, 1 lap to go. DeTulio's definitely closer. So is Austin Garrison to Brandon Carr, trying to potentially clinch a title here this weekend. Carr enters the weekend 2nd in the points. Every point matters. Now, Austin would need one heck of a weekend. He needs a 300-point swing on everyone to mathematically lock him out from the championship. But at least here, top 3s, top 2s to the end of the year, I mean, it'll be an easy open and shut case for SCR, Red Speed, and Austin Garrison to get their first regular season X30 Pro national title. I mean, again, it's crazy to say it, but doing the research again, Austin Garrison, with all of his race wins and podiums and how highly regarded he is in the sport, he doesn't have a regular season championship in the X30 category. And Speed Concepts Racing would be their first in X30 Senior between the SCUSA Pro Tour and the US Pro Kart Series as well. But they've definitely had a lot of close runs, and they have been phenomenal in Junior this year. Austin's trying to bring it as the Heat 1 checker waves. Norberg, DeTulio, Carr, Garrison, 1, 2, 3, 4. Harley Keeble, again, P5. He was able to slip by Massimino on that last lap. Brian Garcia, Aiden Levy, Josh Holtz, Nick Terlecki, the top 10. But a familiar face at the top of the pylon, Caleb. Ryan Norberg, an impressive opening heat race, even kind of getting shuffled a bit off to the wayside in the first lap. He slowly, methodically did what Ryan Norberg does. Charge up the grid, pick them off one by one, and eventually win the race.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, but he definitely got it done, and a lot of momentum going into heat race number 2 and 3 later on today after our 1 hour lunch break here, Xander.
Yes, again, 1 hour, well, about a little less than that with depending on how things do get shuffled. We are a little bit behind on the initial timetable, but we're still pretty close. And I believe with that in mind, we're going to pretty much roll straight on in on the scheduled time for heat number 2, set to go at 1 p.m. So we were slated to finish. We're just within about 10 to 15 minutes right now of the original timetable. 1 p.m. is when Microswift is set to go back on the racetrack for their second heat race of 3. And that's when we'll be back on the airwaves. And sometime in the middle here, myself and Tim Coyen have some exciting news to share about 2025 in the US Pro Kart Series. So don't go anywhere. All right, everybody. For those of you that are listening into the paddock here, I mentioned before we went to the break that myself and Tim Coyen would be joining you guys here in the broadcast booth. And, well, during the quick little lunch break that we have here, Tim, we mentioned that we wanted to talk to at least a couple people from the paddock here that are with us, as well as all those watching along at home. Obviously, we're getting towards the end of our 2025 USPKS season. We've got one more event to go at Newcastle to round off the year. But talks for 2025 are already, I'm sure, been going for quite some time. So, yeah, let's get straight into it.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm enjoying the flies that you have in here. I suggest less snacks maybe to get rid of some of this. But anyway, yeah, we just wanted to talk a little bit about next year because we know it's on everybody's mind, and we've been a little bit lax this year trying to get it together. But one of the reasons is we're trying to pull together some cool stuff, and one of those cool things just came through. So we are going to be taking the series, the USPKS series, to the World Center of Racing, Daytona Speedway, next March. It's going to be the middle of March. The 13th through 16th is going to be round one for the series at the Daytona Kart track, which was repaved very recently. And they're looking to invest in that facility, and they want to make it just a showpiece, just like the rest of their facility. And we're delighted to be able to get an opportunity to go there. It's been over a year in the making, about a year and a half. We've been trying to secure something with them at the same time, get them to make the investment in order to make the facility at a level that you guys deserve, and they've come through and done that. So that's pretty awesome. So we're going to be going there to kick off the season.
How about that, man? That's the World Center of Racing to kick it off. Is there we look to the rest of 2025 this year. We did 5 races. We started off down in Texas at Speed Sports Racing Park, and then obviously we've gone through Trackhouse Motorplex, through Badger Kart Club, getting back to an old school, tight, bull ring racetrack that provided a lot of good action, and then now here we're at MCC before Newcastle. Right. We kick off at Daytona. Where does kind of the rest of 2025, how are things coming together beyond that?
Well, we're not really prepared to say exactly where yet because we don't have completely signed contracts on them. We pretty much know where we're going to go. It's going to be, it's going to be a lot of the old favorites. It's going to be revisiting some other places that we haven't been to for a bit. But we do have the dates prepared. I think that we're pretty comfortable talking about those. And round 2 is going to be the beginning of May, May 1st through 4th. And round 3, we're looking at the end of June. And then we're going to wrap the season up early with our 4th event. We're going to be 4 events for next year, and that's going to probably be the second weekend in August, which will be August 7th through 10th, kind of the equivalent of this weekend that we're here at MCC. Well, that's what we're looking to wrap the season up next year and allow – it seems like getting to be this time of year, the pressures of the constant grind of all these races. I mean, there's been so many races added in the last 5 years that a lot of people are just, their pocketbooks are getting a little light this time of year, and their vacation banks are getting a little bit low, and they want to do other things in their life, and we completely understand that, and we want them to have, a good round life. They don't need to spend all of their time at the racetrack. They can watch it on Kart Chaser sometimes as well. So we're going to wrap it all up next year early. This would be the final race next year. The venues yet are to be determined until we have completed contracts, but I'm hoping that within a couple weeks we have that stuff sorted out. But I wanted to give everybody just a heads up to say, hey, it's going to be 4 races next year. There's going to be a drop race.
Okay.
So if your sister's, cousin's, niece's daughter is getting married, you're able to go break off and do that. It's important to have family time as well. And, if your significant other has been wanting to go to a vacation to Barbados for a decade and you've been busy racing, now you can work that in. And so we think that it's going to help people feel like they're more in contention for the points championship longer through the season. And, so it's going to be 4 races with a drop race. We're going to start at Daytona. And those are the dates. I anticipate the classes all staying the same. Classes should be the same for next year. There's nothing really in the pipeline to change that. And the format, if anything, it might be a slight tweak. We're going to think about that a little bit. We don't want to jump the gun, but we're always about, Mark Coates, and we're always about asking people what they think about certain things and why. and trying to better understand the market and the customers today and tomorrow and in the future. And, so we're always open to ideas and suggestions and whatnot, but I expect much of the program will remain the same, and we're anticipating much of the same staff back next year. So it should be another good year. It's going to be a little less stressful on everybody by taking one of those races back and allowing you to have more family time, more personal time to do the things that you want to do. And then when you come to the track, it's going to be all the more special when you come into one of these pro events. We joke about it a lot. We talk about the pro show, we talk about the pro classes, but my latest thing is look, man, we're all pros. It's in our middle name, So we expect everybody that's here is a pro, and we hope that they all expect that pro experience throughout the event, and hopefully we're giving it to them.
Well, it definitely doesn't get much more pro than going to the World Center of Racing at Daytona International Speedway to kick things off. And, from the sounds of those dates, it works out pretty nice. You have right around spring break time in middle-March to go to Florida and, still other parts of the country and obviously up in Canada and some other places around the world in March, early March. It's still a little bit cold, a little snowy, so that's always nice. Then you go into the early part of the month of May, but then it's off for the rest of IndyCar going to their month of May and all the high school graduations, college graduations. That always kind of gets from the middle of that month into June, and then to basically summer events when hopefully school will be out. I'm sure that's probably well received too.
Yeah, it's become a much bigger struggle than it used to be, because traditionally school was out mid-June through mid-August, and now so many are running to the end of June, and so many are starting early in August, so we're really left with one month of July without school. And, of course, so many of the kids now are homeschooled as well. But, it's just become a little bit more challenging to try to get that. And the end of it is, we don't want your kids to miss any more school than they have to. So we're going to do the best we can with it. And, we know there's other series that are trying to pack races in there too. And, there's room for everybody. It'll be a little give and take, I guess. But we're going to give a little this year because we feel like it's the right thing to do for the people.
Well, I'm sure that'll be appreciated. So there you go, folks. We're only, looks like 8 minutes away from crunch time to go back to heat racing. So, Tim, we'll let you get back to it. Appreciate you spending your lunch break to chat with us. And
same to you.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
yeah,
man.
it'll be a great one. So, guys, how about that? 4 dates for next year: March, May, June, and right into the second week of August to finish it out. Dates and locations will be ready soon. And we're kicking things off at the World Center of Racing, the World Center of Speed, with Daytona International Speedway's repaved kart track that will host the opening round of the U.S. Pro Kart Series for the first time. So we're going to go back to the track static shots, and we'll be back with more coverage of heat racing here in just a few more minutes. go green here in a couple of moments' time as we work our way out. Cameron Johnson, Ramirez on the pole position. Lawrence Perriman starting on the second row alongside Dutch Westbrook. And get set to go here as the entire field is going to work their way through and try and get it done here as bring you down your grid again. Everybody here cycling through, and Dutch Westbrook looking for a much better second heat race after finding himself upside down at the end of the first one. So run you down your grid here, and Wynn Gottschalk there also needs a good heat race here starting from that second row. Westbrook starting on the inside of the third row. Everybody else cycling their way through. So into the tram lines we go here. In the last couple of drivers, one driver, a Bennick machine way off the racetrack. If I'm not mistaken, that could be Dominic Nagel here. But the green flag is out, and we are racing. Cameron Johnson able to get it done on the inside, moves all the way out to the outside, 3 wide for second on back. Westbrook gets through. Zane Burgess out of nowhere is able to slide his way through, and he's up to second. Miguel Manzano Suarez right behind him. They go side by side. Gottschalk drops a tire. Flores goes off as well. So those couple of drivers are struggled there to kind of get through those couple of corners there, Alex.
Yeah, the two Gottschalk brothers actually went off on the racetrack there on the same straightaway. Incredible start for Zane Burgess. He's going to lose a spot there to, I believe, Lawrence Perriman. Here goes side-by-side further back. That's Jaden Francisco going side-by-side with Orioli. Here's Burgess side-by-side with Dutch Westbrook. Dutch Westbrook was on his lid in the middle half of heat number 1. He was fine and ready to keep racing throughout the weekend, and he's feeling good here early on. Here's the 13 machine, Danny Ramirez. He had a rough start to heat number 1. It looks to be more of the same here, getting shuffled back to the wayside early doors in this one. That's Luca Besserell going by. So too is Perriman. So Danny Ramirez losing a handful of spots early, but it's Cam Johnson, your pole sitter, that leads by about 6 to 7 cart length at the end of lap number 1. Luca Besserell looks to the inside of Dutch Westbrook, has to back out of it.
Yeah, Beckerow couldn't get through, and then Lawrence Perriman going to take advantage of that little mistake there by Luca. He's going to get through. Ramirez able to get through and shuffle the wayside there. Leo Simone able to get through. Flores back on him. And the number 12 SLA Kart Republic able to make up some moves side by side there in between Perriman further up the field there. And they're going to line back up. Flores looking on the inside there of Ramirez. Couldn't get it done. A little bit of contact sends Ramirez way off the racetrack and into the grass.
Ramirez going to cycle back through at the latter half of the top 10, maybe even further back. There's Francisco looking for a move there on Luca Besserell. Can't make it stick. And now Leo Simone, he's pointing by Orioli. He doesn't want to lose any more spots than he has to, but he might have to give up a couple here. To the dirty side of the racetrack he goes. He's going to lose 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 spots. Francisco's going to shove his way through. Luca Besserell is going to go through as well. Here comes Jake Manalio now through on Leo Simone. So Simone started this lap inside the top 10. He's going to fall back to maybe about 15th at the end of lap number 2.
Yeah, so he loses a lot of spots. Simone looking on the bottom of Jake Manalio. He's not able to get through. Another one of the Ursuline machines there further back. Looking to make some moves, and they're on the inside looking to get clear on Simone. Not able to get it done as of yet, but they're still side by side. It's Maronario there. On the outside, another one of the Paralyn machines of what looks to be Byron Bornman there, who's currently 15th, looking to get through as well. But again, you see how critical it is and to kind of get a good spot for in the qualifying sessions. Again, back-to-back heat races where Daniel Ramirez kind of loses out here at the start to Cameron Johnson, who has a pretty good lead. Miguel Manzano Suarez right behind him. And then you go back to Zane Burgess. And all this back here is kind of an all-out brawl, side by side. Perriman looking to go on Orioli. Gottschalk looking to go through as well. Not close enough. Orioli going to go back on Gottschalk. They're side by side here. Gottschalk gets the inside line. He's able to get clear, so already a lot of racing action here further back, and I'm sure the stewards going to have their eyes kind of poked up to the front. And when we look back at the front, Miguel Manzano Suarez is clear before turn 1. Cameron Johnson falls back to second.
Nice clean pass. What you need to do if you're the front group, you don't want to battle too hard. If you're going to make a pass for the lead, it needs to be clean like what Miguel Suarez just did. 3-cart breakaway out front. They have a 3-second gap to the driver in 4th place, Dutch Westbrook. So it's going to be those are going to be the 3 drivers that we look at for the battle for the lead, but this is an all-out brawl back here for 6th on back. Westbrook has left Lawrence Perriman, who's now under fire from Marcelo Flores to the inside, and he's through. Here goes Wynn Gottschalk. He's going to push Perriman to the wayside here, and side-by-side through the S's, Wynn Gottschalk's going to win out there. Now it's Perriman having to fend off of Orioli, who has Francisco all over his bumper. Remember, Jaden Francisco and Santi Orioli both didn't have great qualifying sessions, so each heat race they're having to fight their way back to the front. Orioli starts 14th in all 3 heat races. In the first one, he finished 4th. Now he's under fire from Jaden Francisco, who might go for a 2-for-1 here. Can't make it stick, but Orioli's going to fight right back. He's going to go through, but a nice crossover move. Jaden Francisco's back through up into that 8th position. The more you fight for 8th, the more you're letting the guys in 7th and so on ahead of you. Speaking of ahead of the other driver, Zane Burgess has gotten through on Cameron Johnson too. So now Zane Burgess has his sights set on the leader, Miguel Suarez.
Yeah, so a good move there by Zane Burgess to kind of go for second and close down his gap to Miguel Suarez and the RPG Cosmic. But a lot of work still left to do, and a lot of work for these drivers there further back. And Dutch Westbrook's front bumper looks a little pushed in here from where we're sitting here, Alex. So that's going to be something to look out for as Gottschalk goes on the inside of his teammate. And you wouldn't even think they're teammates after that move. Gottschalk's able to get clear, so the kid from Curaçao's up another spot and up into about 5th here at the moment. And everybody else single file line. Manolio right behind Orioli. Francisco in this group as well. And Marcelo Flores going to lead the second half of the pack, but up ahead, Miguel Manzano Suarez, a couple of drivers get together. Manolio and Orioli, they're stuck on the outside as Luca Beccaro able to get through.
Yeah, that was the product of the likes of Lawrence Pearman going wide there in the penultimate corner, getting into the marbles, and then it kind of caught out Jaden Francisco. It cost Santi Orioli the most spots there because he entered this lap in 9th. He's going to cross the stripe down in 13th position to start lap number 6 of 12. So next time around, it's going to be the halfway point in this race. Zane Burgess now all over the rear bumper of Miguel Manzano Suarez. Look into turn number 6. A sim move from the Sody Kart driver. Not going to happen. The more that these three can work together, the more they'll pull away. They have a 4-second buffer now to Marcelo Flores, who, I mean, last time around, they've been fighting all race long, so I expect these three to continue to pull away. We mentioned it at the end of the first heat, the maturity that we see from these drivers, especially from Zane Burgess, who's, been in the Micro Swift category for quite some time now. He was pointing drivers through in the first heat race. The second one, doing exactly what he needs to do to extend his points lead, and that's just finish races. Yeah,
Definitely going to be critical here for all these drivers. Zane Burgess now under the bumper here of Miguel Manzano Suarez, and time again, I think I always mention, and I probably sound like a broken record by now, but Zane Burgess right behind Miguel Manzano Suarez. Whenever we see him in a spot in second, fighting for the lead and fighting for a heat race win, it's always, usual to see Zane push the driver in the lead to kind of learn from him, a lead and follow almost, and just continue to push and build a cushion for himself and whoever else is in this group to fight it out for the lead with, not bringing any more drivers into the mix here. And you go back to 4th on back, and here's Dutch Westbrook when Gottschalk on the inside, back on Westbrook. And they're going to shuffle for position here once again. Francisco right behind them, Pearman right in tow, Luca Beccaro right there as well, and Orioli at the tail end of this group here on your screen. So everything kind of still an all-out brawl further back. Westbrook fades to the bottom of the racetrack. Wanted to go back on his teammate. Francisco looking to follow. Gottschalk stuck on the outside. Pearman's going to get through. Beccaro may even get a chance here of getting through on Gottschalk as well. Not going to be close enough.
Yeah, but this is going to be a great exit here from Win Gottschalk. He had to defend in the final corner, so now he's side by side with Luca Beccaro. A little bit of side-to-side contact there as they hit in the front straightaway. Win Gottschalk's got the advantage in terms of the line, but Luca Beccaro with a good run gets that move done. So too has Jaden Francisco. He's through now on Dutch Westbrook. Lawrence Pearman's going to follow through. Win Gottschalk late on the brakes there. Gets around Luca Becerril, and so too is Jake Manolio. So Manolio now, the Team Ferris Racing Car Republic, he's back up into the top 8. Dutch Westbrook is going to throw it up the inside of Lawrence Pearman, who's going to hold the outside in turn number 4. He's going to hold on to that spot.
One driver way off the racetrack there. It looks to be Rodolfo Garza, unfortunately, off into the grass as we go side by side. Jake Manolio there, and there's the number 2 of Rodolfo Garza in the CRG Nordam machine, unfortunately. Going to be out of this race early. As they try and point him back onto the racetrack here, but we look back on side by side. Pearman looking to defend from Gottschalk, who's already on the inside. They go 4 wide further back in the field. And man, oh man, you'd think this is kind of the main event, the way these guys are racing in heat race number 2, Alex.
Unreal stuff here. Jake Manolio, one of the biggest losers in this fight. He actually started this lap inside the top 10. He's going to be shuffled outside the top 12 or 13 when it's all said and done with this chaotic group. Luca Beccaro as well, another driver that's lost out in a couple of positions. He's defending in the turn number 1. It's actually going to cost him a spot there to, I believe, Danny Ramirez now, another driver who, again, we mentioned in heat number 1, started inside the top 5, fell back again in heat number 2. Something's gone amiss on more than RPG Cosmic as Dutch Westbrook tried to throw it up the inside of Lawrence Perriman, who's going to hold the outside once again. Now Westbrook on the back foot here. Look for a move to the inside from Marcelo Flores to the inside of Leo Simone, who also gets to the bumper of Westbrook. Westbrook, instead of looking forward here, seems to continue to have to defend because of the amount of chaos that's ensuing behind him. And the more these three fight, here comes Danny Ramirez. He's brought Luca Becquerel and company back into the mix here. So Westbrook goes defensive now. He got past there last lap. He learned his lesson this time around, but didn't defend in the penultimate corner. Inside and through goes Marcelo Flores.
Yeah, Mauro Nario in this group as well. Flores was able to get that move done. Nario got it done there on his teammates, so they continue to battle it out. This is a battle almost for 11, just on the edge of the top 10, and a little bit of a shuffle up for the lead. Zane Burgess, your new leader in heat race number 2. Cameron Johnson's back up to second, and Miguel Manzano Suarez staying very much in tow here in third. And for these drivers up ahead, it's all about passing, but making sure you do it in a spot where you don't lose too much time to the rest of the field. And I mean, that gap, if you look at it there on the left-hand side of your screen, almost 7 seconds back to Cameron Johnson to find Jaden Francisco and the rest of the group that's kind of battling it out here for scraps, you can almost say. So the top 3 absolutely checked out. And back from Francisco, Gottschalk, and others, they're just bringing in more and more drivers into the mix there, Alex.
Good move there from Miguel Manzano Suarez to the inside of Cam Johnson. So getting ready to see 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps remaining in heat number 2. These top 3 drivers have fought hard but kept it clean. Now gloves are allowed to come off at this point because they have a 7-second buffer over the drivers behind them. So really, Zane Burgess can do whatever he wants here from the lead of this race. He's going to way to the bottom of the racetrack into turn number 2 through 3, and now they're going to go to the first real big passing opportunity here for Miguel Manzano Suarez. Outside, look for the crossover here on Burgess, who goes way to the bottom of the racetrack. Good move there from the 26 of Miguel Suarez, puts Burgess onto the dirt, and the move has been done. Miguel Manzano Suarez, your leader, 1.5 to go.
Yeah, as Burgess there, off-track excursion for him. A car length separates the RPG Cosmic and the Sodi Racing USA machine there, so just a little bit. Going to close back down here on the back straightaway. Johnson going to probably be willing to push Burgess to try and get up to the lead here, so Johnson really almost in prime position to try and get something done here and let Burgess and Suarez kind of slow themselves down way too much to where that Franklin Motorsports Merlin machine can probably pounce on those 2 drivers in the lead. But this time around, white flag in the air by Porter himself, and it's going to be an all-out brawl all the way to the checkered flag. Burgess on the outside, Suarez on the inside. Johnson kind of trying to pick his dancing partner. They get into each other. Burgess and Suarez make contact there in turn 2. Johnson looking to set up an over-under. Not close enough to get it done.
Back to turn number 4 once again. This is where Suarez got his move done last time around. Johnson to the outside. Burgess going to follow Suarez on the bottom of the racetrack. Down towards turn number 6. Suarez still leads, but he's got a pretty bad exit there. It's going to give Burgess a chance if he wants to go for the crossover move, but he can't because he's going to, again, defend from Cam Johnson. He's got a nice crossover move here as we head to the S's part of the racetrack. Cam Johnson on the wrong side to make a move stick. It's still Suarez as they head up the hill here, Caleb.
And Johnson just kind of realizing it's time to go as Zane Burgess and Miguel Manzano Suarez get together after Burgess tried to get it done in the 90-degree left-hander, and that's exactly what I meant by Cameron Johnson being in prime position in case Zane Burgess and Miguel Suarez got together. And that's going to hand it over to the Franklin Motorsports Merlin, the kid who got his maiden national pole position here this weekend. He's going to get heat race number 2 in the bag. Cameron Johnson wins heat race number 2 in Micro Swift.
Wow. Dramatic final lap there. So unofficially, it's Zane Burgess in P2, Suarez P3. But congratulations to Cameron Johnson. He got his first national pole position, now his first national heat race victory. We saw a drag race to the line there between Win Gottschalk and Jaden Francisco. Win Gottschalk beats him out there by 15 thousandths of a second. Then it's Marcelo Flores in 6th, Lawrence Perriman 7th. Santi Orioli comes back to finish 8th. Leo Simone, Dutch Westbrook. That rounds out your top 10.
You go back to 11th here as we set it up. Back in 11, Jake Manalio, Luca Becquerel, Mauro Nario, Byron Borman, and Jack Katowski round up your top 15 here in this class. And then we look on to the rest of the field. Daniel Ramirez, Zev Gottschalk, Dor Elric, Nolan Carney, George Ho, Michael Tsupka, Ajax Capitan Garduno, George Zleminski, Grayson Konefik, Dominic Nagel, Bay Wyatt, Jackson Frank, Fernando Renderos, and Rodolfo Garza. Unfortunately, not able to close this one out here, but man, oh man, what an action-packed first race back from the lunch break. When we come back, 8 more sessions to go for heat race number 2, and then we do it all over again for heat race number 3. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back. Your KA100 Juniors on the racetrack now, and let's run you down your starting order here in this class with your KA100 Juniors. Here in this one, only a couple of drivers out here on the racetrack. 23 drivers total for the first of 2 groups here in this session for KA100 Junior. As we get set to go green, Sebastian Garzón on the inside line, Amador Martinez on the outside, Ty Fisher right there with him, and a lot more in this field, but green flag in the air, and we are racing here in KA Junior. Garzón with a good start, Chase Gassiet-Lee as well, Amador Martinez able to get a good start, Chico Brown in this group, and a lot more drivers going side by side here early on. They're all fighting it out for whatever little bit of real estate that they can get on the racetrack side by side all the way through. Here's Garzón coming out in the lead here. And a couple of RPG Cosmics there going side by side further back in the field, but everybody able to work their way through here, Alex.
Here's a good look at Ty Fisher there going at it with Nathan Dupuis. Further back contact between Marco Romero and one of the Hokes GD drivers there. That's for, I believe, about 15th place on the racetrack. There's Ty Fisher again going up the hill. Dupuis got a pretty good run here as they climb the hill towards the final couple of corners. Look for a move here. Chico Brown inside on Chase Gassiet-Lee. He's through, and now it's an RPG 2 and 3. Gassiet-Lee has to defend from Alexander Vanchev, who got a great heat victory in the first one. Good crossover move there. Further back, Nathan Dupuis has spun round to the exit of the final corner, and he's have to get out of his go-kart to get this thing refired. Needs a bit of help to get this thing pushed back on the racetrack, but that's his heat race over.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Nathan Dupuis. Just dropped the tire there into the dirt, and that's going to put him out of contention here, but everybody going side by side there. Jaramillo's able to get through. Side by side there further back as well. It looked like McKenna was in that group. Michael McGoy and Brady Shad there as well. So everybody kind of just going side by side there for a couple of moments as they're able to work their way through. But There's a couple of other drivers there. McKenna going side by side. Benham Abernathy in this group as well. So single file line for now, but it's definitely not going to be that way the entire way through here, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, side by side all the way throughout the field, but right now it's still Sebastian Garzon who leads this one. Look at this, move to the inside. That's Michael McGoy there on the inside of, I believe, McKenna there. No, that was Martin Hamarillo. So Hamarillo now moved McGoy up inside the top 10 for the RPM driver. We have a new leader here. Amador Martinez has gotten around the Orsilon driver of Sebastian Garzon. So it's RPG 1 and 3. 5/10 back is Chico Brown. But with that pass for the lead, turn around has closed the gap to 3 kart length. This is similar to what we saw in the Microswift race, where there's 3 drivers out front and then a bit of a buffer back to 4th, 5th, and 6th. But if the heat race number 1 is anything to go off of, they will not, work together. They're more likely to start fighting for the lead earlier than they need to. So only 3 laps into a 12-lap heat race there. Garzon, a really good exit, climbing the hill here towards the final couple of corners. We could see a move to the inside. We'll see what happens here, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely going to be something to look out for here as we look back on the back straightaway. Side by side, Garzon able to get through on Amador Martinez, and Chico Brown not wanting to waste time here, looking to go back from the 3rd spot, looking to close down his gap onto the main straightaway here, and about a car length in between those 2 RPG Cosmics, but a lot of pace in that Orsilon racing machine for Sebastian Garzon, your championship points leader here in the KA 100 junior class, and Martinez looking to take the fight here. Gonna look low, and he points by and tells Chico, calls his shot, able to get through. Chico looking to go as well. They're gonna go side by side, but Martinez gonna be split up from his teammate here. Garzon was able to hold on to that 2nd spot.
I will say it's really smart stuff from Amador Martinez. It's not often you see a driver, even in the junior ranks, really takes up. Usually you see that in the senior ranks where they're really accustomed to doing that sort of thing. But for Amador Martinez to kind of point to Chico Brown saying, I'm going to go past, you should help me here, we could get a 1-2 for the team. That's really smart stuff and really cool to see from Amador Martinez. Unfortunately for Chico Brown, he couldn't get through on Sebastian Garzon, but it goes to show you the RPG boys are coming here with a game plan in the heat number 2 to get around and beat the Orsilon crew in this 2nd heat race. So 4 laps done. We're starting lap number 5 now of a 12-lap heat race. Martinez leads over Sebastian Garzon, and their lead has grown over Chico Brown with the help of the draft and obviously pushing away. Further back, good fight here between some Nash Motorsports teammates as Chase Gassiet-Lee and Dean Peterson going at it for 5th and 6th, but a half-hearted move there from Dean Peterson. It might cost him a spot here to Ty Fisher, maybe even Eric Doan down to turn number 6.
Yeah, we look at it down into turn 6. Gassiet-Lee not close enough on Vanchev. Going to stay very well in line here. And kind of, the battle's been stagnated here so far. There's some battles further back in the field, further back with Marco Romero and a couple of other drivers. But we stay up here in the lead. Ty Fisher just seems to have really good pace here. And whatever they had a miss in that qualifying session or whatever they had a miss earlier on today, there's Dupuis again dropping a tire. But Ty Fisher, really good pace here so far in this race. 58.515, the fastest lap of the race. So it seems like they finally figured out those gremlins. As we look back on, Amador Martinez, Chico Brown switching spots. Garzon was back up to the lead. Fastest lap of the race for the kid from California. Chico Brown in 2nd, looking to go here, and a couple of moves here right behind. Eric Doan able to get through. As there goes Chico Brown on the inside of Garzon, and for the first time all race, Chico going to go to the point. But not for long. Garzon looking to go back. Going to slot back in line.
Turner Brown now your new leader, 6 laps in. We're halfway through this heat race. Turner Brown looks back to see if his teammates behind him, but it's Sebastian Garzon hot on his tail now through the S's. Turner Brown goes slightly defensive as they climb the hill. Another great exit there from Sebastian Garzon as they climb the hill. We might see another move to the inside here from the Orsilon driver. We'll have to see how it works out here through the final couple of corners. Chico Brown still leads. Amador Martinez is going to be very impatient here to try to get around Sebastian Garzon because, for one, Vanchev and Gassiet-Lee, if they can work together, they're starting to catch up to this front 3 group, as well as he wants to help his teammate pull away from Sebastian Garzon. There's Vanchev, there's Gassiet-Lee. They've pulled away from Ty Fisher and Dean Peterson. If they can put their head down, they can put some pretty good lap times together. Last time around, those two put personal bests down. They were 4/10 quicker than these 3 ahead of them. So if they continue to battle for the lead out front with 5.5 laps to go, this Sody Kart USA and Nash Motorsports crew could catch up to the top 3.
Yeah, definitely. They really need to start working together here. So Gassiet-Lee looks happy to push Alexander Vanchev along, and they're working together quite nicely. And you look back up to the front, About a car length separates Chico Brown and Sebastian Garzone here on the racetrack. So we look on the back straightaway, and they're still kind of very well in tow and working together here as much as they can. Vanchev there in the fourth spot, not doing all too much and trying to close down his gap. Personal best lap times, like you said, Alex, last time around, 3/10 better than your leaders, but still 2/10 back. And we're just over the halfway point here, 8 laps down. 4 more to go left in this one. Garzone fades low on the inside. He's able to get clear on Chico Brown, who looks to fend off his teammate in Amador Martinez. So Garzone back up to the point in turn 1. Amador Martinez, fastest lap of the race last time by, a 58.060.
4.5 laps to go for Amador Martinez. He sits third right now, but he's just being patient, biding his time. No surprise that he went purple last time by. He has the help of the double draft of the drivers in front of him. But Vanchev and Gasset Lee both set personal bests once again. They matched what Chico Brown and Sebastian Garzone did last time around. So if they start the battle, it would be no shock if those two can catch up to the front. Chico Brown looks over his shoulder, sees his teammate. He wants to know if he has help behind him to go for a move in the penultimate corner. No moves done yet, but Turner Brown with a late lunge. He's back through to the inside, and he's your new leader once again here in the KA100 Junior Groups A versus C heat race. They're going to cross the stripe here to see 4 laps to go in heat number 2 for Turner Brown. Sebastian Garzone all over his bumper, gets on the curbing there. A small mistake from the Orsalon driver, the first that he's done all race long. He lost about a cart length to Turner Brown. Amador Martinez might have a chance here to go to the inside in turn number 4. Will he? Oh, he thought about it, but Garzone fades really late in the brake zone and forces Amador Martinez to back out of it.
Yeah, Garzone's really, really good at that, kind of being late on the brakes and kind of trying to fend off and parking it on the apex like you saw in the first heat race to either defend or to attack here. Just very, very well timed and kind of staying in his own here to try and close down the gap back to Chico Brown as single foul. Amador Martinez there chasing down on the back straightaway, not able to get it done on Garzone for now. As we go into the couple little left-hander and right-hander hairpins here. Not close enough for Garzone, going to stay in line. So the 3 drivers still leading us away here, and the drivers from 4th and 5th at the moment are trying to close down their gap to the top 3, and it is closing here, Alex. 1.8 seconds. Their kind of charge up the field was stagnated a little bit. Ran very similar lap times to the leaders, who actually went about a 10th quicker, so that was the difference there. But there goes Sebastian Garzone, not wanting to waste any more time. Catches Chico Brown by surprise. Martinez looked to go through as well. Went over that curb and lost a lot of time, and you see them all kind of looking back to where Chase Gasset Lee and Alexander Vanchev are sitting. Ty Fischer's not too far back as well. He's pulled away from Eric Doan. But the 2 leaders out in front breaking away here just that little bit from Amador Martinez after that mistake.
Yeah, it's starting to kick off here with 2.5 laps to go. Sebastian Garzone with a pretty good run on the back straightaway, but not as good as Turner Brown. Turner Brown's through to the inside and clear of Garzone. Martinez also shoves his way through to the inside of Sebastian Garzone. And with 2 laps to go this time around, look at this. It's a top 3 breakaway, but not for long. Welcome Vanchev and welcome Gasset Lee. Further back, it's also Fischer, Peterson, Doan, and McGoy who have a chance in this one if it continues to play out how it has been. The one thing that is in the favor of Turner Brown is Eric Doan throws it up the inside of Dean Peterson. Turner Brown has his teammate for once behind him, but not for long. Amador Martinez back through to the lead.
Yeah, Amador didn't want to waste any time, went inside of turn number 4, got that move done, and it was a lot more drivers kind of putting themselves in the mix, but Chico and Amador got a 1-2 for the RPG Cosmic team earlier on today, and they look to do it again, but they want to fight it out just a little bit more. Amador goes a little wide, so does Chico. He's going to lose some time to Sebastian Garzone on this back straightaway. We'll see how they come out on the sweeping left-hander. Garzone still right behind Chico Brown, who fades low on the inside of Martinez. Chico gets through.
Oh, yes, the RPG boys are free to race here, but this is not as easy of a fight as it had in the first heat race. They have a bunch of drivers behind them that are hungry for a heat victory. White flag in the air one more time around for the 2 RPG Cosmics. Chico goes defensive. Amador Martinez follows him through. Look for Garzone to throw it up the inside, but it's going to be a late defensive maneuver from Amador Martinez. The more he defends, the more Chico Brown's going to have clear air out front. I think it's going to be a battle for P2 at this point in the race. Garzone to the inside. He's through. Here comes Vanchev and Gasset Lee as well.
Yeah, I think after that move there by Garzone, battle for P2 on back is probably the best way to put it here. Alex, Chico going to check out here in a couple of corners' time. If anybody second on back can't stop fighting, Amador's going to probably look to go back on Garzone, try and build that cushion for Chico, but Garzone had a monster run here out of the 90-degree left-hander. Here's Vanchev and Gassi Lee. A little bit of change in between Doan and Fisher. We'll see how he looks. On the other side of the barriers, Chico still in the lead. Garzone not close enough to get it done, but once again, it's going to be a drag race all the way to the finish line here. Chico leads us away. Garzone looks to be closing down. All the way to the start-finish straight. A drag race all the way to the line. Not enough, though. Chico Brown wins heat race number 2.
Barely. Turner Brown wins by 13 thousandths of a second over Sebastian Garzone. Amador Martinez in third. Vanchev fourth. Gastiet Lee in fifth. Eric Doan, a great run up 5 spots to finish 6th. Ty Fisher 7th. Michael McGoy also went up 5 spots to finish 8th. Martin Hemrio and Dean Peterson, that rounds out your top 10. And then Marco Romero up 4 spots to finish in 11th. Further back, Ethan Tovo up 5 to finich 12th. Benham Abernathy up 3 to finish 13th. Asen Dramalev up 8 spots to finish 14th. Brady Shad rounds out your top 15 here in KA 100 Junior Groups A versus C.
And you go back, further back in this field here. They're with Brady Shad. You go Marco Romero in 11. Tovo, Benham Abernathy, Jason Drumalev, Brady Shad, your top 15. Luis Fernandez, Roberto Renderos, Shane Smith, Isaac Nolan, Jeremiah Thomas. Dupuis down 13 spots, and so was Maverick McKenna. Gardner wasn't able to start that one, but what a hectic first heat race number 2 for your KA 100 juniors here. In a couple of moments' time, groups A versus C. Actually, I got that wrong. B versus D coming up here in a couple of moments' time. Well, we look on here as we get set to go green for the second of our heat races here in KA 100 Junior. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Nathan Golseth starting on the inside alongside Max Weiland, Peyton Westcott, Davin Roberts on row number 2.
Alessandro Truchot, Travis Pettit, row number 3. Row 4 is Drew Jensen, Enzo Vidmontien. And then running out your top 10, it's a Speed Concepts Racing row number 5 of Diego Ardiles and Gage Bailey.
And you go back to see the last couple of drivers here in this field before we go green, and that's going to be it for them. And we look on to the tram lines now. Nathan Golseth on the power here early. Max Weiland alongside him. Green flag is out. We are racing. Golseth with a good start there on the inside. Westcott had a pretty good start as well. Ardiles there to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to go on that Ash Motorsports driver there. They go side by side. A couple of drivers making contact there further back in the field, but what a start by Nate Golseth here, already out in front and leading us away.
Much better start for Golseth this time around than what he had in heat number 1. I will say, just something to look out for as we get later on into this heat race. Diego Ardiles was fully doing a wheelie at the exit of turn number 1. He climbed the back of, I believe, one of the RPM drivers. It might have been Davin Roberts, and he might have a bit of steering issues later on in this one if he didn't land properly. Nonetheless, fighting further back here, that's Roberts having to fend from Truchot and Travis Pettit. As they head to the back section of the racetrack, it's Golseth that leads over Weiland, and then it's going to be Peyton Westcott who still holds off against Davin Roberts, and then it looks to be pretty single file here for the back. Pass for the lead though, Max Weiland through to P1.
Max Weiland able to get the move done there on the exit of the right-hander, so he's going to be your new leader. Westcott on the inside there of Nate Golseth. She looks to get through, not going to be close enough to get it done. Now she's going to fall under fire to Davin Roberts, who isn't close enough to get his move done either, but Alessandro Truchot not too far back in the Paralympic machine, right behind Roberts. Golseth fades low. Westcott goes even lower. Golseth looks to hold on around the outside. They're gonna go side by side all the way through, and they have to get it over with here and decide who's gonna lead and try and close down their gap back to Max Weiland.
Further back, Truchot now having to defend from Drew Jensen, who's brought Ardiles, Pettit, Vidmontien, and Scarborough with him as well. 1.6 seconds separates your top 10 here in the opening stages of heat number 2 for groups B versus D. Back section of the racetrack we go. 3 corners to go here to complete lap number 2. And Nathan Golseth back to the point here at the end of lap number 2. And Westcott now is going to follow him through. She's up to P number 2. Weiland might lose a spot to Davin Roberts here to get to the front straightaway.
Yeah, and you saw the lap prior, Golseth lifted his hand up in the air, telling Westcott just to be patient with him. He was going to go. He just needed a little bit of a push, and he goes purple in the process. Is now Westcott in second. She's trying to hold off Max Weiland. Davin Roberts there not too far back. Alessandro Truchot, Enzo Vidmontien. They went side by side for a second. Vidmontien's had to work his way through this field throughout both of the heat races here. So he's made up a couple of spots here so far, and we look there on the side. He's made up one spot so far. Travis Pettit's made up one as well. So it's been something to look out for here so far. We look back on the gaps there, left-hand side of your screen. About 4/10 separates Westcott and Golseth. Looks over his shoulder. Knows that Westcott's closing in. Weiland is going to fall under fire here to Davin Roberts shortly. Let's see if Roberts wants to go on the inside. Stays in line. Westcott going to go through. Weiland goes through as well. Golseth going to lose almost another spot here to Davin Roberts, his, 10th teammate under the Ryan Perry Motorsports team. And they're going to get back in line. But Peyton Westcott, the young lady from California, leading us away here.
Here goes Vidmontien and Drew Jensen to the inside. Slightly wide, next to turn number 1, but Ardiles loses 2 spots. I thought he was going to make a move on the inside of Davin Roberts in the final corner, but he had a bit of a hiccup there and ended up costing him a net loss of 2 spots there. Golseth now having to fend off a couple other drivers. Truchot throws it up the inside in turn number 4. He's through on Ardiles. So too is Travis Pettit as well. So Ardiles went from looking inside the top 5 to almost being pushed out of the top 10 right now. So whether or not there maybe is a bit of an issue with the steering column after that rough landing at the exit of turn number 1, or he's just struggling to slot himself back in line. Nonetheless, your points leader here is struggling early doors in this one.
Yeah, definitely struggling here early on, and Truchot lost a little bit of time. Ardiles there on the inside of what looks to be Lillian Scarborough. So Ardiles made up another spot there. Teammate right behind him in tow. So they're going to go and rocket up the main straightaway. Westcott still leads. Weiland in second. A little bit of shuffling there. Vidmontien. Ardiles fell back almost outside of the top 10. He's 9th. Gage Bailey right behind him. And a couple of moves here on your screen. Drew Jensen and Truchot going at it. There goes Max Weiland for the lead on the inside of Peyton Westcott. Weiland's able to get clear. Westcott falls back to second.
The more they race, the more they bring Vidmontien and Drew Jensen back in the mix here. Westcott's going to follow in line. Drew Jensen to the inside and through on Vidmontien. The National Motorsports EOS driver up to P4. He's going to carry Vidmontien through with him. The more they fight too. Alessandro Truchot in his maiden National Junior start. He's been very impressive. He's lurking in the background in 7th if they begin to fight up front, which they have been. Through the final couple of corners we go. Do we have a pass for the lead, or is it going to be Max Weiland out front? It's still Weiland, Westcott, and that's Golseth, Drew Jensen. Davin Roberts just got through on Vidmontien as well, so move the RPM driver back up in the 5th.
Yeah, and Vidmontien just kind of uncharacteristic, falling backwards here as Westcott still looks on Max Weiland, and we'll follow the leaders here through turn number 2. Westcott happy to stay in second here at the moment, and for Davin Roberts able to get through on Vidmontien, who just hasn't seemed to have, the outstanding pace that we're used to seeing Enzo have throughout the years. So kind of just uncharacteristic here from that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver. And Enzo Vidmontien, something amiss here, just missing that last little bit of edge that he may need to fight up here inside of the top 5. But we look on. Nathan Golseth has rejoined the party here for the top 2. He's on the rear bumper here of Peyton Westcott coming up the hill.
Golseth looks over his shoulder to see how close Drew Jensen is. Not close enough really to make a move in the back section of the racetrack here. It's a 3-car breakaway. About 3 car lengths separates Golseth and Jensen, and then about 3/10 back to Roberts. But nonetheless, this is roughly a 10-cart train out front. It's anybody's race here as we get the halfway sticks in the air as we're halfway through this heat race. And Westcott has a great run on the front straightaway. She's going to go to the inside and through. Golseth going to fall through as well. Bit of a hip check there to Weiland, who's going to lose a handful of spots. And Roberts now to the inside and through to P2. And Golseth thought he was going to be second, and now he's back to 5th.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just a little too deep there, and just was almost sideways there on the exit. A little contact there with Weiland, but all okay. Rubbin is racing at the end of the day, right, Alex? So we continue to move on, and Golseth there looked back on Weiland. Wasn't close enough to get it done, but a good gap for Peyton Westcott here at the moment, and Davin Roberts as well, having to work his way through the field in this one, having to gain a couple of spots. He stays stagnant. That's actually where he started, but fell back early on, having to work his way back up. Golseth's back a couple of spots, so we'll see how it all turns out when they cross the stripe this time by. But all to play for here when they get to the stripe. Truchot going side by side there with what looked to be Golseth, who loses yet another spot. Truchot able to get through. Jensen got through. Golseth there just got a steamroll. Truchot on the bottom of the racetrack looking to go through on Enzo Vidamontien. Truchot gets through. Travis Pettit going side by side. He gets through. Ardiles is through. Golseth back through on Enzo Vidamontien.
Vidamontien, all of his good work is going to be undone here. He's up inside the top 5. Now he's struggling to stay into the top 10. Pettit on the wrong side of the racetrack. Golseth through. Back through is Vidamontien as well. And here comes the likes of Jackson Wolney out of nowhere inside the top 10 now. Gage Bailey on the wrong side of the racetrack. He's going to lose a couple of spots there as well. He's going to fall back to about 15th place here. 5 laps to go in this heat race. Looking further back here. We're waiting for our leaders to come back around the stripe. And that includes Westcott and others. Wolney off the racetrack. Vidamontien and him, we're going side by side. Wolney's going to lose that spot and fall outside the top 10 once again. Back out front, we have a battle here for what is inside the top 6 between Truchot, Ardiles, Golseth, and Vidamontien. This is the closest battle we have on the racetrack right now. In front of these 4 is Drew Jensen by himself here on the National Motorsports EOS machine. Davin Roberts, while we're watching this battle, has gotten back around. Peyton Westcott, he's back to the lead.
As Ardiles fades low on Truchot, not close enough to get his move done. Davin Roberts again, like you said, Alex, he's going to be your new leader. Next time by when they cross the stripe, Ardiles fades low on Truchot, just goes a little bit wide. He's going to lose a spot to Golseth. Vidamontien looking to go through on Truchot. He couldn't get it done. Your top 4 breaking away here. The more and more that 5th on back continue to fight in this heat race. So it's all kind of coming unglued here, Alex. And, for the top 4, staying in line and pushing together. For the rest of the top 10, it's going to be important to stay together, stay in line, and to kind of try and push to get back up inside of the top 5. But it's been difficult to do so. It's been an all-out brawl since that green flag dropped, and a little bit of change here. Max Weiland goes up to 2nd.
Good move there for Max Weiland. That's one of the best places to do it on the racetrack. You don't really lose too much time to the guys behind you. You lose a bit to the guy in front of you. Davin Roberts, his lead grows to about 3 kart lengths, but we've seen all day long, all weekend long, really, and every time we come to the FCC Kartplex, especially in the KA100 categories, whether it's junior or senior, 3 to 4 kart length advantage is not enough to pull away. We see the draft already coming into effect here for Max Weiland to get back to the bumper of Davin Roberts. Here's Golseth and Ardiles. They pulled away from Truchot and others. That's going to be the 809, one of the BGR MDR drivers, as well as one of the TKG Kart Republics.
Homer Heeman.
Yeah.
Homer Heeman in his backyard here. Unfortunately, he's out of this one early, so that's going to end his race for Greggy there. But everybody else still on the racetrack here. Davin Roberts, your leader. Max Weiland there in 2nd. With Drew Jensen not too far back in the 4th spot. Peyton Westcott right in between them. And we'll get the 2-6 in the air this time by, and officially crunch time for the top 4. This time around, Roberts looking back, just checking on where Weiland is. Jensen fades to the outside on Westcott, looking to set something up in turn 2. Roberts going to start to low line. Jensen on the inside of Westcott. He's able to get through and up to 3rd.
Good move there for Drew Jensen. Puts himself in the prime position if something happens in front of him to be the first driver to take advantage.
Wow.
Puts the bumper to the back of Weiland. It's going to move Weiland's bumper out of whack there. I think it's going to stay on, though, luckily for the Magic driver there. But Drew Jensen now showing how aggressive he's willing to be here to get a heat race victory. Almost hooks his rear bumper. Is Weiland on Drew Jensen. And now Jensen is fading to Peyton Westcott there. And further back, Golseth and Ardiles are back in the mix here for potentially an inside the top 3 finish.
Expect Golseth to try and go here in the sweeping left-hander. We'll see how it comes out here behind the barriers. Golseth there on the inside of Westcott. Looks like he's going to be able to get through, and he does. Westcott there side by side with Ardiles. They're going to lose a little bit of time. When we cross the stripe this time by, white flag in the air. The final time around in heat race number 2 for groups B and D. Roberts still defends from Max Weiland. Golseth not too far back with Drew Jensen. As contact, Peyton Westcott's into the wall and out of the race. And she is not happy with whoever she was fighting with. Goodness me, contact there on what looked to be Diego Ardiles there. Wow, big off.
Big off there for Peyton Westcott, and that's going to really hurt her chances at a good starting spot when it's all averaged out for her heat race finishes. Good to see that she seemed okay, though. And Nate Golseth off the racetrack in turn number 6, as well as, I believe, Drew Jensen. So contact between 3rd and 4th place on the racetrack, and it's all shaping out here, Caleb, with half a lap to go. It's Roberts now and Weiland with 2 corners to go.
2 corners to go here. Roberts going to defend low, trying to hold off Max Weiland for one more corner. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the finish line. Ardiles isn't too far back after that contact with Jensen and Golseth. All the way to the line. It's going to be side by side in between Roberts, who's going to get the edge and win heat race number 2. Max Weiland second. Ardiles rounds up your top 3.
Davin Roberts by 25 thousandths of a second wins over Max Weiland. Ardiles, he seemed to be fading for a majority of that heat race, but takes advantage of a lot of the chaos that ensued in front of him. He rounds out the top 3 in heat number 2, groups B versus D. Vidmontien, Truchal, a good run for him inside the top 5. Travis Pettit, Lillian Scarborough, Jackson Wolney, Tristan Murphy, Gage Bailey. That's your top 10 here. Further back, Max Christea, Peyton Fan. Nate Golseth was able to at least cross the stripe 13th there, but he entered the last lap in 3rd. Remy Andretos, Bristol Borman, your top 15.
Yeah, so, man, what a race did we just have here, but we'll try and cycle through these results here. That was your top 15. We go back to the rest of the field. Chaz Relay, Juan Jose Paramo, Jackson Elefante, Drew Jensen, Fernando Zapata, Peyton Westcott, unfortunately not able to end this one. Neither could Homer Heeman and Braden Zerv. So that's going to be it there for your KA100 Juniors class. Some pickup getting set to go underway when we come back. More racing action coming our way here. This is round number 4 of the United States Pro Kart Series, the Buckeye Grand Prix. When we come back, more heat races coming your way.
How did I not see that?
Or Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that helps a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be...
Well, your KA seniors out on the racetrack now, and they're going to get set to go green here shortly. So we'll keep an eye on AJ Myers and Steven Eisert to take the green flag here as we look on for them to get it done here. Into the tram lines we go. Steven Eisert, AJ Myers getting set to go green. Green flag is out. We are racing. Eisert going to crowd AJ Myers to the bottom of the racetrack there. Side by side, Adrian Cruz, a much better start this time out. Overbeck and Isambard working together, pushing each other along. Fernando Luque able to get a good start as well, side by side, further back in the field.
Yeah, Kaufman going side by side there with Overbeck, who had a rough start there. Eisert, late lunge, back to the inside. He's going to go back to where he started up in the P2, further back. A couple drivers way wide next to the turn number 4. That's Isambard going side by side there with Lorenzo Kaufman through turn number 6. Isambard's going to get shuffled to the wayside here as we see a move there by Ryan Persing and McKendry as well. So Isambard started inside the top 6. He's going to fall back to about 7th or 8th. So too is Overbeck. We must have missed that one, but at the exit of turn number 6, James Overbeck has fallen outside your top 8.
Yeah, goodness me. James Overbeck lost a couple of spots there. Eisert fading low and on the inside of AJ Myers. Eisert, your new leader this time around. So Myers falls back to 2nd. Adrian Cruz there in 3rd. Fernando Luque not too far back in the 4th spot. They're going to go side by side into turn number 1. Luque is going to get the spot. Adrian Cruz is going to have to stay content in 4th here. And you look back on 5th for Kaufman, Persing in that group, and Alan Isambard, James Overbeck 7th and 8th at the moment. So some work to do to make up a couple of spots here for those drivers. On the inside, there goes James Overbeck on Alan Isambard. Overbeck's able to get clear.
Overbeck's clear, and now here comes Raheem Alibi trying to get through on Alan Isambard as well. Through turn number 6 they go, and he gets through. So Isambard just lost a spot to Raheem Alibi as well. And now Chris Hauer is all over the rear bumper of Alan Isambard, the 30 Kart USA machine, fading backwards early on in this one while his teammate leads ahead of AJ Myers. Look at Fernando Luque on the bumper now of the Magic Man. Through the final couple of corners, we see move to the inside on the Super Tune driver.
Two drivers collected here. The 930 of Blade Fountain and Kingston Himes in the 900. He's in the grass here alongside the main straightaway. But we look back on to the on-track action. Your leader's getting set to come through the start-finish straight and reset it. AJ Myers going to be your leader. Steven Eisert in 2nd. Cruz in 3rd. Luque still in 4th. They swap places once again. Ryan Piercing's not too far back in the 5th spot, and James Overbeck looking to close down on the top 5 from 6th.
Yeah, it's all still to play for here. 10 laps to go in the second heat for groups A versus C. There's a good look at Raheem Alibi all over the rear bumper now of Lorenzo Kaufman and others. Eisert now having to defend subtly from Adrian Cruz and Fernando Luque. The more that happens, the more that AJ Myers, who was your pole sitter after qualifying yesterday, can pull away slightly, but slightly wide for the Magic Man, and that's going to give a decent run for Steven Eisert. Through the final couple of corners they go. Do we see a move to the inside for the lead? No, we don't, but they're side by side for 2nd. And it's going to be Adrian Cruz now to 2nd, Luque to 3rd, and now Steven Eisert's having to fend off Ryan Persing, and that's going to cost him a spot because Overbeck's going to go through to 5th. Yeah, Overbeck's going to go through for 5th place here and try and push Steven Eisert further up the field here. Lap time starting to come in. Fastest driver on the racetrack, Mick Gabriel. Eisert going to start to defend here 4 laps into this race. So in my opinion, a little bit early here for Eisert, but Overbeck can look for a way around. Luque as well goes on the inside there of Adrian Cruz. Luque's able to get clear. Eisert still holding up, James Overbeck. Yeah, further back, you mentioned it. Purple man, Mick Gabriel. James Overbeck stuffs it up the inside of Steven Eisert. It's a net gain of 0 for him because while he got the spot on Steven Eisert, he lost the spot to Ryan Persing. So now this is chaos here for 6th place on the racetrack. It's Persing, it's Overbeck, Isambard, Raheem Alibi. Then the fastest man on the racetrack last time by, Mick Gabriel, all over the rear bumper of the Rocket Racing Company go-kart there. Through the final couple of corners, Mick Gabriel's going to go through up into 9th now. Yeah, Mick Gabriel's able to make up some spots here, so Quick Mick is definitely making up some time here, and right behind Alan Isambard after having engine issues after engine issues all weekend long. And James Overbeck there on the inside of that Nash Motorsports driver. He's able to get that move done. That was Persing, who falls back and going to fall into the clutches here of Alan Isambard shortly. So we'll see what Alan Isambard can do. Mick Gabriel there going to go on the inside of Isambard. Gabriel's able to get clear and through for that spot, but
Up ahead, Fernando Luque just at the fastest lap of the race, a 58.205. So a good lap there by Fernando Luque to kind of try and close his gap back down to A.J. Myers. But 9-degree left-hander coming up. Mick Gabriel going to have a good run here and try and close down his gap to Ryan Persing.
Isenbarg got a better run than Mick Gabriel did up the hill. Let's see if we see a move further back for that 6th place position. There's Overbeck. There's Ryan Persing. Mick Gabriel is going to have to fend off Isenbarg. Isert to the inside and through on Raheem Alibi. So now Isert's comeback drive begins now. He's up to P9 as they get to the front straightaway. Look at this run by Fernando Luque into turn number 1. Not close enough here, but maybe into turn number 2 if he wants it. It's a little bit far back to make it stick for the Super Tune driver there. But as they climb the hill here towards turn number 3 and 4, do you see a late lunge here from Fernando Luque, or does he play the waiting game here, the patient game? We're only 6 laps into a 12-lap heat number 2. He went purple last time by. Himself and A.J. Myers both personal bests that time around. Adrian Cruz by himself is doing a decent job to stay within the draft of the top 2, but he's starting to fade here late in this one. Overbeck now has extended his advantage over Ryan Persing for that 4th place spot. Back up front, Luque. Look at the run here, Caleb.
Yeah, he has a good run into the sweeping left-hander. We'll see how it turns out here. A couple of moments' time, not close enough there for Fernando Luque to get that move done. Adrian Cruz as well. He was adjusting the needles on the carburetor there on his Ursulina machine, trying to find that last little bit of pace that he needs to try and close down on the gap to the top 2 here. So he tries to close down and isn't kind of gaining too much. He's burning about 0.3 off of anybody else inside of the top 5 here. So Adrian Cruz will fall under fire here shortly to James Overbeck if he can't figure out that carburation issues that he's having at the moment.
I will say, after Isert fell outside the top 10 a couple of laps ago, he is the fastest man on the racetrack last time by, the only driver to be in the 57s in this heat race. He just got around his teammate last time around, Alan Isenbarg. Now his sights are set on the National Motorsports EOS driver of Ryan Persing. Mick Gabriel up 11 spots right in front of them. He's up to P6. He's been one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack all race long. But as they climb the hill towards the back section of the racetrack, Steven Isert has the assistance of his teammate. We might see a move to the inside for P6 for Steven Isert. Not going to happen just yet, but in the penultimate corner, he's going to stuff it up the inside and try to clear the National Motorsports driver. He's on the wrong side of the racetrack to make that one stick, but it's going to be a drag race to the line here with 5 to go to get that move done for P6.
5 laps ago when they cross the stripe this time by. There's Overbeck getting closer. Isert fades low, fades high, kind of trying to get creative here with Ryan Persing to try and get that move done. Not going to be good enough there for Isert to get it done. And issues for Steven Isert here. I think engine issues here for Steven Isert. That's going to put him out of contention here and not going to be the result he was looking for to get a good starting spot for the main event tomorrow. So a lot of work to do for Steven in heat race number 3. And we look back ahead. A.J. Myers still leads us away from Fernando Luque.
Yeah, this has been the story of the race so far. These two have not put a foot wrong all race long. And this is exactly what you need to do if you're leading in the KA class, whether it's junior or senior. Find a buddy, work together, and then with 2 laps to go, then the gloves can come off, then you can race. But there's no need to do it early doors in it, and here's the benefit of it, right? Because now these two have a 1.5-second lead over Adrian Cruz in 3rd. And like you mentioned earlier, he's about to be under fire from James Overbeck, who last time by set the fastest lap of the race, resets it, a 57.816. He's the only guy on the racetrack doing 57s right now. This is similar to the lap times we saw in qualifying. That BJR, MDR, and Kart is absolutely flying here. 0.5 quicker than what Adrian Cruz was able to do last time by. The gap is 0.3 between those two. It's less than that for the lead. Here's the battle for 3rd, Caleb.
James Overbeck sitting a lot closer to Adrian Cruz here. The gap's at just about a car length here, so expect James Overbeck to go for a move here on Adrian Cruz as soon as he gets up to that rear bumper. So that's going to be something to look out for here, Alex, when Overbeck gets just a little closer.
3 laps to go here for A.J. Myers, trying to fend off Fernando Luque, who, in my opinion, seems to have the quicker go-kart at this stage in the race. He's just been biding his time behind the Magic Man, seeing where he's quicker, planning where he's going to make his move. 3 to go this time around. Look at the run here through turn number 1. It'll be a late lunge from here if he wants to make it into turn number 2. Not going to happen. At the end of the day, this is only the second of 3 heat races. There isn't any trophies in the line for winning a heat race. If I was Fernando Luque, if I felt like I didn't have enough to make a move for the lead, you take the second. You take your good points for a good average for a starting spot for tomorrow's main event. That being said, while we were watching the battle for the top spot, we missed the fight for third. James Overbeck has gotten around Adrian Cruz.
Yeah, Adrian Cruz just kind of falling off here at the moment. About half a second slower than James Overbeck the last time around, so that'll be something to look out for here. But Overbeck really quick, the fastest driver on the racetrack, of 57.816 there for James Overbeck, who's probably has the pace to kind of close down to the gap to Fernando Luque and AJ Myers. That kid is absolutely flying here. Mick Gabriel as well found pace, up 12 spots in this race. Absolutely unheard of here for Mick Gabriel to kind of show how many spots he's gained. You see it there on the left-hand side of your screen. 12 spots gained, 3 spots gained for Luque. Overbeck kind of having, falling back and having to work his way back up the field. And that's a spot gained. And for Steven Eisert, 13 spots lost. So unfortunate there for him. But how about it for quick Mick Gabriel?
I'll tell you what's impressive about the top two, though, is they've been consistent all race long. And last time around, they were the only drivers last time to cross the stripe to be in the 57s. They both set personal best lap times. So while everybody else is seemingly fading late in this one, on lap 11 is when your top two drivers set their best lap time. So their go-karts are only getting quicker, while most other drivers on the racetrack are starting to get slower. Maybe the heat's starting to get to them, missed the setup slightly on late race pace. That being said, white flag in the air. Incredible run here for Fernando Luque. Do we see him move to the inside of turn number 1? No, but he's close enough now. The closest he's been to the turn number 2, if he wants it, it'll be a late lunge from there. Decides better of it there. Through turn number 3 and 4 with a good run here for the Super Tune driver. We could see a lunge to the inside. Myers fades late on the brakes, and it's going to give Luque a really good shot here to turn number 6.
Yeah, every single heat race is different. Heat race number 1 is usually the one where there's the most desperation if you didn't have a good qualifying, where you try to work your way through the field. Heat 2, you kind of, get what you're what you're given. So for Fernando Luque, kind of has to go out and get something of his own here in the last couple of corners of this one, and he's attacking AJ Myers here on the back straightaway. We'll see how it turns out here on the bottom of the hill. AJ still out in head, and he's going to defend into the double left-hander here, and the last right-hander. Luque still stuck on the outside. James Overbeck closing down his gap by the second. Not going to be enough, I don't think, for Fernando Luque across the line. It's going to be a drag race all the way through, but give it to AJ Myers, winning heat race number 2. Back-to-back heat race victories. Overbeck crossing the line 3rd, Fernando Luque 2nd.
Adrian Cruz 4th. Quick Mick Gabriel rounds out your top 5, up 12 spots to finish off this heat race number 2. Ryan Persing in 6th. Seamus McKendry 7th. Alan Isambard 8th with his teammate with a DNF with a seemingly mechanical failure on board the Sody Kart USA machine for Steven Eisert. Raheem Alibai 9th. And then running out your top 10 is Lorenzo Kaufman. Further back, Chris Harrower, Jack Doyle, Autumn Fisher, Charles Ropke, Steven Eisert.
Kingston Himes and Blade Fountain, 2 of the drivers that were collected here early on in this KA100 senior heat race, A versus C. When we come back, B versus D are going to go at it. Quick commercial break as pickup gets set to go underway. You're watching the United States Pro Kart Series live on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati here, round 4 of the United States Pro Kart Series. This is groups B versus D here for the KA100 senior drivers. We just saw a great heat number 2 for groups A versus C with AJ Myers taking the victory in that one. In this race, though, it's going to be all about Cooper Shipman, your points leader heading into this weekend. He's going to try to fend off Cameron Weinberg on the front row.
Yeah, then you go back to row number 2, Eli Warren and Jose Carlos Hernandez. Javier Herrera stand out so far this weekend, starting alongside Finnegan, Bailiff, Martin, Ferris, and Jelly Altman. Rudolph, who's not starting this one, out of the weekend due to a neck injury. Fallon Bakentesh, Ben Gaunt, Zabo, Ibrahim Din, Emery Lida, and David Martinez. Your field here in KA100 Senior, B versus D. The green flag is out. And we are not racing here. Goodness gracious, they faked me out. So thank you very much, supporter, down there on the main straightaway. Gives us some more time to run you guys through your starting grid order here. Take a look at it here shortly, but that's pretty much it. A couple of standouts here so far, Alex, in this class have definitely kept us on our toes. Javier Herrera was one of those drivers, getting himself in the mix at all times and going through it. So that'll be something to look out for here as well. He was leading a couple laps against the likes of AJ Myers and others, so he'll be one of the drivers to look out for here. But double foul line, and we'll hope for our co-host here, Emery Lida, to work his way up the field as well.
Yeah, let's see what Emery Lida can do. I mean, I was able to talk to him earlier on in the day. I mean, he feels like the warm-up this morning went a little bit better, seemed okay in heat number 1, but he doesn't really seem to ever have been comfortable on that OCD machine. Just something amidst there, just can't really seem to take grip out of the go-kart. Nonetheless, Cooper Shipman, Cameron Weinberg, second time around here for those two drivers to lead the KA100 senior field to the green. This time the lights are out. Green flag in the air. Shipman leads. Eli Warren's going to move him up the racetrack. He's going to try to go to the lead here. He can't, but he's through to P2, the warm-powered machine of Eli Warren up to P2. Cameron Weinberg is going to go down to 3rd. Javier Herrera up into the top 4 now. Finn Bailiff has lost a couple of spots here. He's down to the 7th.
Yeah, he's down to 7th, side by side. Jose Carlos Hernandez goes wide there. He's going to lose a couple of spots. His teammate Ibrahim Din was able to get through, and a couple of other drivers as well. So not what you want to see. Lida's able to get through there as well. So already a little bit of shuffling throughout this field. And we go up the hill. Cooper Shipman going to lead us away. Eli Warren in 2nd, Weinberg there in 3rd, and a couple of other drivers just slowed way down there. I'm not sure if that was Hernandez and Den, but they lost a lot of time. Weinberg there and Warren still fighting it out for the 2nd spot. It looked like Weinberg wanted to go through on Shipman. Was not close enough to get it done.
Cameron Weinberg, every position counts for the championship. It's a little bit more on the line here for Weinberg than it is for Cooper Shipman, who can't really afford to lose too many positions there after AJ Myers got a Heat 2 victory. Weinberg knows that. He's going to throw it up the inside and through now. Cameron Weinberg, the Chad Dawkins Racing Kart public driver, up to P1. Shipman, then Warren. Then it's Javier Herrera. That's your top 4. A bit of a breakaway for those 4 before it's Kane Martin on board the National Motorsports EOS machine. Leads the 2nd train of Finn Bailiff, Angeli, Ferris, Altman, and Ben Gott. So now Cameron Weinberg through the S's here. Cooper Shipman behind him. He can't afford to have a bad race because with how tight it is at the front of the field in the point standings for K100 Senior, especially with how strong AJ Myers has been all weekend long. You want to be able to continue to stretch out your points leads. Let's see what Shipman does here. 2 laps almost in the books here of a 12-lap heat race. Warren behind them. Then it's Herrera. Finn Bailiff has just gotten around the likes of Kane Martin, and he's on the rear bumper of Herrera now.
Yeah, on the rear bumper there, Finnegan Bailiff trying to close down his gap there to 4th. So Keep an eye on Finn here as he looks to work his way up. We look further up the field. Still stagnant here inside of the top 4. So further back, Quinton Angeli, Caden Martin in line. Connor Ferris as well. Herrera on the inside there of Eli Warren. Herrera's able to get that move done. He's up to 3rd. Warren going to fall back to 4th.
Javier Herrera, like you mentioned, he's been, in my opinion, the standout driver in the KA100 senior category. He's been proving that CRG Norton machine works, even on the grippy racetracks. I know Aiden Rudolph was struggling earlier on in the weekend, obviously with the neck issue and pain that he's been having. Sidelined him from this weekend, so hopefully he starts to feel better soon. But for his teammate Javier Herrera, he's been incredibly quick in the first heat race and now here in the second heat race, proving that it is not a fluke and that in fact they do have pace on board that black and orange machine. His sights are now set to the top 2 here. Shipman and Weinberg in front of him. Behind him, Eli Warren looks over his shoulder to see Finn Bailiff close the gap to a kart length. And then it's the 2 National Motorsports drivers. So it's Kane Martin and then it's Quinton Angeli on board the Rocket Racing Company machine in 7th. Team Ferris Racing in 8th. Max Altman, Ben Gaunt. It's been the same top 10 for 3 laps in a row. Not a lot of jockeying for position in the opening couple laps here.
Yeah, so everybody's still kind of shuffling here for the 4th position. Warren there right behind Herrera, looking to kind of get a move done and staying in line. But there goes Kane Martin on Finnegan Bailiff. So Martin's up another spot. Finnegan going to fall back just 1 spot here, but he could fall under fire here to Quinton Angeli right behind him. I believe Max Altman in that group, Ben Gaunt as well, running up your top 10. But a very action-packed race so far in this KA Senior B versus D groups. And Cooper Shipman looking to chase down Cameron Weinberg here. Goodness gracious, as we get to the main straightaway here. So Weinberg there, a good gap for him back to Shipman. About a car length separates the 2 of them, and Shipman looking to close down, but just not enough here for now. Weinberg a 10th quicker than Shipman. You would almost expect it was the other way around with Shipman being in tow and being able to chase down Cameron Weinberg here. Just hasn't been the case so far. And if you're Herrera and you're going a 10th quicker than Shipman here at the moment, and if you're Warren as well, who's going even 2 tenths quicker than Shipman, you're going to kind of want to get a move on and try and change the lead of that group around a little bit.
Yeah, speaking of which, we see Kane Martin's on the pull away now from Finnegan Bailiff and Quinton Angeli. So it's really about to become a 4, maybe 5 car breakaway out front. Herrera got a great run in the back section of the racetrack here over the hill. Does he make a move to the inside here? Cooper Shipman, he does. Javier Herrera, and Shipman's going to let him through. Knows that he can't afford to have a DNF for a bad finish in these heat races if he wants to keep his points tally alive. He's the points leader heading into this weekend. And obviously, with there being 3 heat races for each category, it's all about the average that helps you start for tomorrow's main event. For Cameron Weinberg, he still leads, but for Javier Herrera, his go-kart has come to life here. Last time around, he went purple, 58 flat for the CRG Norton machine.
Yeah, and that's exactly kind of what he needed, being in that 2nd spot, being able to chase down Weinberg's. So, he's going a little bit quicker than Weinberg even, so we'll see if when Herrera decides to go here. It's not an if, but just a when Herrera's going to be close enough to get a move done. We'll see how it looks down the back straightaway here in a couple of moments' time. A little bit wide there for Weinberg, and Herrera's able to close down his gap even more. So when they get to the bottom of the hill, sweeping left-hander coming up next. What does it look like for the CRG Norton driver? Weinberg not going to defend. Shipman trying to fend off, or it looked like he wanted to go on it. Herrera just wasn't close enough, and they're going to slow down just a little bit with Shipman looking for a move there. But this time around, 7 laps in the books. A couple of more to go. We're just over that halfway point here, Alex.
Yeah, well, it was a bit of an accordion effect there in the final couple of corners because Caden Martin and Eli Warren was both looking on the inside of Cooper Shipman. That's what we were looking at. It was more offense turned defense for Cooper Shipman on board the Iron Rock machine. But with that, the accordion effect actually cost Caden Martin and Eli Warren more time than they were able to gain. So now all their good work is undone here. So 5.5 laps to go in this one, and it's a 3-car breakaway now for Weinberg, Herrera, and Shipman. Further back, Martin still leads that second group of a Warren. Finn Bailiff stuck in that 6th position, but Connor Ferris now has gotten around Quinton Angeli, the Team Ferris Racing driver, up in the 7th.
Yeah, so that Team Ferris Racing driver looking to work his way further inside of the top 10. We look back on the lead. 1 and 2 just pretty much bumper to bumper stuck together, pushing each other along here. When we get to this main straightaway, it's going to be a little bit of the same there for the CRG Norton driver and the Chad Dockin Racing driver. Further back, Caden Martin in 4th. Shipman falling off a little bit to what the top 2 are doing here at the moment. And yesterday's interview that we had with Cooper Shipman, he was talking about it was important to have a car that could last the entire heat races. It's good, if you have a car that's early, that's really strong early on in the first 5 laps, but you need a car that can go all 12 laps. You need a setup that can go all 12 laps and not get too stuck towards the end of the race. And for now, it just seems like, the car or whatever setup Shipman has in that Iron Rock Motorsports OTK, it doesn't have the same speed that Herrera and Weinberg have here. They're going about a 10th quicker the last time around than the lap time Shipman was able to do here. But again, it's all about a point haul here for Shipman, who still holds on to that championship points lead, but by just a little bit. And you saw what A.J. Myers did in his heat race, taking a win. Shipman's going to need to really get on the horse here.
Yeah, Cooper Shipman now all over the rear bumper of Javier Herrera. Coming to the stripe to see 4 laps to go. Shipman looks over his shoulder to see a bit of daylight between himself and Kane Martin. Through turn number 1. Do we see a move for P2? We do. Cooper Shipman to the inside and through on Javier Herrera. His sights are now set on Cameron Weinberg, but I can guarantee you he won't make it easy. I was talking to Weinberg on the grid before heat number 1, and he's looking for every point he can. He's not going to, play the nice game out there on the racetrack. He knows that with Vasquez and Miles not here this weekend, he's basically guaranteed at least a 3rd place in the championship. So that's pretty much given him extra motivation heading into this weekend. But knowing that he's close enough in the championship battle to still win this thing, he doesn't want to let the likes of Shipman and others behind him, but especially Cooper Shipman, knowing that he leads the points.
Yeah, no, most definitely there. So you go around to Herrera right behind Cooper Shipman, who looks to close down his gap on Weinberg here and shutting me up as quickly as I was, putting up those the question marks for Shipman. But he's definitely gained a lot more speed in the closing stage of this race. He went 2/10 quicker there than Javier Herrera, who seems to be falling off just a little bit at the end of this one after getting past there, but still very much on the same 10th as Cameron Weinberg. We'll see how much Shipman can close as he leads second on back, and they're going to be content to kind of work together here with 10 laps down and just 2.5 more to go this time around.
Weinberg, this lap seems to have found extra pace on board that Chad Dawkins Racing Kart Republic. He's extended his advantage by about 2 to 3 kart lengths. But he goes wide. He goes wide, entering the back section of the racetrack, climbing the hill. This is going to give Shipman a great chance here as they go to the final couple of corners here. Cooper on the outside. Weinberg is going to get pushed to the wayside here. Cooper Shipman on board the Iron Rock OTK. He's back up to P1. Javier Herrera up to P2. Cameron Weinberg all by himself drops it with 2 laps to go here.
And this is exactly what Cooper Shipman needs to keep his championship hopes alive. But you see the black and white flag sent out there for one driver on the racetrack. But already Weinberg going to lose another spot there. Caden Martin's able to get through. So Martin's up to 3rd. And the battle for the lead going to definitely kick off here. The gloves are thrown off. 2-6 in the air last time by. Shipman going to fight off Herrera for the heat race number 2 victory. Shipman fading low in the middle of the racetrack. Herrera on the outside looking to set up an over-under. Can't get it done for now.
The more Shipman defends, the larger this train is going to grow. Right now it's at 5. It's about to be 6 with Finnegan Bailiff looming behind him. What a run for Javier Herrera to the inside. Let's see if he can make it stick here in the penultimate corner. He cannot. Wow, Cooper Shipman somehow finds grip around the outside there, and he's going to make it stick. So heading to the white flag lap, Cooper Shipman still your leader, Herrera second. Kane Martin's got a really good run here with the help of Cameron Weinberg. Do we see them work together, or does Weinberg go for a move? Speaking of going for a move, look at this. Herrera on the curbing, can't make it stick. Kane Martin to the bottom of the racetrack. Late lunge, he makes it stick. Weinberg a 2-for-1, he's through as well.
Goodness gracious, Cameron Weinberg able to hold on to it. Herrera looking back on the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to go through on Kane Martin. Everything's coming unstuck here. Eli Warren makes contact with Martin. Everybody fighting it out here. Finnegan Bailiff just passenger here at the moment, looking to go through on Warren this time by. He gets stuck on the outside, but absolutely checking out your championship points leader, Cooper Shipman, running away. Weinberg's right behind him. This is it, the final time around in the sweeping left-hander in heat race number 2. Shipman looks to hold off Weinberg, and I don't think Weinberg's going to want to fight it all too much. Just kind of wants to get on with it here to end this one the way it is and take a good points haul going into heat race number 3. It's a drag race all the way to the line. Cameron Weinberg, Cooper Shipman. Weinberg going to fade on the bottom of the racetrack. Shipman on the outside. Not going to be enough there for Weinberg. Cooper Shipman wins heat race number 2.
Another drag race finish to the line. Cooper Shipman, your points leader, He wins ahead of Weinberg, Herrera, Kane Martin, Finnegan Bailiff, Jose Carlos Hernandez, the Orsalon Racing OTK driver. What a comeback drive. He was outside your top 10 at the end of lap number 1. He's back in 6th place when it's all said and done. Eli Warren, 7th. Quentin Angeli, Connor Ferris, Max Altman. That is your top 10. Then Ben Gaunt, Lucas Zabo, Valen Venkatesh, Emery Lida, 14th, Ibrahim Dean, and David Martinez, your top 16 drivers. It was B versus D for K100 Senior Group, or Heat number 2.
Man, what a second heat race there for the KA100 Seniors. In a couple of moments' time, your Mini Swift class getting set to go onto the racetrack. We're going to go quiet on the airways here for a moment, but more racing action coming your way from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Well, welcome back as we get set to go green with your SOTI Racing USA Mini Swift class, ages 8 to 12 here. Numbers ranging in the 100 range to 199. The Miami Swift, 60 cc's here. So that's the class heading out onto the grid now. And let's run you down that starting grid order here shortly. Josh Bergman going to be the driver on the pole position. He's going to start alongside of Royce Vega, Mika Baruch, Rocco Simone on row 2.
Yeah, further back is Parker Ives and Nicholas Orbezo, Ben Glebman, Marco Samet, John McClellan, William Vitor, then it's Simon Jack Klein, and Nico Katowski, row number 6.
You go back to Maxwell Macha, Ashton Woon, Harry Thomas, Jose Carlos Murad, Colton Stingerberg, Bashi Jimenez, Enzo De Janeiro, and Austin Wyatt there, who are going to round up your top 10 rows and then go on to the rest of your drivers there, starting further back in the field. But that being said, we get set to go green here with your Mini Swift division, and going to be a good one here. Josh Bergman, Royce Vega, going to lead us to green here. Into the tram lines we go, and we look onto the lights, wait till they go out. Bergman going to set the pace on the gas here early. Lights are out, and we are racing here in Mini Swift. Heat race number 2. Bergman on the inside, having a really good start. Vega around the outside, looking to hold on. He's going to get back in line. Baruch there on that bottom of the racetrack. Rocco Simone around the outside looks to get it done. Everybody going side by side. Ashton Woon is way off the racetrack on what looked to be an engine change there after that first heat race. So Woon with a lot of work to do here, Alex.
Unreal stuff from Rocco Simone, finding grip where nobody else has. Inside and through to P1. He started 4th. He just got around his teammate now to TKG Kart Republic 1 and 2 behind them. Royce Vega, like you mentioned, the outside row got a pretty good start. Probably one of the best that I've seen from that outside row all day long. And then it's the RPM Tony Kart there of Parker Ives. He's up to P4 now. 4-kart breakaway out front as Nico Orbezo flights with Ben Gleberman behind him.
Yeah, Ben Gleberman had a really good first heat race there in the end, but now he's looking to work his way back up the field here. Parker Ives sits in the 3rd spot. A couple of other drivers right behind him looking to work their way through, but the 2 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic drivers out in the lead. Rocco Simone, Josh Bergman 2nd, Parker Ives, Royce Vega 3rd and 4th respectively. Then you move back to the first of the RPG Cosmics and Nicholas Orbezo. And another one of the Nitro karts there, and a couple of drivers get collected here. Bashi Jimenez involved on the main straightaway there. And one of the BJR MDRs there, the 199 in the wall, and went around there early. And we'll try to put a name with a number there here shortly. That was Bindi, unfortunately. That went around there on the exit of turn number 1. But we look back onto the racetrack. Expect these 2 drivers to work together, but expect the fast kid right behind them in Parker Ives to close down his gap. And you see how much he closed down in the 90-degree left-hander. He's going to be all over the rear bumper of those 2 drivers here shortly.
Wow, that RPM go-kart has come to life here in the opening stages of heat number 2. He seems to have a couple of tenths on the TKG crew as it stands at the moment. They're going to cross the stripe to start lap number 3 of 12 in the books. Rocco Simone leads over Josh Bergman, looks over his shoulder to see a face full of the 148 machine of Parker Ives. That red and white machine with the silver helmet. He goes purple. Last time by, fastest driver on the racetrack was indeed Parker Ives. They're starting to pull away here from Royce Vega, who's by himself in 4th. No move for the lead there. Bergman's going to try to push his teammate away, but at some point, he's going to have to pass Rocco Simone, otherwise it's going to cost him a spot. You see Ives point the finger. He said, let's go. Let's work together. I'm not going to pass you. But usually when drivers do that, it's universal signal to say, you know what, I'm kind of lying to you right now. I'm probably going to pass you.
And that's, I guess, a funny way to put it there, Alex. I mean, sometimes it does stick, you know, whenever you tell somebody to work their way forward. But we'll see how it all plays out here. Parker Ives going to the bottom of the hill. We'll see what it looks like and how much he wants to challenge here on Josh Bergman. They get through, and you could have been right there. Parker Ives going up for 2nd, so he's going to have his sights set on Rocco Simone now. So the Nitro kart goes up to 2nd. Bergman falls back to the 3rd spot, and now for Royce Vega, he's outside looking in of the top 3 here from 4th. Ben Gleberman's right behind there, trying to chase down his teammate in 2nd. So Parker Ives going on the inside, bottom of the racetrack. He's able to get through. Bergman goes through on his teammate as well, so a little bit of a shift here in the lead. Welcome back, Royce Vega. And this is going to bring Ben Gleberman even closer to the top 5. Top 4, I should say, because he is well inside the top 5 and 5th at the moment. So look out for Ben Gleberman, looking to work his way further up the order.
Yeah, no shock to see Parker Ives elect to take the lead early on in this one with how quick he's been. That being said, you mentioned Ben Gleberman. Himself and Marco Samet last time by working together were the 2 fastest drivers on the racetrack. The only driver in the 101 so far is Ben Gleberman right now. He has caught the rear bumper of Royce Vega. It's a 5-car breakaway out front. It's about to be 6 with the BJR MDR driver of Marco Samet. He's gotten there. It's actually about an 8-car train. You got to add Nico Orbezo to the mix. Maxwell Macha and Simon Jack Klein has joined the mix as well. SLA 8th and 9th right now as it stands at the moment. Lap 5 is what we're starting for the Micro Swift race, and it's still Parker Ives that leads. No, Bergman got around him. Josh Bergman leads over Rocco Simone, and then it's Royce Vega. Parker Ives got shuffled to the wayside. He's back down to 4th, and then it's Gleberman and Samet.
Yeah, there you have it. A lot more drivers getting themselves into the mix here, side by side there for a second in between Vega and Simone. Vega not able to get through for the 2nd spot, but Bergman there leading us away. Ives going to have some help from Ben Gleberman, and Ives looks back and kind of Gleberman points forward to Parker Ives, so he's kind of try and work his way through the Bennick machine right ahead in 3rd. So we'll see what it looks like down the hill. Simone looking content to push Bergman for now. We'll see if it stays that way on the exit. It does. So Simone content to be behind his teammate and to push him along, but Xander made a really good point. When you see this many drivers in the lead group, you kind of expect something big to happen, and it wasn't that way in the first heat race. They kept it clean, and they kept it nice and easy, and we'll see if it's the same way here in heat race number 2. To the bottom of the racetrack, Parker Ives are going to go on Royce Vega. Ives gets it done.
Ives gets it done, but goes wide. Royce Vega thought about a move, but Ives going to fade low into turn number 2 to defend that position. Now it's a 2-car breakaway out front. Ives leads the 2nd group of Vega, Gleberman, and Samet. Vega's going to go back through to the inside. He doesn't want to get held up for too much longer. Samet with a late lunge there on Ben Gleberman as well. So Samet, you see the head tap there. He says, let's work together. I feel like my BGR MDR go-kart right now is as quick as ever. Ives drops a tire. A very rare mistake from such a young star in this group, but it's going to cost him a spot.
Yeah, not going to be ideal there for Parker Ives, but has a little help from behind from Ben Gleberman. And then how about Maxwell Macha getting himself inside of the top 10 here and gaining a couple of spots so far. He's up 6 spots. Orbezo, unfortunately, down 2, as well for Mika Baruch, who's down 6 spots and up at the front. Only 2 spots gained there for Rocco Simone. Bergman staying stagnant out in the lead. And they're going to extend their gap just that little bit with a little bit of fighting in between Ives and Vega the lap before. Samet, this is going to help the 2 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics out even more as that BJR LN kart on the inside of Vega is able to get clear.
Yeah, last time around, Marco Samet starting to light the timing sheets on fire here. 101.991. The only driver faster than him last time around was Rocco Simone, who got to the rear bumper of Josh Bergman. So it's a TKG 1-2. Expect them to work together now with the buffer that they have behind him. Samet then leads this next train of Vega, Ives, Gleberman, and Orbezo.
They work their way through the S's now, and Marco Samet right ahead of Royce Vega looking to hold on here. And Alex, I mean, we talked about it time and time again. You're in heat race number 2. What's one of the things that you're telling your kids whenever they get to this stage of the weekend and kind of trying to get them in the groove of thinking, all right, we didn't have the best first heat race. We really need a good result in the second one. What's something that you'd tell, I guess, one of your kids that you'd coach?
Well, that's exactly it, right? It all depends on how heat 1 went. And with there being 3 heats to kind of decide how you start tomorrow's main event, points are going to be huge. Not only points in the championship, but points in terms of the average finish. If you had a good first heat, there's not much of a need to be as aggressive in heat number 2. But if you're a driver that had a rough heat 1 or not what you would have wanted after qualifying, you got to go out there and be aggressive. It's just the nature of the game, and it's really the biggest difference. Like he's talked about, for example, like Easton Kabinski making the jump to the mini Swift category, right? The biggest difference to me with micro versus mini Swift is these drivers seem to just have a lot more aggression in them, right? They're a lot. As you get older in the groups, you go from micro to mini to junior to senior, you start to feel more confident, you start to get more aggressive. And so in the mini Swift category, whether you're an aggressive driver or not, you almost are forced your hand a little bit. And so sometimes you might go into a heat race saying, oh, I'm going to put my feet back and relax. But this class doesn't allow you to do so. So really, as much as you want to tell your driver one thing, it really depends on how the race unfolds. And for Parker Ives here, he had a great start to his race. Starting to fade late in this one. He's having to defend now from Royce Vega and Nico Orbezo. In front of him, Gleberman just got around him in the penultimate corner. So too is Marco Samet. Samet last time by matches the leader's lap times. Lost about a 10th actually to the 2 in front of him, but naturally that's going to be the case because the TKG crew working together very well here at 4 to go.
Yeah, nice and easy. It almost seems like a test weekend for those two drivers, pushing each other along, and everybody else kind of all-out brawl, throwing haymakers here left and right, and this is all to play for here for third on back. Ives staying stagnant, Gleberman right ahead in the 4th spot. Then you have Marco Samet up there in 3rd, so all these drivers spaced out and nobody kind of bumper to bumper except for Royce Vega and Parker Ives, so that's the only difference that you're kind of seeing here on the racetrack. Orbezo as well. He's kind of fallen off a little bit of the lap times that the 2 TKG Car Republics are putting in here, and you see just working together. It almost seems like an 8-wheeled go-kart here, the way that they're driving.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's almost 2 carts turned into 1 at this point out front. This is going exactly to plan if you're TKG and your Kart Republic here. 3 laps to go for your 2 leaders. Samet starting to lose time here, 4/10 off the pace. Last time around, he's going to fall into the clutches now of the RPM duo of Ben Gleberman and Parker Ives, and as well as Royce Vega. So here's the battle for 3rd. Samet looks over his shoulder. Gleberman's all over his bumper. Do we see move into turn number 4? Not going to happen, but we do see a move further back. That's John McClellan there on the inside of Orbezo, the National Motorsports EOS driver, up into the top 6. Here goes Parker Ives now. Gleberman goes wide. Ives going to look for a move in through the S's. Not going to happen. You see the hand signal there from Gleberman saying, let's work together, Parker. As a team, we can get past Marco Samet here with 3 to go.
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like here. And you see, like you said, a very good point there, Alex, in between Gleberman and Parker Ives. But we look on for the lead here. It still hasn't changed. Simone happy to push his teammate along, and it's working out. And you see it there. Gleberman got the help that he was asking for. Parker Ives and Ben Gleberman ahead of Marco Samet now.
Great move there. That was choreographed perfectly for the RPM crew. Ben Gleberman now up into the top 3. Parker Ives going to try to help him pull away from Samet, who looks over his shoulder to see the 1:33 machine of Royce Vega, your Super NAS champ from last year, all over his rear bumper. Then it's John McClellan, Orbezo, Macha, and Baruch. This is about an 8-cart train because your top 2 is pulled away by 1.5 seconds. We saw the 2.6 in the air. That means 2 laps to go, so really 1.5 now left in heat number 2 here.
Well, out of the S's we go, and Ben Gleberman and Parker Ives are in line here and in tow, pushing each other along into the sweeping left-hander. This time around, it's good. It's going to be the white flag in the air for Josh Bergman and Rocco Simone, who stay in tow here, and we'll see what Simone decides to do on Josh Bergman this time around into turn number 1. They look back. No, they have enough room to fight it out. White flag in the air. All to play for here for those 2 TKG Car Republic drivers. And further back, Ben Gleberman still leading us away. Parker Ives looking on the inside there of his teammate. Wasn't able to get clear, but when does Simone want to go here? He's going to go now on the inside of turn 4. Simone's able to get clear.
Wow, what a late lunge there for Rocco Simone. He has been sitting behind the neon yellow helmet of Josh Bergman all race long. Decides now is the time to go. Half a lap to go for Josh Bergman. Look for the crossover move. Side by side through the S's. This is hairy stuff here for the 2 TKG drivers. They're going to try to keep it clean here. Simone on the outside. Make it the inside now as they climb the hill. All that fighting, though, their 1.5 second lead has diminished. Here comes Ben Gleberman.
Ben Gleberman got a lot of track position there. Whenever the 2 TKG drivers went side by side, there's Gleberman on the inside of Josh Bergman. Looks to go through. Gleberman goes way wide. Bergman goes way wide. Parker Ives and everybody kind of get stuck together and slowed way down. But Rocco Simone timed it perfectly. He's going to get it done. And look, they're further back for 5th on back. Everybody going side by side across the finish line. Maxwell Macha crosses the line in 8th. Simone, your provisional winner. Gleberman 2nd. Josh Bergman rounds up your podium.
That was a lot closer than I think TKG and Rocco Simone would have wanted in this one. It actually ended up costing them a 1-2 finish with all that fighting in the final lap, but it's still at least one of the TKG drivers coming out on top here in heat number 2 for the Mini Swift cast. Rocco Simone over Ben Gleberman. Josh Bergman ahead of Ives, Samet, Vega, McClellan, Macha, Baruch, and Orbezo ended up falling to 10th with all that shuffling there at the end.
You're back to Jose Carlos Murat as well. Falling further back in the field, so take a look at that here shortly. John McClellan there 7th. Orbezo running up your top 10. Ashton Woon just, it seemed like no pace at all there for Woon, unfortunately. Couldn't even put in a good lap in. Finished 14th, Enzo De Janeiro rounds up your top 15 here. As we look on the rest of the field, Harry Thomas, Paxton Romero, Aston Wyatt, Simon Klein, Schniegenberg, your top 20. Nachawati, 22nd. Lash, Slavin, Kubinski, Bindi, Taft, Chandler, and Bashi Jimenez as well. So that's going to be it for your unofficial results here in Mini Swift. In a couple of moments' time, your X30 Juniors getting set to go out onto the racetrack here. Quite on the airways, but we'll be right back with more action from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for round 4 of the United States Pro Kart Series. This is the X30 Junior class getting underway for their second of 3 heats today. It's Chico Brown on pole position ahead of Enzo Vidmontian. That's your front row. Then it's Iago Lempin and Sarah Bradley, row number 2. Alongside them, Max Weiland, Fausto Arnado, row 3. That's 5th and 6th. Then it's Ardiles, Gassiet Lee, Ty Fisher, and Tristan Murphy. That's going to be your top 10's starting order as they head into the front straightaway to complete their first warm-up lap here. So we're going to continue on your starting lineup. Michael McGoy, Fionn Shi, row 6. Alexander Vanchev, Davin Roberts, 13th, 14th. Then it's Lillian Scarborough, Victor Alencar, David Ramirez, Jackson Woolley, William Kim, and Dean Peterson, your top 20. Bristol Borman, Jackson Elefante, Fernando Zapata. That's going to be your X30 Junior field. And they're getting ready to complete their second warm-up lap here for the X30 Junior class here. Their formation lap now underway, and it's been all about Turner Brown this weekend. I mean, Ardiles comes into this with the points lead, but obviously after a Dalsman weekend where Turner Brown was arguably the quickest driver all weekend until a DNF in that feature race really hurt him in his fight for the championship. Nonetheless, he comes in with outside chance here before they head to Newcastle later on in the year. Chico Brown, Vidmontian, RPG versus TKG. Lights are out, and we are going to get the green. No, we are not. It's going to be one more lap around, I believe, for the X30 Junior guys. Yeah, no green here for Turner Brown and Iago Lempin. They're going to have to go around one more time here. We saw a good start there from Max Weiland before the green flag was waved off, so he's going to try to do that one again. So too is Iago Lempin, but I think the inside row a little bit too eager to get onto the throttle and a little too excited there to get this race underway. You see some of the USPKS officials telling them to slow down. Listen, that start was clean, but a little bit too fast for their liking, especially into a fast turn number 1 with how quick the X30 Junior class is. Yellow flag out. They're getting ready to start another formation lap. One more time, they're going to have to flip the front rows here. So for Chico Brown and Vidmontien, they're going to hope to get it right. They seem to be going just as quick as last time here, but now Turner Brown has put the brakes on here, putting his hand up, saying, look, guys, we need to slow down. Let's get this sorted so we can get this race underway. Turner Brown looks back to his teammate Yago Lempin. Let's see if they can get a better start here. Good start for Chico Brown. He's going to move wide to push Vidmontien out the way. Good start for the outside row, but not that great for the likes of Sarah Bradley. She's going to lose a couple of spots here, one to Max Weiland, one to Yago Lempin. Here goes Ardiles going side by side there with Falstar Arnaudo. He's going to go through on Ardiles. Ardiles cannot afford to have a bad heat race. He is the points leader, but there's a lot of points up for grab during a race weekend. And if you get pushed off even once in a heat race, it can cost you a handful of spots here, Xander.
It can, and more than anything right now, I mean, the track is as hot as it's going to be all day. We had a really nice, cool morning, and then this early afternoon heat that we've got is pretty intense. It's going to make it where the rubber's going to overheat a little bit, and it's going to get really, really slippery on and especially offline if you hit any of the marbles that are just going to stick to your tires like glue. So you've got to stay online. You cannot afford to lose anything, especially early when everyone is all bunched together. Now, in Heat 1, we watched Chico Brown walk away from Enzo Vidmontien. To start Heat 2, he's a little closer. Yago Lempin in third, under fire from Max Weiland. They got actually a pretty big gap with the way that the field kind of played out that first lap for fifth on back. We saw it really just begin to kick off in the run over here to turn number 5. And bigger moment here down the front straightaway. We got one going into the pit lane. It is the 755 SCR Red Speed headed for an early exit. So already lost one with a mechanical. That was William Kim. I'm sorry. I thought for a moment it might have been Diego Ardiles bailing in. He crossed the line 9th. He's okay, but still a lot of work to do as Brown and Vidmontien lead us up and over the hill, and that's a great look again at Fausto Arnaudo leading that major train, and Enzo has gone through to the lead. So Enzo Vidmontien now takes command on the TKG Kart Republic as he tries to flip the script from heat number 1 and take the fight to Turner Brown, who's going to go right back down the inside into turn number 1.
Good move there for Chico Brown. I think he made a mistake at the exit of turn number 4, and that's how Vidmontien was able to get back around him because he started last time around with a pretty decent gap over the TKG driver. He gets back through on Vidmontien. They can afford to do this sort of battling because they have a 1.5 second buffer to Yago Lempin, who's gotten back around Max Weiland. Further back is Bradley ahead of Gassiet Lee. Looking back to your points leader, Diego Ardiles, he got a rough start. Hasn't really made amends to it here. He's down in P8, under fire from Tristan Murphy last time around, who I believe has actually gotten around Diego Ardiles, who's struggling aboard the Speed Concepts Carlos Sainz go-kart there.
As they go up and over the hill here, once again, there you see Arnaudo, a little radiator adjustment for him, trying to at least get the momentum to neutralize, but he's going to lose another one. Ardiles by there for 7th with a slick move on the black and white Red Speed. So Diego Ardiles up to 7th. He's hoping for a little more battling up front. For now, they're going to stay single file through to turn number 1. 3 complete. Brown leads Vidmontien, who is hanging on close and riding the coattails as much as he can. Weiland, Bradley, and then now already Ardiles just got to 5th or got to 6th on Arnaudo. Now he's starting to close in on Chase Gassiet Lee to get into the top 5, and it'll be a similar story, I think, for Diego Ardiles to what we saw in heat number 1, where he was able to get up to the fight for 3rd, and the progress halted there because the top 2 were head and shoulders above the field and just able to walk away, and they're doing the exact same thing only 3.5 laps into heat number 2.
Yeah, we missed it, but to start this lap number 4, we saw Yago Lempin go a little bit wide there in the exit of turn number 2. That's actually how Ardiles gained an extra spot there. That's going to be the 786 of Fianchi. He was running 9th at the start of lap number 4. He's out of this race. We see Gassiet lead now, a radiator adjustment there, but a good run for Diego Ardiles into turn number 1. He had to back out of it, but into turn number 2, Ardiles going to go through. Here's back up to your lead. Chico Brown and Enzo Vidmontien have a pretty sizable margin, 3 seconds back to Max Weiland. We saw in heat number 1, Turner Brown didn't look back and pulled away from the field. Vidmontien has more to say about it this time around.
Yeah, quite a bit of an improvement for Enzo Vidmontien. Behind, change for 3rd. Sarah Bradley able to get through on Max Weiland. Here comes Ardiles. Again, he's already up to where he ended basically in heat number 1, and he tries that same move on Weiland. This time it's going to bring Gassiet Lee through, and it might bring Fausto through as well. But we're keeping close tabs on that group. Arnaudo now actually going to go to the inside of Chase Gassiet Lee and get around him. Weiland's going to get the elbows out against Chase. Also, he shoves the Coastal Link custom printing Nash machine to the wayside. Chase Gassiet Lee is going to fall all the way outside the top 10 to what looks to be around 11th behind Tristan Murphy at the line. And there's more contact. He gets turned in turn number 2. Max Weiland connects with the right rear as they collide with Chase Gassiet Lee spinning him to the outside of the racetrack, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those racing incidences. I mean, Weiland tried to hold the outside of one, and Gassiet Lee didn't expect it. And I mean, you come together in those type of situations. So rough going for the Coastal Link Nash Motorsports driver there. That's going to be his heat number 2 essentially over. He might be able to make a comeback drive to make up a couple of spots. But nonetheless, here's a good look at Jackson Wolney. He enters this weekend second in the points. It's been an up and down weekend for him, but a lot more down than up, I'd say. They've been struggling, especially on the X30 package for the SCR boys. Austin Garrison found a bit of pace overnight, but for the junior side of things, it seems to be a one-sided deal. Ardila is quick enough this weekend, but Wolney has been off the pace, but we see a little bit of an issue. The 737 machine getting a bit of a warning flag, I believe, there. We'll have to see if we can figure out what happened there. But nonetheless, for Speed Concepts Racing, Ardiles gets around Sarah Bradley, so now that's going to put Ardiles back up into the 3rd spot. But if we're talking about overall lap pace here, race pace for the top 2, they are 4/10 clear of the field. Turner Brown and Vidmontien both doing consistent 56 threes and 56 fours. Ardiles Bradley, the Speed Concepts pairing, 56 sevens and even in the low 57s. The only drivers to even be close to them is Yago Lempin and Fausto Arnaudo last time around, but they're sitting in 5th and 6th at the moment. 6 or so laps to go, 5.5 laps to go when they cross the stripe this time around. Really not a lot of shuffling for position, but further back, this is a good move there. Tristan Murphy and Jackson Wolney just got through there on Ty Fisher.
So with the two of them moving forward as the pack will hit the line, 4 laps to go now, 8 complete, 2/3 of the way through, and we've got roughly the picture of what everyone's real pace is. Wolney 56.19. I mean, that's faster than the 2 leaders that are working together. You look back to the middle group here, kind of 3rd on back, led by Ardiles. They've still got some speed to find if you compare their times a bit to the likes of the leaders. Granted, Diego, he does have a good lap earlier on, so now getting clean air once again, he can kind of settle in and hopefully hit a good lap that matches the pace of Turner and Enzo and make it a 3-car fight in the main. I don't think we'll get that 3-car fight probably in heat number 3, though. Judging by how heats 1 and 2 have gone for Ardiles, he's moved forward. This one's been a little bit less eventful for him than the first one, but it's taken a while, and from the time we've dropped the green, Enzo and Turner have just slammed the gas.
Yeah, last time around, Turner a personal best there. A lot of the midfield as well, setting their personal best times. So, I mean, you mentioned a good point there. Ardiles in clean air, 56 fours, but still not as quick as he would like to be if we're looking at, where he needs to be compared to his championship rivals in Turner Brown and Vidmontien. Jackson Wolney is impressive to see a 56.1 and 56.2 last time around for that SCR Kart Republic for Wolney. So clearly there's pace out on that Speed Concepts machine. Starting 18th in all of his heat races, it's been a rough going for him, but it bodes well for his chances tomorrow in a final to make something happen.
Let's go back and see if we can't find Jackson. He's caught up to Yago Lempin there, and he is, again, as you mentioned, up 10 positions. The Kart Republic driver now leading Michael McGoy and company. I think he might have gotten both of them this lap. Let's see if they head onto the front straight if he has. Out of the last turn, no, he's just gotten up to Yago Lempin. There's McGoy. There is Fausto Arnaudo. Looks like this one might have been a bit rough on the front bumper for Jackson, so don't know if he got a pushback bumper penalty earlier on in the session, but a big run through turn number 2. That time, he finally lost the fast lap as it went to Enzo and Turner, but yeah, indeed, Alex, I think he may have a penalty to outrun, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a rough one there, but Vidmontien now, while we were watching Jackson Wolney, has gotten around Chico Brown in turn number 6. So with 3 laps to go here, Enzo Vidmontien now retakes the lead over Turner Brown. We thought after qualifying in heat number 1, this is going to be all about Turner Brown this weekend, but Vidmontien from between heat 1 and heat 2 has found some pace on board that Kart Republic machine. They're going to go around the final corner now to see 2 laps to go here for Porter. They're going to give him the 2.6 in the air. They have a 5.5 second advantage almost over third place. They can afford to fight as much as they would like, and I think it's going to start right now. Vidmontien's parking it on the inside of turn number 1. Chico Brown's going to go around the outside here. There's no grip there, but with a crossover moving to 3, we might see something happen in the 4.
Yeah, time to dance, boys. Here we go. Lapping 3/4 to go. Chico to the high side. Enzo Vidmontien to the bottom to defend in turn number 4. They'll run to the infield. Enzo looks over both shoulders, checks where he's at, parks it on the apex again. Turner almost, maybe got a little bit of a nose down low. It won't be enough to hold the position through the S's. And Enzo's going to leave the door open to the left and the back. But Chico overcooked it a little bit. They're going to drag race up and over the hill. What a great fight here with a lap and 1/4 to go. Brown versus Vidmontien. There was barely just a car length, and Chico was able to find it. But Enzo with the inside, the over-under, able to get the lead back as they round the last hairpin. White flag in the air. What a fight we've got, Alex.
They're going to do it all over again here with 1 lap to go. This time, Vidmontien starts this lap with a little bit larger of an advantage than he had the lap before, so he doesn't have to defend in the 1, defends clean air in the 2. In my opinion, it's going to give Chico Brown a bit of an advantage. Enzo Vidmontien caught some dirt on the apex there. I think it caught him off guard. He's going to lose a spot, and now it's Chico Brown's turn to defend for Vidmontien.
So Brown to the inside in turn 4. Now the run to the infield hairpin, turn 6 and 7. Enzo to the high side. Chico to the low side. Over under from Enzo, and it'll get side by side. Door to door to the S's here for the lead in X30 Junior, and it will go the way of Chico Brown. Vidmontien's not going to give up. He got a good exit out of the S's. He's a little bit too far back to really challenge anything in that back hairpin, but he's going to give it all he's got as they go through that long left sweeper down to the final couple of corners. Turner Brown trying to continue a perfect weekend in X30 Junior to this point. Poland qualifying, winner in heat number 1. Here they come out of the dogleg to the start-finish line, side by side. Brown holds on.
Turner Brown, wow, another drag race to the line. Almost every finish in the second round of heat races has resulted in less than a 10th gap between the top 2. It doesn't change here for X30 Junior. Turner Brown over Vidmontien, and then it's Ardiles over his teammate Sarah Bradley for 3rd and 4th. Michael McGoy, what a run for the RPM driver to finish 5th. Jackson Wolney ends off his incredible run through the field in 6th, but unfortunately it looks like he had a pushback bumper penalty. We'll see where that ends up after results are all done and dusted. For Ronaldo there, 7th. Max Weiland drops to 8th at the end of this one. Tristan Murphy, 9th. Ty Fisher, more the Race Live TV cart, rounds out your top 10.
Impressive from Enzo and Chico to have a clean fight like that here. Again, here's the full results as they cross the line. And so while we've watched them duke it out, I mean, Jackson Wolney getting up to 6th there at the end is good. But if both sides are pushed in and that 3-second penalty hits, well, that's going to bump Wolney all the way back down to 11th. So all that hard work to make up that ground, I mean, it's going to potentially pay off. You do get the 1 protest per day, I believe, or maybe 1 per weekend on the bumper. So he'll get the chance to fight it if he feels like he's got a good case in court. But that's really, again, just kind of his prerogative. That's the way that he'd like to go for it. So your X30 Juniors are wrapped from heat number 2. KA 100 Masters on deck, and hopefully in this case we can get them all through the first corner. We had about half of our grid spin in turn number 1 to kick off their opening heat race of the morning. Well, they've got another shot to all do it right here this time and see if they can match what the young kids have been able to do, and that's put on some fantastic racing. All this rolls on here in a moment. While the KA Masters get ready and the X30 Junior cleanup continues on the racetrack, we're going to head down to pit lane here, folks, and talk to another couple of our X30 Pro drivers that are getting ready to go. Alessandro DiTullio standing by. Ale, that opening heat race, at least the first half a lap, looked about as perfect as it probably could have been scripted for you boys in pink and chrome. How about that for that awesome run that you had there in the All right, let's see if we can go down again here. We'll go down to Alessandro DiTullio and see if we can't chat with one of our X30 Pro drivers getting ready to go. I believe we may have got it now. I see Ale stepping into frame, so while the KA Masters are going, Ale, let's try this on attempt number 2, buddy. Do you have a copy with us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. All right, so Ale, talking about the first half lap of that first heat race. That was about as perfect as you and Harley could have scripted it. Ended up 1 and 2 for a minute and then stayed close. But what was the difference? What did you not have that you needed to win?
Yeah, the start was quite good. Harley and I got into first and second. Not sure really what happened with Brandon and Brian. And then from there, it was just, it was hard to be in the lead at first just because I was getting all the dirt from all the karts behind me on the next lap. So holding on to the lead was a bit difficult. I was just sliding around, and then once I got behind them, the pace was good. It was just kind of difficult to pass ride, and he was super consistent, not really making any mistakes. So yeah, we'll see what we can do in heat 2.
Well, Ale, we're going to wish you best of luck here for heat number 2, while at the same time we get set to go green with our KA 100 Masters, and they've got the green there. So we'll let Alessandro DiTullio go ahead and suit on up for the second heat race here in X30 Pro and move on over to the on-track action here. KA 100 Masters green now for heat number 2, and this time around, Alex, we got a clean run with them. So all good there the first time on by.
Yeah, good start there for Robert Pidoshno there. He's going to lead the field to the green flag, and he's going to lead the first half a lap. Then it's Laurento Mardan, then Martin Stone. Got a great start there, got around Nicky Coelho. Clay Settles has fallen back a spot there. Andy Kutcher as well, fallen back a couple of spots. He's actually up a spot, on board the red speed. He's up into the top 5. Carapelletti lost a spot. Miguel Mir stayed about the same there. We saw Paulo Fonte throw it off the racetrack after the checkered flag in heat number 1. So good to see his go-kart still out there, still feeling good to race in heat number 2. As they cross the stripe to start the second lap here, Robbie Bujoso leads over Laurento Mardan and Martin Stone now, the RPG Cosmic. He's been fast all weekend. He had a good run in Dalsman, so too did Mardan. But it was all about Nicky Coelho and the Franklin boys back in round number 3. And round 4, it's been a comeback here for Martin Stone, who's put together a pretty solid and consistent weekend. Nicky Coelho takes advantage of a mistake out of turn number 3. He's back to 3rd. Andy Kutcher looks pretty racy earlier on here. A 5-kart breakaway out front with Clay Settles now all on his lonesome in 6th. And he's left Miguel Mir in 7th now.
Through the S's, 6 nearly together here in the opening lap and a half for KA 100 Master, and a big mistake out of Robbie Boydeshow. He'll go wide and drop a tire up and over the hill, and that's going to allow everybody to try and find a way on by. So Robbie now going to fall to 2nd, maybe 3rd. He's trying to fend off everyone else, and that is going to allow Laurento Mardan to lead the 2nd lap of heat number 2. Down the front straightaway we go, and towards turn number 1, Mardan, Boydeshow, Nicky Coelho down to the first turn of the racetrack. And at the same time, let's go ahead and check in side by side with Austin Olds down on pit lane. Austin, just want to make sure you got a copy with us before we go down and bother you. But how is things so far for the MPG Kart Republic that you're wheeling this weekend?
So far so good. I had a good qualifying run. We were fast all day yesterday in practice and Thursday. Had a bit of a rough go in Heat 1. I got shuffled back at the start and wasn't able to continue the speed that we had from yesterday, but now we're going to be good for Heat 2, I think.
Now, moving to you, I asked Carter McMurray this question. I know you moved over to the OKN Stars class here at the Stars race. I know you ran Rotax Senior Max here. This is your first Pro X30 event going up against some of the guys that have been racing karts in this division as long as you have been racing karts since your kid kart days about 10 years ago. So what was the feeling like lining up on the grid for that first heat race with all those guys around?
Yeah, it was pretty cool, but I was just not really paying attention, focusing on myself, focusing on what I can do to do better on track, and getting to grips with the X30 package. Thursday was my first ever time running it, so it's been a learning curve, but I'm excited to see what we can do.
Well, Austin, I know you got a lot of supporters following along at home. It's a small contingent, tiny but mighty for you guys at MPG Motorsports. Who would you like to thank for all the help that's gotten you going so fast here this week?
Yeah, Chase Jones, MPG Motorsports, Billy Vincent, Scott Grenier over at Lad Engines for the rocket ship strapped onto our kart this weekend. My Kart Public chassis has been awesome, and my parents.
But we'll let you get back to it, Austin. Thanks as always for chatting with us, and good luck here in heat number 2.
Thank you.
Once again, folks, that was Austin Olds on the MPG Motorsports machine, getting ready for his second ever heat race in a Pro X30 machine. As we watch the K Masters start to duke it out a little bit. Coelho, Mardan trading spots. Andy Kutcher, the Heat 1 winner, in the mix. And Thor wants to get up into third. Robbie Boydishow starting to make some forward waves now after that bobble on the opening lap, and since then it's kind of had a bit of a slide down the leaderboard. Clay Settles riding in 5th there. He's just kind of hanging in this lead pack, and the same for Martin Stone. Both of them just riding along, not making any big moves or noise yet, but they're ready to go here whenever they want to pull the trigger. Clay was on the bumper of Kutcher there coming out of the S's. He might have been able to make something happen in the back sector this time, and he's going to look to do so. Change for 4th. Clay Settles on the 454 into position number 4, and back to P5 for Andy Kutcher on the red and white Red Speed machine. Behind them, Austin Queen continues to lurk on. So does Miguel Mir. Change as well. Paul Elefante challenging and getting through on Scott Carapalati, back all the way for the 8th and 9th spots. There's a look at 7th place in Austin Queen, 8th for Mir on the Orsolone Tony kart, and onwards back again to Carapalati and Paul Elefante. Still only about 3 seconds spreading the entire top 10. It's pretty closely packed so far here in KA Masters, Alex.
Yeah, very close. And actually, with all the racing that we've seen in the top 6, Austin Queen, like you mentioned, that 7th driver in frame, was the fastest driver on the racetrack last time by. Matter of fact, he went purple as well, 59.577. So the more they continue to fight, the more the Austin Queen will start to catch the rear bumper of Martin Stone and others. After that half spin from Robert Bujdoso there a couple of laps ago, it actually is the reason why Clay Settles got joined back into the mix and what cost Martin Stone a couple of spots. So now Martin Stone on the outside of this group looking in. We're about halfway through this heat race. Coelho got a very good run there, got around Loreto Mardan, and so too has Bujdoso. So Robbie Bodishow back up into P2. Mardan on the Techno Kart machine lost a couple of spots there. Here comes Clay Settles. Here comes Kutcher, Martin Stone, and Austin Queen last time around, the fastest driver of the 7.
Into turn number 4 once again for the full 7 group. And with Austin Queen hitting his stride now, he still has plenty of time to march all the way from 7th to potentially win this heat race, as we've still got so many laps remaining and them all of them packed close together. Now, for Robbie Boydishow on the Magic Kart, he's watched AJ Myers, who's he's helped support and has watched take his brand to the front. Robbie is looking for the lead down the back straightaway. He'll take the spot back after they locked out qualifying in the adult classes for the Magic Kart brand and 100cc Senior, 100cc Masters. Well, Robbie wants to get the 100cc Masters package to a heat race win now. He leads at the end of lap 7. 5 to go. Coelho in second.
Coelho starting to push Robbie Bodishow away from Loreto Mardan. Clay Settles last time around absolutely flying. He's also found his stride. Kutcher, Martin Stone as well, all over the rear bumper of the Red Speed machine into turn number 4. Look for a move from the RPG driver. He's going to send it. The 401 machine back up into P5 where he feels like he belongs. That's where he's been most of the weekend, in that 5th and 4th place range. With that pass, though, it's going to allow the top 4 to start to stretch their legs a little bit over this next 3. Austin Queen, once again, resets purple lap time of 59 flat. That go-kart is absolutely flying right now, 1.1 back from the lead. That is what separates 1st from 7th It might be a little too late for a heat race victory, but certainly a top 5 is in the cards here for Queen when we enter the last couple of laps. As Nicky Coelho around the outside of the penultimate corner, he's going to make that move stick. You don't see a move very often there on the outside, but he makes it work. Now they're going to cross the stripe to see 4 laps to go here for Nicky Coelho. Lorenzo Mardan looking to find extra grip here in the dirt if that's what it takes to get around Budoso, but it's not going to happen. Matter of fact, he's going to lose maybe a spot to Clay Settles, who goes on the brakes sideways. Keeps the go-kart facing the right direction, though, with all that battling for third. The top 2 starting to break away here.
Side by side, even further back now. Kutcher to the inside of Martin Stone to try and take back that 5th position. He will by the infield hairpin. So now back to the inside goes Stone to take it right back. As soon as Andy got clear, Martin sent it right back down the inside. Everybody knows how many laps they've run, at least at the fact that they've run quite a bit. So now they are trying to make one last heave up the leaderboard and not give back any more positions. There's a lot of gentleman-style driving, nice and respectful, let you go, let me go, a lot more give than take typically in the Masters divisions, especially early on in the weekend. But we're at the end of this race, and you can see a swing from 1st back to 7th. How about a change for 1st? Coelho, and an over-under from Robbie Boydeshow there into turn number 2. Nicely done for Robbie. He'll take the lead back over through 3.
This is great racing for us to watch, but I'm sure if you're inside the driver's seat at this point, if you're Coelho, if you're Boydeshow, you don't want to keep racing because you know that the Techno Kart machine is coming, and he's brought a handful of drivers with him too. Clay Settles, Martin Stone lurking in the background if a mistake happens. But for Boydeshow, he still leads, but right now it looks like Coelho seems to be the quicker of the 2 drivers because Boydeshow, maybe with the racecraft sense, he has enough driving in the shifter side of things to be able to get the over-unders done and know how to defend when it matters most. But I think Coelho's go-kart looks better. Clay Settles, speaking of go-karts looking better, got a pretty good run out of the final couple of corners here. He's looking to the inside of Lorenzo Mardan. He's going to push him wide, if that's what it takes. The top kart driver up the P3. Mardan now is going to have to defend from Martin Stone entering 2 to go.
Out of the dogleg and onto the front stretch again we go towards turn number 1. Let's see, high, low, big weave from Lorenzo Mardan trying to find a way around Clay Settles. Couldn't quite do it. And Martin Stone was ready to follow, but neither of them got the run they needed to make something happen at the end of that front straightaway. Now in the run to 4, I think they're all still a bit far apart, and they will stay exactly that distance away. Big run around the outside for Robbie Boydeshow. Pulls that lead to a car length back to Coelho. Settles pulling away from Mardan. Back in 6th and 7th, Kutcher and Queen have separated a little. Nicky Coelho needs a big run here with a lap and a quarter remaining to bring that fight back to Robbie. And he did not quite get the exit he needed to cross the hill.
Yeah, the most important exit he's going to need is out of the final couple of corners here. But through the fast left-hander, Nicky Coelho back on the rear bumper of the Magic Kart machine here through the final corner. Nicky Coelho, this is as close as he's been in a couple of laps. This is what he needs. They're going to see white flag in the air to see one more time around for heat number 2. And look at this. Nicky Coelho, he made a move here a couple of laps ago. Not going to happen. Boydeshow defends slightly into turn number 1. Goes wide in the exit there. That was pretty sketchy stuff for the Magic Man. But through turn 3 and up to turn number 4, Nicky Coelho about a kart length back. He could send a lunge if he wanted to. Decides better of it. But with that defensive maneuver from Boydeshow, look at the run Coelho has in the 6.
Yeah, big run into the infield hairpin. And Robbie Boydeshow, a little bit narrow, a little bit of a bounce kind of on exit. That'll bog the cart down over to the S's. And that's allowing Clay Settles to get close into the run over the short chute in the last couple of hairpins, up and over the hill. Coelho is close. He'll nose to the inside. Nicky Coelho trying to take the lead back on the final lap from Robbie Boydeshow. He does so into the sweeper. And down on the inside, he blocks in the left. Blocks over in the right. It'll be a run to the line. They all kind of get bottled up behind him, but a good run this time has gotten Nicky Coelho the lead. It will get him the heat race victory over Boydeshow, Settles, Mardan, and then back to 5th, Martin Stone, as the top 5 cross the line separated by less than 7/10 of a second. Talk about a close run here to end heat number 2 for KA Masters, presented by Nash Motorsports. Kutcher, Queen, Mir, Paul Elefante, Scott Carapolati, Kim Carapolati, and Andre Isaac. All of them at least made it through the first turn, and we got a much better read and a good sign of hopefully things to come for KA Masters, with 7 drivers all having a realistic shot at winning this one. And if Miguel Mir can find a little more, the same for Paul Elefante, they'll be in the conversation too. We'll be right back. X30 Pro Senior coming up next.
Up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel.
Welcome back here to the United States Pro Kart Series, round number 4 here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We just got finished watching the KA100 Masters heat number 2 on our screen right now. It's the X30 Pro Senior drivers, Brandon Carr, Ryan Norberg in the front row. We've talked with a couple of the drivers so far today. We heard from DeTulio. We saw the great start that he and the team had last race. Couldn't ultimately get the job done at the end of it, but it's definitely good signs for the Interim S crew. It's one of the best races that we've seen from them, whether it's a heat race or a feature race that we've seen in quite some time. So for himself and for Harley Keeble, look for more of the same here in heat number 2. We've talked to Austin Olds and Carter McMurray. We saw McMurray struggle for pace in the heat number 1, really struggled to just stay on the racetrack. He went off the track, exited turn number 1 twice, I believe. It's just one of the things that happens when you're on the dirty side of the racetrack and just new to a pro senior category, but nonetheless, he has shown tremendous pace on board the Timmy Tech Comp Kart machine. Austin Olds as well. I mean, we talked to him. He's obviously driven in the OKN class for stars. He's driven in the Rotax stuff, but this is his first pro senior start. And he said, listen, he wasn't even fazed by it. It's just another race for him. It's just another set of drivers who have to learn to race around here. But as they get ready to take the green flag, it's TKG Kart Republic versus Rollison Performance Group on the front row.
Here we go into the lines. Brandon Carr, Ryan Norberg, heat 2 for X30 Pro. And we are green. Lights out and away we go. Jump into the inside off the bat was Aiden Levy. Further back and around the outside, Ryan Norberg with a great jump to the lead. Austin Olds into 3rd. Carter McMurray trying to hang on strong. He'll get shuffled around 7th or so as they head back to turn 4 for the first time. ADT, Harley Keeble into 4th and 5th, and Paulie Massimino into 6th as way wide for Quentin McPherson, I believe, all the way into the dirt there back at turn number 4.
Wow, the outside lane found a lot of grip all of a sudden with Norberg and Austin Olds. If Olds honestly didn't have to put the brakes on to not run into the back of Brandon Carr, we might have an MPG driver up in a P2, but as it stands at the moment, this is not the start that we would have expected from ADT and Harley Keeble, or at least compared to what we saw in heat number 1, where they ended up 1st and 2nd at the end of turn number 2. They're 4th and 5th as it stands at the moment, but it's Ryan Norberg now up to the front. Brandon Carr is going to have to do some work here to get around him. He was the quickest driver for most of heat number 1 in terms of overall lap time pace, but let's see if he can get it done here. DeTulio tells his teammate Harley, let's work together. It's a 4th and 5th for us at the moment, but it's, they have the assistance of a team to try to work together.
Yeah, they've got a little gap back to Massimino. Now Carr keeping Norberg pretty close right now, and again in the middle. What a run for Austin Olds as Keeble sends it on to Tulio in turn number 4 to get by his Interim S teammate. Paulie riding back there, still in that 6th position. McMurray was 7th. Carter McMurray back to 8th now. Austin Garrison has charged by him. He has taken over that position. Once again, rolling from pretty deep in the top 10. The points leader is clawing his way towards the top 5 and a good points haul once again in the heats. But Brandon Carr keeping the pressure on Ryan Norberg, forcing him to defend in the back hairpins.
Ryan is feeling the pressure, feeling the heat quite a bit as we put 2 laps in the books here. Only a car length between them. Carr has a bit of a run towards the number 1 plate to turn number 1.
Yeah, we see a penalty there potentially for the 396 machine of Brian Garcia, the Chad Ducking Racing Kart public driver. But out front, Norberg versus Brandon Carr. These have been the 2 fastest drivers for a majority of the weekend. That being said, Carr really, all of a sudden found pace after happy hour. Really didn't feel comfortable after practice 3 and happy hour, but the pace has been there since qualifying and heat number 1, and it looks even better here in the second heat. He was pushing Norberg through turn number 6. It actually cost him on the exit there. Nonetheless, though, there's seemingly pace for Brandon Carr, but for Carter McMurray, once again off the racetrack and into the dirt, he's going to be shuffled to the tail end of the field here, almost.
Oh, man, what a heartbreak there for Carter McMurray. That fight was starting to get crazy here as the field continues to roll through the back section of the racetrack and towards the front straightaway. Norberg will lead another lap. 3 complete this time by.
Now it's Norberg ahead of Brandon Carr. Austin Olds by himself in that 3rd place spot. He's doing a pretty good job here on more than MPG machine last time around, matching the lap times of your 2 leaders. So if they start the battle, this could be Austin Olds' chance here to pounce if he can. Norberg looks over his shoulder to see Brandon Carr is still looming in the background. At this point, he is close enough if he wanted to make a lunge. Speaking of close enough, Harley Keeble last time around must have made a mistake because he fell back to 9th. It is now to Tullio over Massimino, and then Garrison, your points leader, doing everything he can to make amends for a bad qualifying. There's a look at Harley Keeble, still falling back. He's now behind the likes of Brian Garcia.
Yeah, bad news here for him and
Levy.
Aiden Levy getting by. Garcia actually a little bit further back. I think the penalty was for contact with Brian Garcia and just Gia Cicero and Santi Fernandez. So the penalty flag flying for the 396. Other than that, it's been pretty clean, pretty tame towards the front of the field, honestly. I mean, DeTullio falling behind Paulie Massimino now. Austin Garrison lurking on. These 3, 4th, 5th, and 6th are, already a long ways ahead for the mid-pack, led by Nick Terlecki with Josh Holtz in tow. Now, we talked about Luis Speck on the TB kart. He has had a much better second heat race from the tail of the field up to 12th. And latching on to that last group that just kind of cycled through frame in turn 4. There's Garrison, then back to Nick Terlecki, and then a little further back finds Luis Speck. He just got around again. Brian Garcia moments ago. He's got about 3 seconds to run up to the back of Alex Feldstein. And there's a look at the TB kart driver. The factory driver from Germany is back here in the States. His first start of 2024 here in the U.S. and his first regular season start after coming over to the Supernats last year. Now, across the line for Ryan Norberg and Brandon Carr. The gap back to Olds. Last time by 1.3, this time 1.7. He lost 4/10. And 4th, 5th, and 6th are closing in like sharks. Massimino, DeTullio, Austin Garrison, all matching the pace of the leaders, if not going quicker, and a whole lot quicker right now than the 350.
Yeah, Old starting to lose touch with the leaders right now, and he's going to have to start fending for his life. We got Massimino, DeTullio, and Garrison behind him, 3 of the drivers in the championship fight. Old's not in the fight, but in his maiden senior pro debut, doing a tremendous job right now to find himself in 3rd on merit. Look at this, Garrison, a late lunge on DeTullio. DeTullio starting to fade here on the halfway point of this one, and Austin Garrison, another spot gain for the SCR Red Speed driver. He's up into the top 5. Massimino up to 3rd.
Big diver down the inside for Paulie on Austin Olds. Nicely done there in that left-hander. So Paulie Massimino into P3. Can he start to make up some ground to the leaders or at least drive away from this group? It looks like Austin Garrison at least can match him for pace. For now, Garrison isn't close enough to go in 2. We'll probably see the move. Austin gets a good launch out of 3 into turn number 4. No, we will not. Austin Olds with a good recovery after fading behind Massimino. So Garrison remains back in the 5th spot. DeTullio still just watching along in 6th. Harley Keeble in the middle of a dogfight right now with Josh Holtz back for that 8th position. They've faded nearly 3 seconds away from where he once was, of course. And halfway, given last time by, it'll be 5 to go this time to the stripe.
Yeah, the lead is starting to grow now for Norberg and Brandon Carr, and the more they fight for 3rd, the more that lead will continue to grow. So last time around, about 2.5 tenths. This time the gap's about a kart length here to Brandon Carr. This is really just a straight-up dogfight between these top 2. It's really whoever puts a foot wrong first is going to lose this one. So Massimino starting to extend his advantage, about a kart length and a half. Not Austin Olds. To Austin Olds' credit, He's kept Austin Garrison behind, but only for a lap. There goes Garrison on the inside of turn number 2. The 329 machine up to 4th. DeTulio now, he's hungry for 4th. He might go for it. Austin Olds going to defend that spot there. So for at least for one more lap, Austin Olds holds on to 5th.
Into the infield. Now he's going to lose it. DeTulio to the inside there on Austin Olds. So Garrison through, DeTulio through, Olds back to position number 6, which puts him just about net neutral. But charging forward, the usual contenders, Austin Garrison, Paulie Massimino, Alessandro DeTulio, and out front in kind of a mano-a-mano duel right now is Brandon Carr and Ryan Norberg. And Norberg's lead at about a car length or 2, just, managing the gap. Carr has definitely had a few moments, Alex, that he could have sent it on Ryan. He has opted not to. And now Ryan has just gotten enough out in front that Brandon might be kicking himself a little bit for not pulling the trigger sooner.
Yeah, we know Brandon Carr is one of those drivers that is not afraid to make a lunge on anybody, and he would love to take it to the 9-time national champion here if he can. Like you mentioned, especially in early doors in this one, he had the chance in most of the hairpins to make a late lunge, so I was kind of surprised he didn't do it, but I think at this point, this is more of a learning thing to see where he's faster and slower than Ryan Norberg. Right now, it looks to me that Brandon Carr's Kart has found some life here, and he's all over the bumper. He's forcing Ryan to go defensive in the penultimate corner here. That's going to really ruin his run here for the final corner, but if there's ever a corner you want to go defensive, it's in that penultimate corner because it leads to another corner, so it doesn't really matter how good you exit out of it as long as you get a good exit onto the front straightaway. Speaking of good exits, Austin Garrison has gotten around Paulie Massimino, and so too has Alessandro DeTulio. Austin Garrison to 3rd, DeTulio to 4th, Massimino down to 5th. These 3 have left Austin Olds by a second in one lap.
What a charge for Norberg and Carr. What a run as well for Austin Garrison, really, more than them even. AG 29 having to go through the pack from the 9th position on the grid. 2 heats in a row now. He's clawed his way up to the top 5, and now he's starting to pull just a little bit away from Massimino and DeTulio for 3rd right at the moment he needs to. Ale's even got more pressure, I think, from Paulie than he does applying right now to Garrison and Carr. As for him behind Ryan Norberg, well, he forced Ryan to defend early, but since then he just hasn't quite gotten the drive off to stay right with him. 2 to go, and Ryan Norberg is headed to try and go 2 for 2 in the heats and start to make up that ground in the points battle as Garrison has fallen behind DeTulio. A big send from the interim S-Kart Republic. Takes him to 3rd, Garrison back to 5th.
1.5 laps to go for these 3 drivers. DeTulio now finds himself back in the 3rd place. We missed that pass just, but DeTulio must have been a big send because it cost Garrison 2 spots in the grand scheme of it. You see further back, there's a good fight between Trelecki and others, but we're going to focus on this battle for 3rd here as it stands at the moment. DeTulio all over the rear bumper is Paulie Massimino. If he gets a good run here over the hill, this might be a decent chance here. DeTulio drops a tire, looks over his shoulder. This is Paulie's best chance to get up to P3 with 1 lap to go in this one here. Massimino the inside, not going to happen. Somehow Austin Garrison gets around Paulie Massimino instead. So Massimino thought that he had a move done on DeTulio after the mistake. It actually cost him a spot. Garrison to 4th, DeTulio holds on to 3rd. 1 to go for Ryan Norberg.
Big slide there in the arrow wash through turn 1 for Brandon Carr. He sent it deep in 2 to try and make up for it. Lost a little bit there as well. 2 car length cushion. Norberg's going to leave the door open just a little. Now he'll block low. That'll back them up the rest of the way to the point where Carr might have a chance to send it if he can kind of just draw a mistake out of him. They're getting to the point now at this with the heat, with the number of laps they put on these MG Yellows. They're going to fade a little more. The line will get a little bit finer to hit your marks and not go wide. Over the crest towards the back sector for Norberg and Brandon Carr. Final time in heat number 2. Behind them as well, DeTulio, Garrison, and Massimino. Norberg blocking the inside on the hairpins. Carr's going to try and maybe cross him over. He'll get right to the bumper. As they go to the line, nowhere to go with the run for Brandon Carr. Coming to the checkers here. He'll end up 2nd. Norberg wins heat 2. DeTulio, Garrison, Paulie Massimino, Cable, Olds. There's the Holtz DD Tony cards that'll lock out 8th, 9th, and 10th. Terlecki, Holtz, and Feldstein ahead of Aiden Levy. Luis Speck, his charge forward ends at 12, but he tracked down that group. And lap time wise for the TB kart driver, well, I think he's He's close to where he needs to be. That was a 55.8 for his best. Still around a couple tenths off of Norberg and Carr, but it was only about a tenth off of DeTulio, Garrison, and Massimino. Those guys were all able to stay even. How about Harley Keeble getting by Austin Olds there late? Big recovery, and that'll make a big difference in keeping Harley in the first couple rows for tomorrow's main.
Yeah, Harley Keeble is going to be one of the standout drivers in that one, considering the fact that he got pushed wide the exit of lap number 4. He fell back to about 9th in this one, and lap time-wise, Norberg and Brandon Carr on lap 11 were doing 55.4s. That same lap, Harley Keeble matched him at a 55.4. The rest of the field was 55.7 or worse. So Harley Keeble right now, if there's anything to go off of that heat number 2, a consolation prize for the Inter-MS driver, it's that on one lap at least, the pace is there and comparable to the top 2.
Into the scale line goes the field, and we'll take another break. On the other side, folks, we've got heat number 3 for all divisions. The final chance to improve or potentially lose. The best chance you got at a good starting spot for the mains tomorrow. We'll see you right when we come back.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race, and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start.
Looking to go green on the first time by for Micro, and things got really out of whack there as the field was hitting the gas coming through the lanes, and all out of sorts to go green for heat number 3. Miguel Suarez nearly got, or Danny Ramirez, nearly got turned in front of the field. Well, let's, with that aborted start, see if we can't take you through the lineup here for the Micro drivers in their third and final heat race on the weekend. So, again, Cameron Johnson, first career national pole on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin. Ramirez on the outside. Lawrence Perriman and Dutch Westbrook back on row 2.
Row 3, Miguel Suarez, Zane Burgess, Luca Becquerel, Wynn Gottschalk. Then it's Marcelo Flores and Mauro Nario, your top 10.
Back to row 6, Leo Simone and Byron Bourneman. Jaden Francisco and Santi Orioli on row 7. Jake Manalio, Nolan Carney, Ho, Gottschalk, Katowski, Nagel, the top 20. And here we go, looking for green on the second try by. Got it this time. Cameron Johnson takes us down to turn 1. He'll get the lead away with Perriman going into second and into third for Danny Ramirez. Looked like he was able to hang it on. We got one spun to the wayside there, and the 41 Parolin looked like, don't want to say for sure on who we lost in that one. They were just outside the top 20. And wow, big contact for Jaden Francisco. And one more. That was well inside the top 20. Dutch Westbrook goes around in the 33. He started up in the 4th spot, got turned in front of the field. Francisco, heavy damage to his nitro kart. He's slowing coming into turn 6 and 7. And while we were trying to ID who we lost in turn 1, well, we lost a ton more down at turn number 4. Crazy, crazy stuff to kick off the 3rd round of heat races.
Yeah, and Jaden Francisco's day just got a whole lot worse. We saw the contact to Dutch Westbrook, but it looks like his kart damage is terminal. He's trying with full of effort here to try to get this kart fired back up, but at this point, he's fallen to the tail end of the field and some. So for the RPM driver, Jaden Francisco, this is a DNF for this one. And for Dutch Westbrook, he was on his lid at the end of heat number 1, and once again, another DNF here in heat number 3. It's going to be a tough points haul for his starting spot tomorrow.
While they begin to battle in Micro Swift, let's go side by side and talk to our top qualifier who has kept it close in the X30 Pro heats there. Brandon, walk me through a bit of that one. You kept Ryan honest, but just couldn't quite get around him, it felt like, there at the end. Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely. We didn't quite get the start we really wanted, but it was better than the first one, so just had to sit there, really. We knew I had it back and realised we were starting to pull a little gap away, so I just thought, let's just try and get away. Let's get out of all the chaos. So, yeah, I tried a little bit at the end, but just covered it off well, and I couldn't really do much about it. So, good race to him, and we'll definitely be there in the next one. See if we can do anything in the next one, but this track is just one of them tracks where you can defend so easily and not lose that much time. So, it's just going to be one of those races, I think.
Moving on to how the setup has been. This is the first time we got to talk to you live a little bit. Brandon, you and I caught up actually off air last night, and you were able to kind of describe, it's crazy how much stuff changes, how much this track changes. You guys are, not necessarily throwing the book away, but you were far from driving the same go-kart that we saw you in just a couple of weeks ago. Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely. We've changed it a lot. We still can't really get our heads around how it's working, but at the minute in time, it seems to be working very well. So, just keep seeing how she goes.
What more do you think you need here to be able to hang with Ryan at the end of those races and put the pressure on? Obviously, you stayed close and got him to defend a little bit, but what's that last little bit you feel like you're searching for to go for the win in Heat 3?
I think I just need to clean my driving up myself, just like make sure everything's underneath me at the end and just not make little mistakes. It's the little mistakes that he doesn't do, and I just put one in a lap or every other lap, so I just need to clean that up by myself, and I think we'll be there.
All right, Brandon, we appreciate the chat as always here, buddy, and we'll wish you best of luck as you head back to the tent, review the video and data, and head back out for one more.
Thank you.
That was Brandon Carr, folks, again from Trinity Karting Group, P2 in the opening pair of heat races for X30 Pro. As he mentioned, Ryan Norberg, one of the best at being consistent. It's hard to force a mistake out of the 9-time pro champ. He's got the resume and the stat sheet for a reason, and that is because he is just so good behind the wheel. Now, in Micro Swift, very rarely do you get a breakaway, but how about a tip of the cap to Cam Bam, Cameron Johnson on the Franklin Motorsports. Merlin has pulled a full second away from Lawrence Perriman and Zane Burgess now.
Yeah, impressive stuff for Cameron Johnson. The first 2 heat races, what's really cost him ultimately at the end result has been his starts. But this time he's cleaned it up. He's got a rocket ship underneath him this time around. And we're 5 laps in now to a 12-lap heat race. And his gap last time around was 1 second. Now it's 6/10 back to Zane Burgess, who's cleaned his race up a little bit. He started 7th up to P2 with the help of Win Godchuk. They're slowly catching the likes of Cameron Johnson last time around, 7/10 slower than what Zane Burgess ran. Then looking further back, Lawrence Perriman, we saw the good start that he had around the outside. He's fallen back to 4th after that. Orioli, another driver who didn't really have a great qualifying. He started outside the top 10. He's up to 7th now. He's been showing really good pace in all the heat races so far. This might be his best start of the day.
Through the infield and the S's, and now over to turn number 9. Up and over the hill. This pack of 6 has not changed a wink. Now back from them even further, I mean, you're really having to go all the way back to Jake Manalio to find what you would consider maybe the midfield in this Micro Swift category. Granted, this pack is fighting, and they are not in the lead yet. They have tracked down Cameron Johnson. They just got around him. I should update there. Burgess to the lead now. And bringing Win Godchuk with him. Back to 3rd for Cameron Johnson. There's a look at Orioli with that crushed-in OKP MPG Kart Republic front bumper. But Zane and Wynn tracking down Cameron Johnson, working their way forward, getting to him and getting by pretty quickly. This group all the way back to 11th with Ramirez, and then you find the midfield 12th on back, led by Manolio, Byron Bourneman, Jack Katowski and company. So this is a lot of kids kind of together, and a couple more moves like that for the lead. Well, we're going to see a lot more really stacked up.
Well, that's the key, right? It's really 2 lead groups here of 5 go-karts and 6 go-karts that make up the 11-kart lead group. With that group of 5 has about a 5 or 6 kart length advantage over that next 6. But if they keep battling like this, if they keep making moves for 4th and 5th like we saw with Flores and Suarez there going after it, that's going to bring the likes of Lawrence Perriman in the mix, Orioli, Leo Simone, Becquerel, and Mauro Nario on board the Orsolano OTK machine. So completing lap number 6 now, starting lap number 7, we saw Wynn Gottschalk look over his shoulder there to see how close Cameron Johnson is. Not close enough to make a move. As a matter of fact, the closest driver, I think, is Wynn Gottschalk here, pushing Zane Burgess through turn 3. We might see a new lead here if Wynn Gottschalk elects to go for it, decides better of it. He wants to push Zane Burgess away. He knows that if the first 2 races are anything to go off of, one move and it can cost you a handful of spots in this Microsoft category, hence why there is an 11-kart lead group. But I think it's starting to grow here. This 5-kart group, now that they're working together and have their heads down, have pulled away slightly over Lawrence Perriman. 8/10 is now the gap.
Quite a big gap from what was an 11-car lead train. And not only that, Perriman falling off is kind of all by himself. Luca Becquerel's by himself. Leo Simone, 3.5 seconds back. And he and Ramirez and Orioli were kind of fighting a bit. So we may be down to these 5 here with 5 laps to go at the line. 7 laps complete. Zane leads to Gottschalk, Cameron Johnson, Miguel Suarez now back again in 5th with Marcelo Flores having a solid run in the 3rd and final heat of the weekend. In 4th on that SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. Through turn 2, Johnson really got a good run that time at the end of the straightaway. He is shoving Wynn Gottschalk forward. Nobody wants to make a move yet, though. They're all going to just follow Zane through turn 4.
Mature stuff here from the youngest stars we have on the grid. Look at this. Leo Simone to the inside and through on Danny Ramirez. Danny Ramirez, every single race, it seems like he started inside the top 3 after its great qualifying performance. But the long-run race pace has not been there for the number 13 Cosmic Machine. Every single race, he has lost at least a couple of spots in this one, and it's beginning again. So for Danny Ramirez, down in 9th now. Still a top 10 finish is good for the RPG driver, but after a top 3 qualifying position, I'm sure he would have wanted a whole lot more. Not much shuffling for position for the lead group, but the defending has begun. Zane Burgess into the penultimate corner on the bottom of the racetrack. It's one of the only corners on this track that you can, benefit from actually defending because you don't have to worry about the exit because it leads into another right-hand corner. Lap 9 underway here, 4 to go for Zane Burgess. Wynn Gottschalk goes way wide, saves the half spin. Incredible stuff. Completely sideways rallycross style for the Bennett driver who somehow not only kept on the racetrack but kept 2nd place.
Yeah, talk about a big save there for Wynn. And then a move down the inside. Miguel Suarez back behind for 4th. Cameron Johnson, the top qualifier, has been shuffled all the way down to 5th. Lowest he's been so far in this heat race. Still in the lead group, still with a chance with 3.5 laps to go. But Cameron's going to need to start making some moves and getting momentum going back the right direction. Behind him again, Lawrence Perriman, 2.4 seconds away in 6th. Still is tracking good enough to probably end there in no man's land as he's got that 2.25 seconds cushion to Becquerel, and then another 2 seconds back from Becquerel to find Leo Simone, Ramirez, and Orioli. 8th, 9th, and 10th with Mauro Nario there. Big run headed for Wynn Gottschalk, though. That down the front straightaway towards turn 1, looking for the inside, not going to go. Back to the midfield. Let's check in with Orioli leading Leo Simone. They caught up to Mauro Nario, pulled away a little bit that time. Gottschalk back on 4, looking for the lead. He'll take it away in the back hairpin.
Flores follows him through, so Zane Burgess down to 3rd. Look at this battle. This is a battle for 8th, 9th, and 10th. Back to the lead, though. It's Wynn Gottschalk ahead of Flores and Burgess. This has brought the likes of Miguel Suarez in the mix. Cam Johnson struggling to hold on to that top 4 group here. If these 3 work together, they could start to pull away, but with 1 or 2.5 laps to go in this one, we could start seeing battling for the lead. Inside from Marcelo Flores through the back section of the racetrack. He's through on Wynn Gottschalk. Gottschalk down to 2nd. Look at this. Side-by-side action further back. Wynn Gottschalk's going to lose a handful of spots. He's down to 4th. Burgess to 2nd now. Miguel Suarez to 3rd.
through the back hairpin to the front stretch. 2 to go at the line. Burgess with a run to the inside. Flores just got to the lead finally. He's going to lose it in 1, and he's got to get down low before Suarez comes. Suarez going to give him a little shove into turn number 2. That'll help keep him, but Marcelo tried too hard to fight the pass, I think, Alex. I think he kind of dirtied the tires there, and now Zane is going to get a major lead out of turns 4 and 5.
1.5 laps to go. And like you said, Marcelo Flores, yes, he hung on to second place there, but trying to hold the outside in the 2, it's going to put a lot of dirt on your tires, or should we say the marbles that we've seen cost a lot of drivers throughout this weekend. But he's done a pretty good job to hold on to P2 and not lose too much ground to Burgess here. And actually, with a really good run there in 2, he got a bunch of understeer, threw it off the racetrack, and now Miguel Suarez to second. Here goes Gottschalk to third. All this battling. Burgess now with a bit of an early birthday gift for himself. But they're going to see the white flag in the air here, and he has a 3 kart length advantage.
Through the back hairpin to the final straightaway. White flag in the air this time for Porter. Burgess's lead is about 4 car lengths. Miguel Suarez now the lead challenger with Gottschalk in tow. They're going to get a big run towards Zane Burgess, but it won't be enough to make anything happen in 2. They need another couple good corners. Back behind, oh, big spin! Gottschalk into the wall in turn 2.
He was playing with the margins all race long. He threw it off the track a couple laps ago, had a big save, couldn't do it again. He backed it into the wall, and you can see the frustration on board the white helmet there for Win Gottschalk. Back up front, look at this, Miguel Suarez. He's put together an incredible couple of corners here. The pace is still there on board that RPG Cosmic, and if he can really put these S's together and get a good run onto the back straightaway, this could still be on for an RPG victory here in Micro Swift.
Over the hill last time. Big run for Suarez. I think he'll have a shot at Zane if he wants to try and get after him in that long sweeper or maybe the back hairpins. Zane covering the low side. Suarez looked even lower, but he couldn't quite get through. Now sets up wide for the run down the straightaway. To the line in Micro Swift. Zane Burgess leads. Suarez is there. Who is third in line going to help? Cameron Johnson's going to stay behind, and it'll be Burgess by a nose. Suarez to second. Johnson third. Flores fourth, and Luca Becquerel on the last couple of laps tracked down Lawrence Perriman. I wasn't sure if he was going to make up the margin. He did. Got to fifth. Perriman sixth. Leo Simone wins the next pack over Santi Orioli, Jake Manalio, and then Mauro Nario, the top 10 in your Micro Swift final heat race. So that sets what should be a very interesting tone for the rest of the classes to roll into the last round. Burgess, Suarez, Johnson, Flores, Becquerel, the top 5 all the way down to Nario. Danny Ramirez back in 11th. And then here's a look at where the rest of the drivers finished, and what a heartbreak for Dutch Westbrook, for Jaden Francisco, and multiple others. Heavy damage for about 4 of them off that first lap, turn 3 to 4 kind of carnage. Took them all out of contention. We are still rolling and ready for more with the final rounds of heats headed your way in a moment. While we wait for the first of the two X30 Junior heats to roll onto the racetrack. Let's talk about one of the new faces at the pointy end of the grid in this division. Nathan Golseth, second overall in qualifying, just a hair away from pole yesterday. Your best national quali effort to date, buddy. First of all, how'd that feel going into the afternoon yesterday, and what's the experience been like starting on the front row for all of your heats so far?
I mean, it's been really great. I mean, it's different for sure. Not having to start really, really far back and having to work my way up. But I mean, we're learning a lot from the front, and yeah, we're really fast right now.
Talk to me about all the hard work you've been putting in to try and finally get some momentum going your way. Get to the front of the field. It's been a busy summer, dude. You've been behind the wheel quite a bit.
Yeah, we've been at 2 Perry camps so far. Those have been really, really helpful. Yeah, shout out to Perry for that. Helped a lot.
Well, Nate, I know you've got a big crew of supporters at home, and, of course, you got people helping making sure that your machine is nice and fast and you're ready to get out there and attack. So who would you like to thank for making it all happen for you here this weekend so far?
Trevor McAllister, Arcane Motorsports, Ryan Perry. I mean, yeah, everybody under the tent, very supportive. Everybody back home, my mom, my dad, people even at TSRS, like some of my teammates, really supportive, and yeah, just a lot of people there behind my back, helping me everywhere I go.
Well, Nate, hopefully you'll be able to get all those supporters of yours a good result here in heat number 3. We'll wish you best of luck and let you get ready to lock in, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, folks, that's Nathan Golseth here. He's getting ready to get after it. Meanwhile, the first group is onto the racetrack here for the final round of heats in KA100 Junior. Let's take you through the starting lineup as they get set to go green for groups A versus D. Sebastian Garzone on the inside of Mad Max Weiland on row number 1. Chase Gassiet, and Davin Roberts, who have been at the forefront of both junior divisions so far this weekend. Row 2.
Row 3, Alexander Vanchev. He got a heat victory earlier on in the day. Travis Pettit on board the Race Lab TV go-kart. Then is Dean Peterson, Enzo Vidmontien, Maverick McKenna, Gage Bailey, your top 10, Eric Doan, Juan Jose Paramo, Michael McGoy, Jackson Wolney, Marco Romero, Remy Andretos, Ethan Tovo, Max Christe, Shane Smith, and then it is Braden Zerves, your top 20.
All right, moving further back for the final couple starters really quickly here, folks. All the way back to Jeremiah Thomas in 23rd. We're ready, we're set, and we are going to not get the green on the first time by. Looked like we might have been close enough, but no green on attempt number 1 for heats A versus D. So Garzone, again, top overall qualifier, the 25-point bonus for the championship point leader. Doubled the lead that he had coming into the weekend. With that performance yesterday. Now with a mixed bag of heats for all of the top 5 in the title fight, things are going to change a little bit. But at least he scored that 25-point bonus and took it off the table for the rest of his competitors to get, because with the split heat races, guys like Turner Brown, Enzo Vidmontien, Diego Ardiles, who are all in the championship fight, well, they can get a maximum heat score if he's not in their heat race to take the points away. But in that overall qualifying session, only one out of the entire grid gets the 25-point pole award bonus. And Sebastian snagged that on his Orsolone Tony kart yesterday. That's what's got him on the inside lane for all of his heats. Max Weiland, qualifying 4th, has one of the tougher spots. He had to start on the outside for all of his heat races. But they're together for the first time today. Garzone, Weiland, ready to go. And this time it's green for KA Junior. We're racing through turn 1. And Sebastian gets a nice jump. Oh no, big contact in 1-2 karts up and over down in turn number 1. We had at least one up and over hard over into the wall. We are racing for the moment down at turn number 4, and the officials quick onto the scene to check out the drivers at the exit of the first turn.
Scary stuff there. You never want to see that exit of turn number 1. Let's hope those drivers are okay out front. It is still Garzone that leads at a good start. The outside row is pretty solid as well. Max Weiland able to hold on to second place. Chase Gassiet lead 3rd. It's really the same top 5 that we had at the start of the race. No movers throughout the field so far. Roberts trying to get a move on Gassiet lead done. Couldn't make it stick. A little bit wide there for Garzone. It's going to give Weiland a chance. Roberts, an even better chance. Inside and through. Look at Vanchev now taking advantage of Gassiet Lee as well. So Alexander Vanchev now up to 4th. Pettit through. Vidmontien through. Dean Peterson through as well. Gassiet Lee's going to fall from 3rd down to 7th.
1 lap complete. Max Weiland on the bumper of Sebastian Garzone. All drivers checked out at least okay enough. They do not want to pause the race. They'll quickly get the barriers, and the kart's finally fully cleared, and we'll be green into the turn 1 zone probably the next time by. So that's always a good sight that all drivers involved in the incident were okay. Meanwhile, up front here, a couple more things moving and shaking, Alex.
Yeah, Alexander Vanchev, I don't know if it's a mechanical issue or what, but he was slowing down tremendously out of turn number 4. He's got that go-kart back running, but almost at the tail end of the field. So he started this lap in 4th. Now he's about 4 karts back from the tail end of the field. So the Stody Kart USA machine is going to be essentially out of the running for a good finish in this one. I think to confirm some of the drivers involved in that first lap incident, I think Juan Jose Paramo is one of them, Jackson Wolney, another one, and then Marco Romero as well. So Wolney, one of the biggest names in this one. He's still in the championship fight. That's not going to help his chances.
No, not a bit. That's going to hurt. And who knows what kind of damage that might have done to the go-kart, Alex. You've raced enough. I've raced enough to know that sometimes when you bend it hard enough, it doesn't quite bend back the same. So there'll be a line, I'm sure, to get over to Tiago at the Perezzino chassis table here tonight. But for the moment, at least, all the drivers are okay. They'll be good to line up tomorrow based on where they end up with the points, and partly based on how this finishes out. Weiland under pressure from Davin Roberts there for 2nd and 3rd, but we're still just getting things rolling here for this opening group of the 2 in KA Juniors final round of heat races. Weiland with a nice run through the S's there.
Yeah, Garzone almost threw it off the racetrack there. Dean Peterson actually threw it off the racetrack there. Puts 2 tires in the dirt. It's going to cost them 2 spots here. Gassiet Lee back through. Vidmontien through as well. So Gassiet Lee, he started up into the top 3. He fell back to 7th. Now he's back inside the top 5 again. If these 3 can put their head down and work together, they could make some headway on these 4 drivers right here. Garzone, your pole sitter, the inside row for all 3 heat races. He leads starting lap number 4, but he throws off the racetrack. Exit of turn number 1. He keeps it facing the right direction. Not often you see drivers make a mistake there and actually not pay a price for it. For Travis Pettit, he goes through on Max Weiland, but not for long. It lasts for about 2 corners. Max Weiland goes back through. The more you fight for 3rd, the more Gassiet Lee, Vidmontien, Peterson, and Tovo are going to join the mix. Ethan Tovo up 9 spots. McGoy up 4. Max Christe up 8 spots as well to round out your top 10 so far. Early doors in this one, obviously, but a lot of movers and shakers in this race with the incident on lap number 1.
As they go towards the back, let's check in a little further back in the grid while the top 3 are just kind of cruising together right now. Garzone, Roberts, obviously Weiland now back to 4th behind Travis Pettit. Chase Gassiet Lee leads Vidmontien and Dean Peterson, and then it's a pretty big gap back from that trio. Check this out here. Here's Michael McGoy, Max Christie right there. Ethan Tovo was in the mix. He faded back all the way outside the top 10 to 11th. And another big slide. This time was Tovo getting wide in turn 1. And through goes Alexander Vanchev. So with a couple laps complete, movers and shakers, let's check it out. The net gains and losses. You saw Vidmontien getting by with a move in turn number 4. But biggest mover right now, Max Christia. 9 spots gained for Max Christia on the TKG Kart Republic coming from the rear of the field. Tovo was up more than that, but he ended up 6 there. Now I believe back down to a net gain of 5 as he fades behind Vanchev. Oh no, big wide off there for the Sodi of, was that Vanchev maybe? McKenna. So McKenna going wide that time.
Yeah, Maverick McKenna. We've seen a lot of drivers, I'd say, in the past couple of heat races, Xander, that have just thrown it off the racetrack by themselves. I think the track getting dirtier. We heard DeTulio and Brandon Carr both mention it where they're leading their respective races in heat number 1, I'd say. It's tough being a leader, or at least one of the drivers in your lead group, because there could be dust on the racetrack that you're not expecting. We see it a lot when we go to like Newcastle Motorsports Park, but even around here at MCC Kartplex, a lot of dust being thrown on the racetrack, and I think it's catching a couple of drivers out there. Speaking of which, Gassiet Lee goes back through, and so too does Dean Peterson on Vidmontien. So Vidmontien goes from 5th to 7th, and I mean, back up to 6th now as he throws a move on the inside of turn number 6. These 3 drivers are putting similar lap times to what we're seeing in the lead group. The only issue is they keep fighting for 5th rather than trying to put their head down and catch up to the top 4. Right now, it's still Garzone that leads over 2.5 tenths. those two starting to pull away. So it's really a 2x2x3 lead group here halfway through heat number 3 for groups A versus D in the KA100 junior class.
Yeah, 6 down, 6 to go. Cross flags from Porter across the line. Now, I figured at this point here, with how quick we've seen Enzo Vidmontien in X30 Junior, that this group, especially with Chase Gassiet-Lee and Dean Peterson, how good they've been, that they might have started to make a few more inroads toward maybe even just Max Weiland and Travis Pettit in 3rd and 4th. But the gap has actually opened up from the leaders back to this group of 3. Last time by especially because they were kind of all tripped up amongst each other. So if they can line back up again and hit some good marks, well, maybe we'll move forward. But Peterson going by Vidmontien. Vidmontien going right back on him, back for 5th and 6th here. He'll retake that spot or try to. Dean's going to hang tough on the outside with all that rubber laid down. The groove compared to a couple of weeks ago, Alex, seems to have widened a little bit. I will say it felt like when we were here for Stars or for SCUSA before that Rotax weekend with the Mojo rubber, and just in general not laying down as much as we've had now. It was maybe a 3/4 width to lane and a quarter wide, kind of racing line. And if you missed it, dude, you were going for a ride. But now it's like, it almost seems more like a berm. You've got about the rubber starts half a car width off the curbing, and it goes almost a full car width. So, just literally a couple races ago, a couple weeks ago, you might not have been able to do what Dean Peterson just did without going straight off the racetrack.
Yeah, and it's forming around a lot of different corners on the racetrack. I saw Simone, especially, being one of the only drivers that I've seen be able to actually rip around the outside of turn number 2 here and make it stick. Like you mentioned, it's almost like we're going dirt racing. There's a second lane forming. You can really rip the top here and make it work. But somebody who's ripping the bottom, Davin Roberts, inside and through on Sebastian Garzone. New leader, the RPM Cosmic there of Davin Roberts. Now they're going to cross the stripe to see 4 laps to go. That move is going to bring Travis Pettit and Max Weiland into the mix. They can afford to battle if they need to or want to, but they don't really have to. They have a 3-second gap to the likes of Gassiet-Lee, Vidmontien, and Peterson. Like you mentioned, with the pace that we've seen in both KA and X30 from those 3 drivers, you'd expect them to make some headway on these 4, but the problem is they keep battling for position. That being said, last time around, slightly quicker than your top 4 was Gassiet-Lee. So if these 4 decide to elect to battle with 4 laps to go, this could be a pretty chaotic end to the final heat race of the afternoon for these KA100 junior drivers. Down the back middle we go. Davin Roberts still leads over Garzone, over Pettit. They're starting to drop Max Weiland a little bit, but with this defensive driving from Davin Roberts, here comes the Magic Man. Here comes Travis Pettit. Travis Pettit on board the Race Lab TB go-kart up to P2. This is as far up on the grid as we've seen him all weekend long.
Big move for Travis, and right at the right time. 3 laps to go in the 12-lap heat. Final heat of the weekend for all of them, and a final chance to really make up some ground on everyone else. Through turn number 3, Davin Roberts, that lead is evaporating, and Travis wants to take it away to the lead in turn 4. Travis Pettit goes through, and the points leader, Sebastian Garzone, smartly follows the lime green TB forward, and that'll be another spot back, another 5 points regained for Garzone. But Travis Pettit leading here with 2.5 laps remaining, although a little bit wide at the end of the S's, missing that curb. Cost him some momentum up the hill, and he knew it. He was frantically checking over his shoulder to see if that green Tony kart was going to the inside, and well, it's looking now, but again, all that grip off the line, allowing kids to kind of just hang tough on the outside. We didn't really see that before.
Yeah, well, I mean, might be a little bit too early to race this hard. I know they have a 3-second gap back to 5th on back, but if you go defensive into turn number 1, wow, Sebastian Garzone around the outside makes it stick, finds grip where no one else has all weekend long. You don't really see a move like that around the outside of 1. You see Pettit now pointing in front of him, telling Davin Roberts to work together to get back up to the Orsalon driver. Usually that tells Davin Roberts that he doesn't feel comfortable right now with the pace of his go-kart. He's going to try to get back around him as soon as possible. We're on to lap number 11 of 12. Next time they cross the stripe, they're going to get the white flag in the air, but it's all about your points leader, Sebastian Garzone, who earlier on in this race found himself into 3rd. He kept his head down, didn't get too frantic about it, and now he finds himself with a 2-car advantage over Travis Pettit.
Yeah, he's got just a bit of cushion here, and he's hoping for Davin Roberts to make some noise for 2nd, but Davin is giving Travis the opportunity to charge back up, keep the shot at the heat race win alive. And so all four of them still just a car length apart. White flag in the air, 1 to go. Garzone leads through turn 1. Davin is close enough, but again, he's going to hesitate in 2. He knows he can go by Travis right now if he wants to. He's trying to keep them all within reach of Garzone for the race win.
Sebastian Garzone got a bad exit out of turn number 2. It forced his hand to defend into turn number 4. He's going to have to do it for the rest of this lap if he wants to hold on to a heat race victory. He doesn't. Pettit goes through, but what a crossover. Sebastian Garzone set him up, and he's actually going to exit turn number 6 with a bigger lead than he started.
Wow, what a move for Sebastian. And again, Travis Pettit, it's not over. Davin's going to give him a big shove up and over the hill. Now Travis is going to feel the heat. He'll go low to block. Check out the group up above as well. Vidmontien feeling the heat from Gassiet Lee and Peterson, and they're going to go side by side for second. Travis hanging on. Roberts around the outside will answer the outside move back with one of his own to take second away. Garzone will easily cruise to the line to win heat number 3. And Roberts to Pettit to Weiland. And then Enzo ends up rounding out the top 5 with Gassiet Lee hanging on to 6. Peterson 7th. Vanchev, Max Christia up 9 positions. What a move up the boards for Max Christia. And then Michael McGoy completing the top 10. So there you have it for Heat 3, Groups A and D in KA Junior. We'll be back on the other side, folks, with Groups B and C.
Racing chassis. Chassis and parts available at Parallel
here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
I don't know why they were. I don't know why Porter was getting all pissed off about it. What thing he said about the fact anywhere else he's supposed to go.
We must have missed something too, because one of these two guys at the end here pulling in. Coming out of the last corner. It was Ferry.
Hey guys, it's Dave here from Kart Class. We're at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We're here to show you guys the fastest way to drive this almost 1 mile circuit. It offers both fast sweeping corners, some fast chicanes, and a technical switchback that leads onto a long main straight. Let's find out where to brake, where to accelerate, and where the best places to overtake. So let's get stuck into it. So we start our lap at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Drivers want to approach turn 1 basically flat out, barring the shifter category. Turn 2 presents the first real overtaking opportunity on the track. This is a light lock of the brakes, but drivers can get up the inside. The fastest approach is take a later apex, and that sets you up against the back straight nice and quickly. Turn 3 is flat out. As we make our way down the back straight, this presents another opportunity to overtake our competitors. Less braking is required here because the corner opens up a lot more than turn 2. On the exit of turn 4, allow the kart to flow to the edge of the track. You can use that outside curbing. Now there's two different approaches that drivers are going to take in turn 5, the right hand 180 degree switchback. Our low performance categories want to open up the entry, where X30 and shifter can attack the inside apex a lot more aggressively. The reason for this is they've got a lot more horsepower to get out of that corner nice and quickly. A little chirp of the brakes is still required into this corner, but drivers want to get on the gas a little bit earlier than that middle of the apex, and this then sets them up to get through the next part of the straight and through those chicanes nice and quickly. Drivers can utilise the inside curbs through the chicane, with the last right hand kink being the most important to hit in the right spot. If drivers approach that with too early of an apex, they exit too wide
and that then jeopardizes their racing line for the next left-hand turn. You want to turn a little bit later so you can hug the right-hand side of the track, and that then opens up the left-hand turn before it goes up a hill. The key here is to lightly lock the brakes, but get on the gas nice and early to exit over that hill with a little bit more speed than your competitors. Once we've utilised the whole track, we start to go over the little crest, and now we're making our way into a long left-hand sweeping corner. Not too much braking is required here. We want to try and use the long circumference of the corner to slow the speed down. And I found that using the inside curb actually helps rotate the kart and not flow the kart too wide in the middle of this turn. Using too much racetrack here is just not quick enough. So once we exit in the middle of the track,
Green flag in the air for groups B and C on their first try by here for heat number 3, and Nathan Golseth leads us down to turn number 1. Peyton Westcott jumping down into second, and side by side for third. Give it to Chico with a nice run through turn number 3. Alex?
Yeah, good start there for Golseth. Good start for Amador Martinez round the outside of turn number 4. What a move there. Couple of drivers getting shuffled back early on. Let's see if we can get a number on that. I believe that might have been Peyton Fayen spun around there in turn number 4. They're all facing the right direction, though, which is a good thing. For Golseth, he was at the P1. Amador Martinez with a really good pass on the outside of turn number 4 makes that move stick. Golseth runs wide in turn number 9. Look at the move from Chico Brown. Inside and through. RPG 1, 2, and 4 right now, with Golseth really struggling to find some grip here in the early section of the racetrack. Peyton Westcott now is going to make an RPG 1, 2, 3 as they head to the second lap of the race. And then now it's going to be Truchot all over the rear bumper of Ty Fisher. Golseth trying to make another move stick on Westcott, but Golseth, after that great start, struggling for grip here. Ty Fisher all over the rear bumper of him now as they exit turn number 3 with the assistance of Alessandro Truchot and Nathan Dupuis here. Into turn 4, Golseth really going defensive here. You can see that he's struggling for grip. Now Ty Fisher all over the rear bumper of him. He's giving the signal. Let's work together. Stop defending so early on in this race. Dupuis, late lunge and through on Truchot. There goes Ardiles. He had a pretty poor qualifying. Qualified 18th overall for the heat races. He's struggling to make his way through the field. He's up into the top 10 already, up into 8th.
Now down the back chute here. Golseth a little low, not all the way to the bottom. Fisher kind of got trapped out by it, but at some point, when someone's defending that much, you got to go, and that's the other part that's unfortunate for Nathan Golseth. Now he's fallen out of the tail of Westcott. He's going to be a sitting duck. If he doesn't defend here, Fisher's going no matter what he told him hand signal-wise, and he's going to stay defending down to turn number 1. Try to trigger the fight behind. It won't matter. Ty's got a nose down low. Into 2, and he nearly ends up in the side of him as Nate tries to crowd him. And this is doing Golseth, unfortunately, no favors. They're all stacked up behind. At some point, they'll put a little chrome horn to him and move him out of the groove, but for now, they're going to stay nice. Single file, 6 deep into the infield hairpin, and look at the gap opening up to the top 3. It's already over a second and a half as they head through the S's.
Yeah, second and a half for the trio of RPGs there of Chico Brown, Amador Martinez, Peyton Westcott further back. You can see shaking the head is Nate Golseth. He can tell that his go-kart either just isn't right or he just can't find it in the window as it stands at the moment for Group B versus C. This is the final heat of the day for the Arcane Motorsports RPM driver there. So for Golseth, looks over his shoulder, sees Ty Fisher behind him, Dupuis all over his bumper as well. So this group of 5, this has really been the battle for the entire race that we're going to be able to watch. Dupuis to the inside. Good lunge there. Gets up on the curbing. You don't want to do that too often in one. It's going to cost Ty Fisher a handful of spots there. You get in the marbles. It's really tough to keep it on the racetrack. And for Alessandro Truchot, he really was a passenger in that situation, him and Ty Fisher. I don't think Fisher really knew there was a third driver in the mix there. And Truchot's actually beached onto the curbing, so he's going to have to push it onto the racetrack himself. And it's a pretty heavy go-kart for a tiny driver to try to push it back on the racetrack.
Yeah, and I mean, it started off with that great move by Nathan Dupuis to kind of catch Ty Fisher off guard. And then after that, Ty Fisher was given room and fading back, and I don't know if Truchot just overshot it. Fisher crowded down, but either way, the moment those tires touched in the apex, neither one of them could control and the karts from then on, and the wreck was inevitable. Now, 4 complete this time by. Again, you've got a 3-driver breakaway up in front. Amador Martinez, Turner Brown, and Peyton Westcott lead the way currently with 4 complete. Nathan Golseth, granted, has finally gotten some clearance behind him with Nathan Dupuis about a half-second back and can go to his normal line. Well, he's all the way 2.5 seconds out of the leaders, and all 3 of the leaders are teammates, so you can't expect any battling there. You can expect some when you go further back in the field, though. This is 8th and 9th. Benham Abernathy on the Hotes driver development machine. Brady Shad on the RPG Cosmic. Here is Dupuis and Ardiles in the middle right now with about a half car between them.
Climbing the hill now, Ardiles is probably the one driver we're going to be watching for most of this race. He's been the driver on the charge here. Look for a move to the inside. You can see him really utilizing that second lane of the inside. You can throw the kart in pretty deep there with that Rhino liner. It's really an assistance to drive it in and just utilize the grip that you have. And you can see the karts hopping through the corner. Doesn't matter though. Ardiles now up inside the top 5, started outside your top 10. Look at this gaggle of go-karts here. Brady Shad has gotten around Benham Abernathy, so he's going to move himself up to P8. Behind him, his teammate Scarborough down in 10th position there. Further back in 11th, Martin Henrio, Tristan Murphy. That's that group. Now it's Dupuis, Ardiles there, and then Drew Jensen as well, that 3rd driver in that group of 3 go-karts of 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Well, 3-driver breakaway up front. Brown, Amador Martinez, and Peyton Westcott. Enzo Vidmontien standing by down on pit lane after that heat race for him and KH Junior was so-so by Enzo standards, I'd imagine. But at least in X30 Junior, you were able to take the fight to Chico. So walk us through a bit of the weekend so far here, Enzo. I'm sure you would be a little happier had you ended KH Junior with a heat win. Oh, sorry about that here, folks. It looked like didn't quite get the levels that we needed from Enzo Vidmontien on the microphone there. We'll tinker with that and make sure that we get that sorted out here in a moment. In the meantime, up front still, Turner Brown the leader, Martinez in second, and they have pulled away from teammate Peyton Westcott. She is now all by her lonesome there in third, about a 1.25 seconds back.
Same story that we saw in the previous KA race. Amador Martinez and Turner Chico Brown. Turner led most of the KA race in heat number 2, but Amador got him at the line to finish off that second heat race. It looks to be a similar situation here in this 3rd heat race. Then it's an RPG 1-2-3 with Peyton Westcott now. No one in front of her, nobody behind her. A 1.3 second gap to the lead. 2 seconds back is Nate Golseth, so she's really all on her lonesome. But look at this, Amador Martinez using all the racetrack and then some on the exit of turn number 1. He's got a decent run out of 3 if he wants to take the move to Chico Brown. Head down, up on the wheel. We know Amador Martinez is willing to fight his teammate if he has to, as long as they keep it clean. We know that Ralston Performance Group has let the drivers race all weekend long. That's something that they always do with their drivers if they're quick, and in this class, they have been incredibly quick. Speaking of quick, Diego Ardiles, another spot up the order for the Carlos Sainz Speed Concepts Red Speed driver. Diego Ardiles up to 4th, Golseth down another spot, and hot on his tails is Nate Dupuis. I'm with the Sturdy Kart USA machine. He's had an up and down weekend so far, but he's really come on strong in the latter half of the season, this summer stretch, especially here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. He was super strong at the Stars Championship Series race. We know he spun around in that pre-final event, but before that, he was running inside the top 3 positions. So far, more the same here for the entire Sodi camp, but especially Nate Dupuis. He's up into the top 6 now. He might make a move here in the second turn number 2 here, and he does. Nathan Dupuis now inside the top 5. He's going to try to catch up to Ardiles. He's making a bit of a carb adjustment there, so goes to show me that he's still not completely comfortable with the power that is coming out of that engine package for Speed Concepts Red Speed and for Diego Ardiles. That's going to be the biggest battle we see on the racetrack. Speaking of battles, Brady Shad is going side by side there with Tristan Murphy. That's for 13th place. Brady Shad got all sorts of in the grass there next to the turn number 4, and he lost a handful of spots there. So now it's going to be the likes of Lillian Scarborough. She's up into the 8th spot there behind her, Benham Abernathy, and then it's down to Martin Hamarillo, Luis Fernandez, Tristan Murphy, then it's Brady Shad. Back up to this top 5 battle. Diego Ardiles, he's one of the drivers in the championship hunt. He leads the X30 Junior Championship. In KA100 Junior, it's a little bit different story. He's still in the top 5 for points, but it's not as close as he would have liked. So he needs every point he can get. We know he qualified overall 18th. It put him just about 10th for each of his heat races. It's been an incredible showing so far for all of his heats, especially here in heat number 3. This is the best he's done in the KA side of things. He's up to 4th, but Nathan Dupuis, if he has anything to say about it, he's going to try to take at least one position away from Ardiles. That being said, when these 3 have put their head down, last couple laps, they've actually been able to catch up slowly to Peyton Westcott. The only problem is they don't have a lot of time on their hands. And speaking of time, look at this. Drew Jensen, by himself, is actually one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. 3rd fastest lap last time around for the National Motorsports EOS driver. Didn't need anybody in front of him, doesn't need any help behind him. All right, heading into turn number 3 now. It's still the battle for Ardiles, Dupuis, and the likes of Golseth. Ardiles having to defend now into turn number 4. Down towards turn number 6. He has a pretty decent exit. Doesn't have to defend in the 6th if he doesn't have to here. Dupuis now goes a little bit wide. Is going to give Golseth a chance, but not a great exit for him. These 3, the more they fight. Here comes Drew Jensen. He's put his head down the last couple of laps here to make it work. But look at this. While we were away, there's a battle for the lead. Martinez got through, but Turner Brown shoves it up the inside. He's going to go back through to the lead. They're going to go and see the white flag in the air one more time around for the 2 RPG Cosmics. Behind them, Peyton Westcott has lost touch to the lead, so they can afford to battle if they would like. 1 lap to go here for round number 4 of the United States Pro Kart Series. This is the final heat of the day for these KA100 Junior drivers, but for most of them, they still have an X30 Junior heat number 3 to go. Up towards turn number 4, Martinez up on the wheel. He might throw a late lunge to the inside, but with a defensive maneuver from Chico Brown, he's going to be able to hold on so far. Down towards turn 6, he has a decent enough advantage where he doesn't have to defend through 6. If he can get the S's right and get a good run onto the back straightaway, it might be all she wrote here in heat number 3. But for Amador Martinez, this is exactly what we saw at the end of heat number 2, where we thought Turnaround had it won, and then at the line, Amador Martinez was able to get him. So let's see. Through the final couple of corners here for Chico Brown, he defends in the penultimate corner. Martinez looking to set him up here to get a drag race to the line. He's going to have to defend is Chico Brown. It's a 1v1 situation here to the stripe. Who's got the horses? Who's got more power coming to the line? It's going to be Turner Chico Brown. He wins heat number 3 ahead of Amador Martinez. And then their RPG compadre there, Peyton Westcott, rounds out a 1-2-3 finish in the 3rd and final heat of the day in K100 Junior. Ardiles beats Dupuis to the line to finish 4th. Golseth 6th. Drew Jensen 7th. Lillian Scarborough, good run for her to finish 8th. Benham Abernathy and Luis Fernandez rounds out your top 10. Then it's Martin Hamarillo, Tristan Murphy, Brady Shad, Bristol Borman, and Ty Fisher rounding out your top 15. Then it's Homer Heeman, Peyton Fan, Roberto Renderos, Asen Dramalev, Jackson Elefante, your top 20. Alessandro Truchot obviously got spun around there. Fernando Zapata, Isaac Nowlin rounds out your field here for groups B versus C in heat number 3 for the K100 Junior classes. When we come back, there's still more heat racing action to come.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that helps the driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Well, welcome back to On Track Action. That was it for your KA100 juniors, and we get set to do it all over again with your KA100 seniors here going on to the racetrack now. AJ Myers is going to lead us away. He's going to start on the pole position alongside Cameron Weinberg. And you're going to move on there further back in the field as well with a couple of other drivers. Finnegan Bailiff, Adrian Cruiser starting on that inside line. A couple of other drivers starting on the outside for Hernandez. Go back to Finn. He's going to start alongside Quick Mick Gabriel. So a lot of drivers in this field here. Into the tram lines we go. We get set to go green. We look at AJ Myers, the Magic Man, and Cameron Weinberg for Chad Docken Racing. The lights are out. We are racing here in KA100 Senior. A good start for that inside line. Finnegan Bailiff moving to the bottom of the racetrack. Little sideways there over the curb. He's able to stay on the racetrack, and everybody else going side by side. There you see Connor Ferris, Mick Gabriel jockeying for position for the 8th spot, and Connor Ferris able to stay ahead, and they're still going side by side further back in the field. But Adrian Cruz, a good start for him. He solidifies himself in the 3rd spot, and unfortunately there for Charles Rupke, finds himself off the racetrack.
Yeah, off the racetrack there for the 912 Merlin machine for Charles Rupke. Off the racetrack and almost out of this one here. But for Cameron Weinberg, he's gotten around AJ Myers down to turn number 6. What a start for the Chad Docken Racing Kart Republic driver. He's up to P1. He's doing everything he needs to do at this point to give himself the best chance at a championship contention. We head to Newcastle. Look at this. Adrian Cruz going to shut up the inside of AJ Myers, put him in the dirt. And now here comes Jose Carlos Hernandez and Finn Bailiff as well. Somehow AJ Myers makes that 1 meter wide go-kart look like 5 meters as they head towards the front straightaway to see lap number 2. Jose Carlos Hernandez now gets that move done on AJ Myers. They know how quick the Magic Man is. They try to get around him as soon as possible. AJ throws it up the inside of the Orsalon driver. He's going to reclaim 3rd.
Yeah, everybody just trying to slow AJ Myers down here at this point. Finnegan Bailiff. Let's see if these couple of veterans can work together here. Bailiff still looking for his first national championship in his career. So he's a little bit ways back, but needs a good weekend here at home if he wants to put himself back in the conversation. AJ Myers, this will be his first single-speed championship in quite some time. And him and Cooper Shipman aren't in the same heat race. So in this one, they were in the same one. Heat race number 1 earlier on today. Is Mick Gabriel there on the inside of Connor Ferris, able to get that move done. He's up to 4th here, just about 6th here, sorry. And more battles further back. Seamus McKendry in this group as well. Raheem Alibi and a couple of other drivers. Max Altman and the Speed Sense machine in this group as well. But everybody just fighting. Ben Gaunt there as well. So everybody's kind of just going side by side and looking for whatever bit of real estate they can get.
Yeah, right now it's all about Cameron Weinberg. He has a 6.5 tenths advantage over the Orsalon driver of Adrian Cruz. Look at this. This is the closest battle we have on the racetrack right now. Finn Bailiff Hernandez, Mick Gabriel, Connor Ferris, Fernando Luque. It's a 4-driver scrap for that 4th place on the racetrack right now. This is Groups A versus D. We still have B versus C later on for Heat 3 here for the K100 senior drivers. But for Finn Bailiff, he's doing everything he needs to do right now to put himself back in that championship contention. Look at this. Mick Gabriel thought about a move, but a late fade there from Hernandez is going to help the Orsalon driver maintain that 5th position. Fernando Luque on the inside of Connor Ferris. Raheem Alabai wants in on the mix as well.
Yeah, Raheem Alabai looking to get himself in there, looking pretty sporty so far this weekend for Raheem Alabai. Finds himself well inside of the top 10, and it's been that way all weekend long. And there he goes on the inside of Connor Ferris, stuck on the outside, and you saw him got really busy on the steering wheel there as Ferris hit the little bit of dust on the exit of turn number 1 and just went a little wide there. And we've seen it, how that's played out so many times before this weekend. So good to see Ferris able to make it through, but definitely very, very tricky anything offline here. So good to see he's still there as there goes Seamus McKendry on the inside of Ferris. McKendry able to get that move done. He's up another spot.
On a move there for the BJR MDR driver of McKendry, the lead BJR driver in this group. Obviously, we still have the likes of Overbeck and others. In the next group, Mick Gabriel finally gets around. Hernandez and Fernando Luque as well is going to follow suit. So move the AEM karting driver and the Super Tune driver up another spot to 5th and 6th. That lead for Cameron Weinberg is extending to over a second. Last time by over Adrian Cruz, 1.5 seconds now. So Cameron Weinberg with 7.5 laps to go for himself to get a heat race victory in this one. But this is going to be the battle for second all race long. Cruz, Myers, Bailiff, McGabriel, Luque are all in the same train here. And Myers has gotten around Adrian Cruz, the Magic Man, back up to P2. We saw a handful of drivers trying to shuffle the Magic Man back because they knew how quick he was. They couldn't do it for much longer on lap 5. AJ Myers gets back up into the top 2. Let's see if his pace is good enough to close down Cameron Weinberg. Last time by, they were matching the lap times that we saw from your leader. But Adrian Cruz, look at this. After getting passed by AJ Myers, wants a piece of the magic. Adrian Cruz now is going to throw it up the inside. As a matter of fact, he's going to get given the bumper as Finn Bailiff. He doesn't want to sit in 4th for much longer. He's up to 3rd.
Yeah, Bailiff doesn't always too much time here fighting for 4th on back. Kind of wants to get on with it. Another driver who wants to do a little bit of the same, Mick Gabriel on the inside of Adrian Cruz. He's able to get clear. Fernando Luque going through as well. And there goes Hernandez looking to go on his teammate. Hernandez is through on Adrian Cruz. So another spot lost here for Adrian Cruz in the span of almost 2 corners there, Alex. So that's kind of crazy to think. And how easy it is to lose and tumble down the order whenever you find yourself kind of in that dirty side of the racetrack that's been oh so treacherous for any drivers kind of being out there. And there goes Raheem Alabai on the inside of Cruz. Alabai's going to get through in turn 6. So he's clear that time by.
Good move for Raheem Alabai here. But for Finn Bailiff, he's gotten around the likes of Cruz and others. So now he's up to 3rd, and he's starting to close the gap slowly to AJ Myers. Last time by, the gap was 4/10 to AJ. AJ was 2 seconds back from Cameron Weinberg. So at this point, as long as Weinberg can continue to do the lap times that he's been able to set on the first 6 laps of this 12-lap heat race, this should be his heat to lose. I don't want to speak too soon for him, but the pace is there so far for this Chad Dawkins Racing Car Republic. Last time by, though, AJ Myers a 10th quicker than Cameron Weinberg. He'll need a little bit more than that to close the gap. But for AJ, he'll take a 2nd place. I mean, he's all about, consistent results for the championship. So too is Cameron Weinberg. Mick Gabriel, he's going to throw it up the inside of Finn Bailiff, and Luque follows through. So now Finn Bailiff, he was leading that train up to AJ Myers, but now the leader of this group is the AEM karting groups, Mick Gabriel. Luque then follows through. Now it is Finn Bailiff. Then it's Hernandez. Then it's Raheem Alabai. Where is Adrian Cruz? He's down in 11. He can shuffle back out to the top 10 now.
Just falling. Goodness gracious here for Adrian Cruz, just falling like a rock in this field. A little bit of bumper there. A couple of drivers getting really sporty here. Hernandez on the inside of Alabai. He's able to get through that time around. Mick Gabriel now in the draft of Fernando Luque, and we've seen Gabriel have engine issues earlier on this weekend. A couple of drivers adjusting on the needle there for Finnegan Bailiff. And there goes Mick, looking, not close enough that time around in turn number 2, but that draft for Gabriel just getting him that little bit closer, but it seems like Luque has still a little bit of upper hand here on Gabriel. As Gabriel, I almost ate my words there. Gabriel almost looked like he was going to go on Fernando Luque. Wasn't close enough that time around. And again, for AJ Myers, who has 2 heat race wins, and the pole position, that would pretty much, a second place finish here would put him well inside a pole position starting spot for the main event tomorrow. So this would be a good end of the day for the Magic Man, who's having a good day and, has a good gap behind with Fernando Luque, and everybody else kind of groups of two. And I know all our guys hate it when I say this, but it's a Texas two-step at the moment here. Alex, find your dancing partner and push her along and get all the way through there. I know we're in Ohio, but still applies here a little bit.
Raheem Alabai made a good move there on Jose Carlos Hernandez. So now Raheem Alabai into the top 6. I think Luque's put a good lap together, and he has. Yeah, a 57.987. The only driver to be in the 57s so far in this heat race. I thought it looked good, and it does look good. With the help of Mick Gabriel, if they continue to work together and show the pace that they are, that super-tuned Lando Norris go-kart is quicker than the pair in front of him. He's running out of laps to do so. 4 laps to go here for Fernando Luque to at least get to the bumper of AJ Myers and make things interesting for second. But it's interesting all the way throughout the field. For Adrian Cruz, he had a front row, he had a front 2-row starting spot. He's down in 10th now, struggling to hold on to it because he has Altman and Gaunt behind him. For this group, it's Luque, it's Mick Gabriel. They have a bit of a gap to Finn Bailiff, who's by himself, no one in front or behind him. And then behind him is, in fact, Raheem Alabai, who's having to defend now against Jose Carlos Hernandez, Seamus McKendry, and then Ferris, and then it's Adrian Cruz 2 seconds back from that group. So it's a fairly spread out field here in the K100 senior class, more spread out than we've seen all weekend long. Down the order, though, it's a lot of personal bests. The only driver that didn't improve in their personal best lap time was your leader, Cameron Weinberg. The rest of the drivers were 3 or more tenths quicker than your leader.
Yeah, this is really good here for AJ Myers if he can continue to put in lap times like this. But the fastest man on the racetrack here, Finnegan Bailiff, who currently sits in the 5th spot here. Whatever Nito adjustment he made, definitely working here. A 57.963. That's the fastest lap of the race, and that was the last time around. So if he can keep up this pace, he can probably close down his gap to Mick Gabriel. But again, they're on the same 10th, so it's going to be hard for him as issues for AJ Myers. He's off the racetrack. Something has gone amiss there for AJ Myers. That engine seems to have cut out, and it almost looked picture perfect on this Saturday afternoon for him to solidify himself on the pole position tomorrow, and it's all come unstuck here. Myers, he's going to have to start from further back in the field on what's going to end it in DNF for him, and that's going to turn over the second place to Fernando Luque here, Alex.
Wow, heartbreak for the Magic Man, who lost his magic touch seemingly this Saturday afternoon, but it's also to play for tomorrow. Fernando Luque now takes that second spot away from AJ Myers, but he has a bunch of go-karts that want that spot away. 1.5 laps to go for the super tuned driver. Mick Gabriel behind him, Finn Bailiff. Neither of them are faster than the one in 5th place. Raheem Alabai, purple, 57.941. The Rocket Racing Company OTK go-kart absolutely flying right now as they climb the hill. Sorry, Kart Republic there.
Yeah, they climb the hill here, and they continue to lap around, so we'll see what Raheem Alabai can do. There's a Kart Republic of Finnegan Bailiff looking not close enough on Mick Gabriel, but you see how much he's closed down his gap. He was about 0.2 of a second quicker than Gabriel last time by. White flag will be in the air, and it's kind of checkmate here for Cameron Weinberg. Everybody else still fighting it out for whatever little bit of track position that they can get. Bailiff going to look in turn number 2. Gabriel going to start to defend here from Finnegan Bailiff, so Gabriel definitely knows that the pressure is on from Finn. Bailiff going to look here in turn number 4. You see Weinberg pass there on your screen. Gabriel still defending, and this is going to bring Raheem Alabai into play. It's going to bring Hernandez back into play, and Seamus McKendry as well here, Alex.
Half a lap to go here for these drivers to really solidify a good starting position for the final tomorrow. It's all about the averages of their 3 heat races. For Cameron Weinberg, it's been pretty good. For Luque, it's also been pretty solid. For Mick Gabriel, it's been very good. But he has a lot of go-karts to defend from here. Through the back section of the racetrack he goes. Bottom of the racetrack for Mick Gabriel and for Finn Bailiff. A crossover move from Raheem Alabai, but it's going to be the door shut on him. Mick Gabriel needs to last 2 more corners to hold on to this 3rd spot. No one, though, is as fast as the Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic. Round the final corner, and he wins. Heat 3, Groups A versus D. Fernando Luque behind him in 2nd. Drag race to the line. Mick Gabriel just edges out ahead of Finn Bailiff. Then it's Raheem Alabai, Carlos Hernandez, Seamus McKendry, Connor Ferris, Ben Gaunt, Max Altman, your top 10.
What a race here in KA Senior, and we had it all, but unfortunate and heartbreak here for AJ Myers, who seemed picture perfect for a pole position start tomorrow, and it's all going to mix it up, and that's not what he's going to want to see in his championship hopes here later on today when Cooper Shipman and others get slated to come out of the pits here in a couple of moments' time. That was it for the first half of your KA100 Senior Drivers A versus D. So heartbreak there for AJ Myers. And moving back earlier on today to the KA100 Junior race that we had earlier on today, a couple of drivers were involved in an incident there, which put us kind of in a holding pattern. Drivers involved, Jackson Woney, Marco Romero, and Juan Jose Parama, who was okay as well for Jackson Woney. Marco Romero was okay, but he was transported off track to get further evaluation, and he was reporting some discomfort in his chest area. So he is okay again, but just going to get further evaluation away here from the racetrack and at an off-site, place. So well wishes here to Marco Romero and his entire family here this weekend. So that was, I guess, a report there on your KA100 Junior race earlier on today, which put us kind of in a little bit of a holding pattern. But there you have AJ Myers rolling down the hill, and a little bit of a shifter start here, but definitely not been that way, as Sean Bailiff going to be the one to push him back in there. So good to see Sean Bailiff helping out AJ Myers here, and that's just kind of the guy Sean Bailiff is. You know, he's always out here. He's a team owner, track owner this weekend as well, but whenever he has any series come out to his racetrack, it's all business for the leader here of the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, in unison with Greg Heeman as well. So good to see them and having this building ready for us for this race as well, for the entire USPKS crew and all of us here as well. But heartbreak for AJ Myers, and a lot of work to do tomorrow in the main event for him. Hopefully he can get a good enough starting spot to be able to fight for a win and fight for that single speed championship that he's been looking for all year long. Pickup set to come underway here in a couple of moments' time. Actually, no, we have a race coming our way here. Track has been cleared, so we get set to go green here once again. Cooper Shipman, Steven Eisert starting on the front row.
Row 2 is War Power Racing's Eli Warren. Then it's BJR MDR of James Overbeck, Javier Herrera, Alan Izabar. Row 3, Cade Martin, Lorenzo Kaufman. Then it's Quentin Angeli and Ryan Percy. That's your top 10.
Aiden Rudolph not racing here today due to a pulled muscle in the neck area, so he's going to be out. Chris Harrower going to start. Westlater start alongside him. Dallin Vackentest, Jack Doyle there, row 7. Lucas Zabo, Kingston Himes, Emery Lida, Shotgun Charlie on the field on row number 9 on his lonesome. But your championship points leader now needs a good race here to hold on to that championship position. And it's Shipman and Steven Eisert who's had issues so far this weekend. We're into the tram lines here for the final time on this Saturday afternoon. Hands in the air. We're not going to get the lights out this time around.
Yeah, a little bit too eager on the gas there for your KA100 senior drivers. The final heat of the day that they're going to get. This is groups B versus C. The way that the groups work out, I mean, you get to race different drivers every single heat race. Sometimes you're with the same guy every single heat race. Sometimes you're with the same guy once. So different drivers here. We thought it was going to be interesting for the championship with AJ Myers and Cooper Shipman being in different races so they can kind of maximize their points. But with the heartbreak from AJ Myers, I'm sure Cooper Shipman, as much as you wish your competitor as well, might have had a bit of a smile on his face watching that one, knowing that he could extend his championship lead in this one.
Yeah, so this is exactly what Cooper Shipman wanted to see when it comes down to the championship. Obviously, not what we want to see on the side of making things interesting for us. So unfortunate there for Myers, but we still have a race coming our way here, the second half of our KA seniors, as we're going to slow the field down just a little bit more, give it one more go here for Cooper Shipman and Steven Eisert and company. Kingston Himes there on the back row as well with Emery Lida. So I'm not sure if we were waiting on Kingston Himes or who it was, but we get set to go green and into the tram lines here for the final time on the Saturday afternoon for your KA seniors. Lights are out. We are racing here. A good start for that inside line. Eisert on the outside. He's going side by side with Eli Warren. Overbeck around the outside, going to lose a spot there to Kane Martin, who's able to get through. Herrera has a good start as well. Side by side is Imbard. One driver way off the racetrack there. One of the speed sense machines of Jack Doyle, I believe, way off the racetrack there and losing a lot of track position here, Alex.
Yeah, that was indeed Jack Doyle off the racetrack, so he's going to fall back towards the tail end of the field, but it's a dream start for Cooper Shipman. Inside row, got exactly the start that they needed, the jumps that they needed. Eli Warren up to P2. We saw Steven Eisert really try the outside of turn number 2, and we've seen that outside groove begin to form as the weekend's gone on, and we see the drivers getting more and more confident. We've talked about how there's marbles on the racetrack, but it seems as though it keeps getting washed away as Eli Warren now reclaims that top spot. Eisert to P2, Shipman down to 3rd. Javier Herrera now all over the rear bumper of the Iron Rock Motorsports driver here as we head on to lap number 2.
Lap number 1 in the books, and there goes Steven Eisert on the inside of Eli Warren. He's able to get clear in turn 1. Shipman looking to go as well, and Eisert going to fend low and try to block from Cooper Shipman, who had a really good run there to really retake that lead of the race. But Eisert, look for him to defend all the way throughout this race. But how long is Cooper Shipman going to want to wait behind Steven Eisert as Eisert stacks and packs the entire field here? Overbeck going to get back into play. Everybody going to the low side here as Cooper Shipman staying behind Eisert. How patient is Cooper Shipman going to be here with Eisert?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Because you know you're playing for a championship if you're Shipman. If you're Eisert, too, you're still in the mix. You have a really outside chance for a championship fight. But Shipman, their answer to your question, Caleb, he's going to be aggressive, and he knows he has to. In this class, it's like I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, where even if you go into a race thinking, I want to play this thing smart, the drivers around you are the ones that force your hand. And for Cooper Shipman, if he doesn't want to finish 10th in this race, he has to keep his head down and retake the lead every chance he gets. Further back, it's a lot of shuffling for position. Out front, even more. Eli Warren wants that top spot. He takes it. Shipman, you see he's playing it smart. He backed out of it. He doesn't want to go side by side to get put in the dirt. He'd rather be fourth and live to fight another corner.
Yeah, this is exactly what Cooper Shipman needs to do. He's being really mature here on the racetrack to kind of bide his time. He knows what's on the line. He knows what's at stake here with 2 rounds to go. And there goes Steven Eisert on the inside of Warren. Warren going to be stuck on the outside. Herrera looking to go by as well. They're going to go side by side. Herrera's able to get clear. He's up to 4th. And there goes James Overbeck in the 90-degree left-hander. Overbeck gets clear. Shipman kind of gets stuck there, and everybody gets bogged down here. Herrera on the high side, everybody else on the low side. What can that CRG Norden machine do around the outside? Everybody going to go on the inside and try to freight train him.
Overbeck's one of those drivers that with a heat race victory already to his name, if he can add another one, he could really give himself a decent chance at a championship when they head into Newcastle in a couple of weeks' time. So James Overbeck, he sees his competitors around him start to fall, like AJ Myers with a DNF in heat number 3. So you can see there's some new life on board that BJR MDR LN go-kart for Steven Eisert. He's trying to defend now from Cooper Shipman. This is a 3-kart breakaway out front with Javier Herrera now having to defend from Kane Martin, Eli Warren, Lucas Zabo as well on board the RPM machine. And then it's Lorenzo Kaufman. He had a big off at the end of lap number 1. He's found himself back inside the top 8. So impressive stuff for the Inter-MS Kart Republic driver there. And then it's Quinton Angeli. He's the last driver of this 9-kart lead train. And then you got to go a second and a half back to Emery Lida, the OCD driver. He's found some pace. He's in the ties of the top 10.
Wow, how about that for one of our co-hosts here, Alex? So good to see he's up there getting himself in the mix after what he said he was struggling with, just too much grip, still bound up, and found that last little bit that he needed to kind of get himself back up there and well inside of the top 10. So Emery having a good race nonetheless here, just on the edge of the top 10. But you look back up to the front, your top 3 very close, bumper to bumper here for Steven Eisert and James Overbeck, who already has a heat race win to his name. What does Eisert do? Does he fade low? He doesn't. Happy to stay behind Overbeck for now. Shipman there in 3rd, and a couple of car lengths in between your top 3 drivers, and Kane Martin further back for the 4th spot as well. So everybody kind of just spaced out at the moment and looking to close down their gaps here in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, Kane Martin, after getting around Javier Herrera, has actually set one of the fastest lap times of the race. He was quicker than your 3 leaders last time by. So Kane Martin, that Nash Motorsports EOS machine, is rolling early on in this one. Only 5 laps in, 7 to go here in this 3rd and final heat race for K100 Senior. And look at the run that Kane Martin got over the hill. He's within drafting distance now of your leaders. It was a 3-car breakaway. It's about to become 6. Here comes Kane Martin, Herrera, Eli Warren. Further back, they're fighting for 7th with Kaufman, Zabo, and Angeli. They're starting to lose touch to these top 6. Back up front, it's still Overbeck that leads over Eisert, who looks over his shoulder to see a decent gap to himself and Shipman. We might see a move here into turn number 2 if he wants it. Eisert elects not to do it, but if he can focus on a decent exit out of turn number 2 through 3, expect maybe a move for the lead here if he wants it. Eisert to the inside, thought better of it, but he's going to have to go soon. Otherwise, the likes of Martin and Herrera are going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, how about it there for Javier Herrera? He just set the fastest lap of the race at 58.372, and he's lapping pretty well right behind Kane Martin. So they're setting identical lap times. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th place drivers here are just about a 10th quicker than your top 2 drivers on the racetrack. So we'll see what they can do. And you see that gap start to close down for Kane Martin, for Cooper Shipman as well. It's going to be a 5-car battle here for the lead when we get closer and closer to the end of this one. We're just about halfway through, 6 laps down, 7 this time by. Going to be 6 more to go here in a couple of moments' time, but they're all rocket up the main straightaway, halfway mark up in the air, 6 laps to go. James Overbeck, so your leader here by a car length, and everybody else kind of staying put here, not too many moves being made. Everybody kind of just in each other's toe and pushing along. And that's one of the big things that we see, especially here, Alex. It's always a high-speed chess match nonetheless whenever they work together and they push together. And it's just, we talked about it earlier on this weekend. Heat number 1, you're a little bit desperate, After the qualifying session, you didn't get the qualifying you wanted. You want to get up there as quick as you can and get a big points haul. Heat race number 2, same thing as well. You didn't have a good first heat race. You need to get up there. But by the time you get to the third heat race, it's make or break. You can really ruin your starting position for the main event if you don't have a good third heat race or if you don't put it all together in the third heat race. So everybody kind of just being patient, biding their time. They know they're going to have a good starting spot for tomorrow. So just being patient and risk versus reward, right? How much do you want to risk for how big of a reward?
Well, that's what makes Heat 3 the most intriguing to me, as the 953 gets the black and white flag there. That's Alan Isambard. His charge through the field continues after getting pushed off the racetrack on lap number 1. For Javier Herrera, he's going to make that move stick on Cade Martin. Move the CRG Nordum machine back up inside the top 4. Eli Warren, he was fading early on. He's back in the mix now. The top 6 battle, they begin to break away. This is a battle for that 12th position. Emery Lida, after that great start up into the top 10, he's beginning to fade. He's fending off Ryan Persing and Kingston Himes there for that 12th, 13th, and 14th position. Back up front, though. It's still Overbeck, but he goes wide. He's going to give Eisert a decent chance here with 5 to go to make a move if he wants it. He's not close enough yet as it stands.
Look at the battle here further back in the field. Emery Lida, Persing, and Kingston Himes all going at it here just on the outside of the top 10. For the on the inside, Kingston Himes able to get ahead of Lida. Let's see what it looks like for Himes. He's going to go on Piercing as well. So 2 spots and 2 corners there as we're going side by side now down the main straightaway. Herrera on the inside. They're able to get ahead of Martin there. So Martin loses a spot to Warren, who's going to fade low to defend here from Martin. And now Shipman, they lost a whole lot of time to Steven Eisert and James Overbeck. So if they don't get a move on, this could very well become a 2-horse race to the end.
Yeah, curious that they're starting the race for third so early here with still 4 to go. But for Cooper Shipman, this is not what you want if you're playing for a championship against a driver who's not in the championship hunt, but is indeed in for the hunt for race victory tomorrow in Javier Herrera. He's burst onto the scene this weekend on board that CRG Nordum machine. His teammate Aiden Rudolph couldn't really make it work, and with the neck injury as well, not neck injury, but just the neck pain that he's had, it forced him to be sidelined for the rest of the weekend. But for Javier Herrera, he's not sidelined. And he's going to go to the inside and through on Cooper Shipman back to P3, up on the wheel, down and trying to get as much as he can out of that CRG machine. 3 laps to go for the black and orange go-kart there of Javier Herrera. He's going to bring Shipman, Warren, and Kane Martin back into the mix for Overbeck and for Eisert. This is exactly what you want in the K100 class, a 2-horse race. The least amount of go-karts that are in the chance at a victory, the better you have at winning this race.
Yeah, already we're getting to the 2.5 lap point here. Next time when they cross the stripe, 2.6 will be in the air, so we'll see what Steven Eisert decides to do against James Overbeck's lead here. But everybody kind of just with a little bit of a gap in between each other. Herrera right there with a gap back to Cooper Shipman as we rocket up the hill, and we come down now, and it's going to be a good run for Shipman that time around. We'll see if he's close enough to get it done as we look on further back in the field as well. Aiden Rudolph there watching on as Javier Herrera is looking on as his teammate there, kind of doing a good job in the 3rd spot. So we look on, and Herrera here is still holding on to Cooper Shipman. He's in the 3rd spot, looking to close on his gap to the top 2, and he's going to need to stay there, but 2.6 in the air this time around. Herrera just went purple, a 57.915. So if he can keep up this pace, he's going 0.3 quicker than your top 2 drivers at the moment. So when Steven Eisert decides to go, Herrera's in prime position to try and snag away a heat race victory here, Alex.
Yeah, it's a great point you make, right? Steven Eisert's almost in one of those positions where he's either forced to make a move or stay behind him. Let's take a look at that rear bumper real quick. Is that dragging there for Steven Eisert? It is.
I think it is.
That rear bumper is dragging on the ground. I can't really tell if that bumper is completely broken or if it's just hanging on the ground. So for Eisert, for his sake, hopefully it's not a penalty there for the Sody Kart machine as it stands at the moment. They haven't thrown the meatball flag for him, but that would be an incredibly tough break if they do. Nonetheless, they're getting ready to see the white flag in the air for James Overbeck and for Steven Eisert. Javier Herrera is in the same frame as these two. It was the 2nd last time by. This gap has closed even more, Caleb.
This kid is absolutely flying. I'm more than positive he's going to reset the fastest lap of the race. He hits a personal best lap time, goes even quicker. Overbeck defends now from Steven Eisert, whose bumper is dragging. That's just heartbreak there for Eisert. Well, I don't think he's realized it yet, but because he had a DNF in heat race number 2 with some sort of engine issue, and That bumper jacking definitely going to set him back and on his back foot here when he gets to the main event tomorrow. But the more that Overbeck defends, he's definitely not going to listen to Iser here. Javier Herrera is getting into the same frame here on the rear bumper here of Steven Iser in a couple of moments' time.
Through the S as we go. It's now a 3-kart battle for the lead. Overbeck defends. Look for the crossover here from Iser. He's going to make it stick, but Overbeck, wow, slams the door shut on the Sodi Kart USA driver. Herrera takes advantage of that. 1 spot gain for the 971. Can he make one higher and get his first national KA100 senior heat race victory for Iser? He's forced to defend for 3rd. Back up front, it's Overbeck versus Herrera. I don't think he's close enough, but maybe a drag race to the line. Further back, it's definitely a drag race for 5th. Overbeck over Herrera. Iser, Warren just beats Shipman to the line. Kane Martin rounds out your top 6 there. But Javier Herrera, what a run there to close out his national, Saturday heading into Sunday. He's got some pretty good pace on board that CRG machine.
Yeah, how about it? Javier Herrera, inspirational on the Saturday afternoon. So a really good end to his day as we move on further back in the field. Steven Iser 3rd, Eli Warren 4th, Shipman 5th, Martin 6th, Lucas Zabo 7th, Kaufman 8th, Quentin Angeli 9th, Jack Doyle running up your top 10.
Yeah, further back, it's Chris Harrell, Ryan Person, Kingston Himes, Emery Lida 14th, Valen Venkatesh. That's your top 15 drivers in Groups B versus C, the final heat race of the day for the KA100 senior drivers. When we come back, there's still more racing action to go for the 3rd and final heat racing for the MCC Kartplex round 4 of the United States Pro Kart Series.
Let's run you down your starting lineup here in your Mini Swift class. Josh Bergman, Royce Vega on the front row. On row number 2, Mika Baruch and Rocco Simone.
Yeah, row number 3, the RPM driver, Parker Ives. Alongside him, Nicholas Orbezo, Ben Gleberman, Marco Samet, John McClellan, William Vitor is your top 10. Then it's Simon Jack Klein, Nico Katowski, Maxwell Macha. Alongside him is Ashton Woon.
You go back to Harry Thomas, Jose Carlos Murad, Colton Stiegenberg, Bashi Jimenez, DeGennaro, and Austin Wyatt there. Your first 10 rows getting set to go green here today. A lot more taking part here in this one, but into the tram lines we go and we get set. Lights out. We are racing here in Mini Swift. Bergman with a good start on that inside line. Royce Vega around the outside looking to get the move done. Not close enough. Everybody going to the low side by side all throughout this field. Gleberman, Ives all just kind of side by side with Orbezo there for a second. A much better start for Mika Baruch this time out, and let's see what Simone does on Royce Vega. We saw a 2-car breakaway in between the 2-car republics. Woon going side by side there with Katowski. They're still finding it out inside the midfield here.
Yeah, Ashton Woon, after a rough, Friday afternoon, I'd say, really hasn't been a great Saturday for him either. He's had some rough couple of heat races for himself, and again, the contact with Katowski there, it's going to shuffle him further back in the order, and his charge to the field is going to be a lot tougher than it needs to be. But for the TKG Kart Republic crew of Bergman and for Rocco Simone, they had a great heat number 2. It's looking more of the same here in the 3rd heat. Simone, I thought was going to go for a move on Royce Vega. Not going to happen there in the final corner, but they're getting ready to see lap number 2. It's a really, really close battle. Closer battle than we saw at the beginning of heat number 2. Look at this. Royce Vega wants to split up the TKG drivers. So Royce Vega now to the lead. He's going to move Bergman back to 2nd. Simone to 3rd. Ives going to throw it up the inside of Mika Baruch. can't make it stick. It's actually going to cost him potentially a spot here because of a bad exit out of 2. It might give Gleverman a chance, but with it being a teammate, you think that he elects to at least push Ives rather than go around him.
Yeah, so these two drivers kind of trying to figure out who's going to lead their train. As Mika Baruch there on the inside of Josh Bergman, who loses another spot. Parker Ives looking to go side by side there with Bergman for a second. Couldn't get it done. Gleverman right behind Ives looking to push him through as soon as Ives decides to go. Marco Salmon right behind him as well. He's the lead BJR LN card in this field. Baruch fades low. He's going to shut the door on Josh Bergman. He's going to look to go again here in the left-hander, but pass or beat pass here in Mini Swift. Parker Ives going to get that move done. Ben Gleberman stuck on the outside. Marco Samet gets through. Orbezo going to go side by side here with Ben Gleberman down the main straightaway. And 2-car breakaway again out in front. Simone giving the signal to Royce Vega. Continue to keep your head down and let's push forward and get away from the rest of the field.
Forceful driving here from all these Mini Swift drivers early on in this one. We're on to lap number 3 here for Josh Bergman and Royce Vega, who have a 2-cart breakaway out front. Then it's Mika Baruch, the best drive that he's had all weekend long up to this point. The best start that he's had up to this point so far, up in 3rd place now. And for Parker Ives in that 4th place spot. Rocco Simone now has fallen outside the top 4. He's down in that 5th place position there. Or that's Josh Bergman, actually. Josh Bergman is down in that 5th place position as Rocco Simone is the one that is in 2nd place. Further back, it's Samet in 6th, Gleberman in 7th, Ives up to 3rd around Mika Baruch. Here comes Josh Bergman now trying to make amends for getting pushed wide a couple of laps ago. He's back up in the top 4.
Yeah, everybody else still single file line. Ben Gleberman right behind Mika Baruch. And again, Simone and Royce Vega look to extend their lead just that little bit more, but I tell you what, Parker Ives, personal best lap time. He went half a second quicker than your leader. So Parker Ives absolutely flying. And Mika Baruch there on the inside of Josh Bergman, able to get that move done. And up another spot. So Bergman loses another here in this one. Unfortunate there for Bergman, just continues to fall down the order here. And Ben Gleberman next to kind of look around to try and get ahead of Bergman here into turn number 7. Not close enough. Bergman going to get one back. Mika Baruch was that driver, and he's going to go side by side with Ben Gleberman, who went over the curb there in the S's. Had to concede the spot there, but that's going to open up the gap to the top 3 here. And they're going to try and get away from the rest of the field here, so it's a little bit of a breakaway. John McClellan right there. Baruch looking to go back on Gleberman, who's stuck on the outside line. See if he can fade back low. Not going to be low enough. You can see on the outside, could get it back. Not enough there for Gleberman to lose a spot and fall into the clutches of John McClellan here, Alex.
Down the front straightaway we go. Parker Ives is starting to close the gap to your leaders. Royce Vega leads ahead of Rocco Simone. Then it's Parker Ives into turn number 2. Simone thought about a move, thought better of it. Royce Vega goes wide though into turn number 3. Look at that, John McClellan gets around Ben Gleberman as well. Up to turn number 4 we go. Vega still leads. 3-car breakaway out front, but they start the fight further back. This is Ashton Woon going side by side with Ben Gleberman. After the poor start that Ashton Woon had on that Super Tune machine, he's up a couple of spots there. Handful of drivers off the racetrack here, Caleb.
Simon Jack Klein there. Easton Kubinski was involved. One of the Jay Howard Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics was involved. Was that William Vitor, the driver involved there? So, man, oh man, a lot of drivers off the racetrack here and collected halfway through this race. So, unfortunate sequence of events for a couple of these drivers. There goes Ashton Woon, who's had to work his way up the field here. He was able to get clear that time by Nico Orbezo.
Good move there for Katowski as well, through on the likes of, I believe, Jose Carlos Murad. So Katowski up inside the top 12 as well. It's a great battle for that, just outside the top 10 range. But unfortunately for those drivers, the more you battle, the more that you lose ground to your leaders. Speaking of leaders, Royce Vega, with 7 laps to go, still leads over Rocco Simone. Parker Ives now is the driver in P2. With that pass, though, here comes Josh Bergman. He was your leader for a moment early on in this race. He won a heat race earlier. He put it on the pole position yesterday afternoon. And for Josh Bergman, a good finish here could put him on that front row for tomorrow's main event. But nonetheless, for these 4 drivers, they're the 4 that we expect to see at the front of the field in this Mini Swift category. Parker Ives through to P1. Rocco Simone is going to force his way through, and Royce Vega to 2nd.
Yeah, Parker Ives, how about it for this young man from North Carolina to get himself well inside of the top 5 and fight it out here with all these drivers after being on the back foot earlier on today. He's now in second. Simone was able to get ahead of him on the exit of the right-hander, so we're on the main straightaway now, and what does Parker Ives have in store here for the Kart Republic, who leads us away? Marco Salmon has kind of been searching for pace to try and get himself up it and stay inside of the top 5 here, so Salmon still looking here further back in the field, but your top 4 locked and loaded, everybody bumper to bumper, and no moves as of yet, but Bergman able to stay with the top 3 here in 4th. He's going to go on the inside now. Royce Vega. Josh Bergman's up to 3rd. What a good move there in turn number 7.
Good move for Josh Bergman. He's up to 3rd now. You see the helmet tap from the TKG driver saying to Royce, let's work together. You saw them hanging out yesterday after qualifying. Clearly they're buddies. Let's see if they actually put it to the test here and decide to work together. Halfway to go here in the 3rd and final heat for these Mini Swift drivers. And it's a 2-car breakaway for your leaders. But here comes Bergman. Here comes Vega. Here comes the likes of John McClellan. We haven't talked about him much in this heat race, but that National Motorsports machine is rolling here in this one. He's got the help of Ben Gleverman and Marco Samet. Ashton Woon, the Super Tune Paralyn driver, he's back in the mix. He entered this weekend as your points leader in the Mini Swift class. He's had a rough start to his weekend. He could at least give himself a consolation prize heading into tomorrow with a decent result here.
Yeah, so already doing a good job nonetheless here. For that driver, Ashton Woon, who finds himself right back inside of the top 10, but he's going to have a lot of work to do, and this is going to be a big swing in the championship as well after Woon had a DNF earlier on today, and not the best heat race number 2, and he's been struggling so far in this heat race 3, but finds himself well inside of the top 10 now, but it hasn't been easy, so this could swing the way of Parker Ives nonetheless, and it's all to play for here as Gleverman on the rear bumper now of John McClellan. Everybody else, Ives kind of looking for a move on Rocco Simone. He wasn't close enough into the sweeping left-hander to get it done, but we're getting really, really close to the end here, Alex. We're just about at the 2-way mark here. 4 laps to go this time by when they cross the stripe, so still a couple of laps left, but for all these drivers, if you want to get further up the field, it's time to get a move on.
Fastest driver on the racetrack is the driver in 5th place, Ben Gleberman. 0.6 quicker than the 4 drivers ahead of him. There he is, the RPM driver all over the bumper now of Royce Vega. Not for long, inside and through. Ben Gleverman up to P4. These 3 start the battle up front. You see Gleverman give the signal to Royce Vega. Let's work together. Let's fight towards the front. Vega doesn't listen. He's going to shove Gleverman to the wayside there. He thought he was 4th. He's going to go back to 9th now. Move Ashton Wood up a spot. Move Vega up a spot. Move John McClellan up a couple of spots. He's back up to 4th.
Yeah, Parker Ives there, just going to be a 3-car breakaway, and he's currently locked in a TKG sandwich up at the front, and everybody else still fighting it out. John McClellan going to lead this second train. Samet in this group. Ashton Woon in the group, and Ben Gleberman, fastest kid on the racetrack. He's just at the tail end of that one. Mika Baruka, the driver, in 9th here, looking to close on his gap, but Parker Ives in a turn number 1. He's able to get clear, and he's going to go to the lead of this race. Everybody else still fighting further back. Samet able to get through. Vega stuck on that outside line. Not able to hold on to it, but this time around, 2.5 laps to go, and there goes Ashton Woon on the inside of Marco Samet. Woon's able to get clear.
Maybe it's not been a great day for the Super Tune driver, but if you can finish off the day strong, it gives you a boatload of confidence heading into tomorrow's main event where he could do a comeback-style drive that we've come accustomed to seeing from Ashton Woon. Nonetheless, 3 laps to go, 2.5 to go, if we're being accurate here. So for Parker Ives, he's leading the TKG pairing to the back section of the racetrack we go. Ashton Woon, he wants another. Up to 4th place for Ashton Woon. He is up 12 spots in this one. Royce Vega now, he's going to lose another spot there to Marco Samet. John McClellan now up on the wheel. Behind him, Ben Gleberman. 2 laps to go here for Parker Ives and the RPM boys.
Yeah, 2 sticks in the air by Porter Weisenthal, and this is going to be it here. Does Marco Samet have enough to go on the inside of Woon? No, McClellan did though, so McClellan made a move just behind these 2 drivers, and already gloves are thrown off for the lead. Rocco Simone goes to the point. Parker Ives falls back to 2nd. And there's Josh Bergman kind of on the outside of the top 2 looking in, and Ashton Woon and everybody else getting a move on here, and this is exactly what they want to see. Everybody fight. Parker Ives gets stuck in the middle of the racetrack. Everybody having to take evasive action. Goodness gracious for Parker Ives there, and everybody able to make it through and go around Ives here, so that's good to see. But man, that was a very scary moment for the Nitro kart. They're stuck in the middle of the racetrack. That engine just kind of not able to refire there. And Bergman was one of the drivers involved as well, so he's going to stay in second. Vega able to get back ahead of Samet, but this time around, white flag will be in the air, Alex.
White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. There's another one of those. There's another driver there. I believe it was the 199 machine. Was also spun around. 1 to go for Rocco Simone, who leads. He has a big gap over the rest of the field. 1.5 seconds over his teammate Josh Bergman. Ashton Woon looking for a crossover move. This would be an incredible comeback drive for Ashton Woon to at least make amends for a rough Heat 1 and Heat 2 on the day. To finish it off with a strong Heat 3, he would be incredibly gracious of that and the entire Super Tune Paralympic team as well. Look for the crossover in turn number 6. Round the outside, Ashton Wood, he stole the dummy there on Josh Bergman. Finds grip around the outside. Ashton Wood to P2, Bergman down to third. He's going to have to fend off his buddy Royce Vega for third now.
What a move there by Ashton Wood to get it done around the outside. Bergman going to fade low all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. Vega kind of trying to point emphatically, telling Bergman to push forward. Gleberman making it 3 wide there on the outside. He's going to go on the inside of Bergman. He's able to hold on to it, but all the while absolutely checked out here of this one. Rocco Simone going to win heat race number 3 in Mini Swift. Across the line in second, Ashton Woon, sorry.
Wow, Ashton Woon there, P2, side by side across the line by 0.003 of a second. Royce Vega beats Ben Gleberman to the line. Then it's Bergman in 5th, Samet 6th, John McClellan 7th, Nico Arbezo 8th. Mika Baruch was up into the top 3 at one point, down in 9th when it's all said and done. Maxwell Macha up 3 spots to finish 10th. Then a bunch of movers further back. Enzo Di Gennaro up 8 spots to finish 11th. Jose Carlos Murad up 4 to finish 12th. Schneegerberg up 4 to finish 13th. Katowski 14th. Bashi Jimenez, Paxton Romero, Aston Wyatt, Liam Nashawati, Harry Thomas, Alex Chandler up 10 spots to finish in the top 20.
Yeah, what a race there for all these Mini Swift drivers. We had it all again, just like that KA100 senior race. A little bit of heartbreak and a little bit of it all in between. But that has been it here for your Mini Swift drivers. Pickup getting set to come underway when we come back. X30 Junior gets set to go green with Chico Brown on the pole position.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. The MCC Kartplex has 3 sessions left before we get to main events for the 2024 US Pro Kart Series Ohio State Grand Prix. X30 Junior presented by Speed Concepts Racing taking us into the evening here. 5:24 p.m. local time, 2:24 p.m. Pacific. By that schedule and kind of timeline that we are on, we're looking to wrap up our day right around what looks to be probably 6 p.m. Pacific. So with all that said, folks, Chico Brown, Enzo Vidmontien getting ready to lead us to green here in heat number 3 for X30 Junior as they begin to make their way around the backside of the racetrack. So all things said, the first heat race, all about Chico. Pulled away, put seconds on the entire grid. It was impressive just to watch, kind of almost in awe of what Turner Brown was able to do. Then heat number 2, Enzo Vidmontien took the fight right to him. He kept him honest, and all of a sudden it seemed to lock closer. So as the field heads out of the cut through and into the tram lines, here we go. Speed Concepts Racing, X30 Junior is not going to get the green on the first try by. We'll send them around again.
Not going to get the green flag this time by, and like you said, Xander, Enzo Vidmontien, he found that pace in the second heat race. They had to go back to the drawing board after the first one and see how they could take the fight up to Chico Brown at the end of the first heat race. So now, Enzo Vidmontien just going to have to get his way up there and look to really almost take the lead away from Chico Brown here in this one. So we'll see how it all plays out. Ty Fisher as well needing a good finish in this one. Chase Gassioli after issues for him in heat race number 2 as well. One driver around, Elefante there. The Rocket Racing Company IPK machine went around, but able to get back on the racetrack now. And we look back at Chico Brown and others as we get set to go green here for the final time in X30 Junior racing action on this Saturday afternoon from the Buckeye Grand Prix in Batavia, Ohio. Chico Brown, Enzo Vidmontien getting into the tram lines now. And we look to the lights here. They're out. And we are racing here in X30 Junior. Chico Brown moving to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to crowd Iago Lempin. Sarah Bradley around the outside as well, but already off to an early lead. Chico Brown running away with it here.
Full X30 Junior grid looks good, clean, and away over towards the S's.
Everybody else further back in the field, kind of side-by-side action into the S's. We go up the hill now, and Enzo Vidmontien and others staying in line, but Max Weiland, Diego Ardiles on the inside of Gassi at lead there, able to get that move done before the sweeping left-hander. Weiland was able to get it done on Fausto Arnaudo, so a good spot gain there for Max Weiland. Now he's going to have his sights set on Iago Lempin and look to close down his gap there as this race continues to go forward, but already a pretty good gap ahead for Enzo Vidmontien and Chico Brown, who are kind of agreeing to work together here. Sarah Bradley there in third as Tristan Murphy looks to go through on Gassioli. He's able to get through. Fianchi looked to go. Wasn't close enough to get it done.
One lap in the books here of 12 as they head towards that infield sector. And for X30 Junior, the class has been all way off. Probably the biggest spread from the top couple drivers through the first 2 heat races that we've seen to this point. We've watched Diego Ardiles march through the pack, but by the time he gets into the top 5 spots, well, first and second are long gone. This opening lap around, and now working up to lap number 2, seems to be a little closer for everyone else towards the end of the day. And, you know, that tracks with what we are used to kind of watching, the progression through a race weekend. The field eventually, all of them, different rates, figure things out. But, you know, the good teams, the good drivers, they get going. Now here in the third and final heat race, the opening couple laps have not been so detrimental for Iago Lempin there in the blue and black helmet and Max Weiland. They've actually held on decently well. Sarah Bradley has had the best start she's had so far today. Into third early, within a second, shouting distance of the leaders. And then, of course, back from the top 5, Ardiles up to 6. You saw him go by Fausto Arnaudo in the back. Bounced a little bit in the Rhino liner and the grip going through, but he was able to at least complete the move, get clean air, and look at that big curb hop there, taking a lot of the apex through the end of the S's. And he'll close on in on 4th and 5th. Great run going in Heat 3, probably the best one yet for Diego. Behind, wow, look at this, check it out. Murphy, Gassi, Lee, Arnaudo lost 3 spots there as Fianchi charges forward.
Yeah, Fianchi has already made up a couple of spots here in this one, so Fianchi doing a good job to work his way up the field. He's in the RPG Cosmic and the Tony Kart suit there, so good drive nonetheless for Fianchi, who's currently 7th in the field, and Diego Ardila is the only driver right ahead of him. Iago Lempin there as well, but this is an all-out brawl further back from 7th on back. Chase Gassilia, there goes Alexander Vanchev. Welcome back on the inside there of Fausto Arnaudo. So Vanchev and the Saudi Racing USA machine able to get that move done in turn number 4, and have it sight sets now on Chase Gassilia.
Alexander Vanchev on the Sodi has been glued to the racetrack. Now, one driver that has seemingly been at least unglued enough to be able to work forward in this division is Jackson Wolney. And after that scary moment he had in K Junior, hopping right back on the horse right now and already taking the fight through to the edge of the top 10. He and Ty Fisher try to work forward. Wolney on the inside of David Ramirez. He gets by. Let's see, with a couple laps under our belt now, 4 complete, 8 to go. Where are the movers through this pack? Again, Fisher had a rough start. He went back 4. Wolney's up 2 from that 18th place qualifying effort. A 2-spot gain for Fianchi, which is much needed after the mechanical failure he had in heat number 2. And everybody else has just kind of been, net neutral through turns 4 and 5. That was Vanchev going by on Davin Roberts. Again, all of this well outside the main positions in the field, but it is providing a whole lot of entertainment as Fausto Arnaudo's backward slide now puts him all the way to, I think, 14th, if I read that one right, coming through turn 7.
Yeah, now we look further up the field. Davin Roberts here on the rear bumper of Alexander Vanchev. So let's see what Roberts can do here going to the swooping left-hander. Does he take a look on the inside here, the left-hander? Not going to be close enough for Roberts. Michael McGoy, his teammate, right behind him there. And they're just kind of in a holding pattern here for the moment for those two Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony Kart machines as they chase down Alexander Vanchev, who's chasing down Tristan Murphy, Chase Gassiali, and Fianchi just for the edge of the top 5 there. So a lot of work to do for those drivers there for the back for Roberts and others. And there goes Ardiles on the inside of Max Weiland. Ardiles gets that move done there, and isn't going to lose too much time further back to what is Iago Lempin. So now Ardiles going to have a sight set further up the field, and this has kind of been, an off weekend for Ardiles. We're so used to seeing him fight up there in the front, be there and take the fight at Chico Brown, take the fight at Enzo Vidmontien, but unfortunately for him, it hasn't been that way in either one of the classes, Xander.
No, it has not. He has not been able to have that kind of dominant performance that we have gotten used to seeing. But, again, Heat 2 was a big leap forward, and you can see the delta here in Heat 3. He's still somewhat close to Turner Brown. Brown had him by a couple hundredths last time by. This time by, I think Enzo might have got him back by a little. He did. 700ths better for Enzo Vidmontien to Chico, trying to keep him within reach. And they have both severely dropped Sarah Bradley off the back of that train. In fact, she's going to come under pressure from Diego Ardiles. And Diego, that time by of 56.171 would have been right in the mix of what these two are doing. Again, he's just had to start well deep in the field and make a lot of moves, cost himself a lot of time, work the tire maybe a little bit harder than Enzo and Turner Brown have had to do. So when we get to the main tomorrow, 3 consecutive top 5 finishes. If Diego can pull another one out of the bag, or out of the hat here in Heat 3, I think we're going to end up with 3 drivers in the main fight, in the main conversation. But for everyone else, including Ardiles' teammate and Bradley, including the rest of the RPG Junior contingent that get to follow along with Turner Brown, they got work to do. And, of course, Enzo Vidmontien, he's the lone Kart Republic from Trinity Karting Group in this division. But, I mean, the rest of this class, they're not slouches. Chase Cassiat Lee has been very good here at MCC. Tristan Murphy's had a good year. Max Weiland, the wild card this weekend, could also really mix things up on the Magic Kart. But they're all missing that last 10th to 2 tenths here. I mean, last time by, for example, Weiland, a 56.26. The leaders did 56.1s and 56 flats. The moment he gets a little better and matches their pace, they go even better. Gassiat Lee, granted, he was battling a little with Iago Lempin, but Weiland at least is kind of riding with Ardiles, so the two of them can get to Bradley together. And this group, well, they're not riding together at all. They're fighting here, Caleb. This is 2x2 all-out war, and it's almost bumper cars how close they all are.
Yeah, just a little too close for comfort here at the moment. Fianchi leading that group away, but look at the gap here up at the front. Enzo Vidmontien getting a lot closer that time by, and We take a look back. Sarah Bradley going to fall under fire to Diego Ardiles here shortly. Ardiles going to have a really good run into turn number 4. Not going to be close enough, though, to dive down the inside and get the move done there on his teammates. So going to have to wait here for a couple of moments longer. But can't wait too long because Max Weiland as well has a lot of pace in that Magic Kart machine. But that battle further back just behind Ardiles and Bradley is still definitely raging on. All those drivers led by Chase Gasly, Yago Lempin, and then Fion Shi right behind them. They're just throwing haymakers at each other every single corner. Now it leads, it's leaded off by Alexander Vanchev there. So it's definitely an all-out brawl. And this time when these two drivers cross the line, 10 laps down and just 3 more to go.
Enzo Vidmontien, last time by, a 10th gain. This time, another 10th right when he needs it. Now, that time, Brown got a good exit, but he was on the limit. I mean, you saw that left rear tire almost dance off the edge of the pavement coming out of that back hairpin corner. So it'll be close as to whether or not Enzo's going to be able to make the move. But I think without a doubt how close he is right now, he's going to force Turner to go defensive just to be on the safe side. And once he blocks in 1 or maybe 2 corners, it's game on. And they're going to go and battle again, just as they did at the end of the second heat race. And the thing about, racing against the same driver over and over again in a 1v1 kind of last couple lap battle, there's only so many different variations and so many different plays you can run. All right, last time he low-lined it. Okay, this time the second place guy's going to be ready for that. He'll be able to over-under or back it up or run the high side. And the same thing for the leader. If he got over-undered before, that won't happen again. He'll drag the brake more in the apex. So they've already danced once. They're going to battle again. They've raced at this track multiple times against each other already. What new moves can they bring out, either one, Enzo or Chico, to surprise each other here with a lap and a half to go, Caleb?
Yeah, both of these drivers definitely going to have to get creative here as a 2-6 war in the air the last time around, and officially crunch time here for Enzo Vidmontien to try and snag away a heat race victory from Chico Brown and kind of deny him from sweeping the Saturday afternoon and the weekend so far. On the inside there in the 9-degree left-hander, Chico Brown way off the racetrack and into the grass.
Big moment for Chico. Oh, man, he hopped in the seat there, tucked his head down. He knows that there's a big gap back, but Vidmontien caught him sleeping a little bit. Enzo just barely got the cart to the inside. It was on the limit for sure, but I don't believe that'll draw a penalty, and it might have just won him the heat race. 1 to go, white flag in the air, and Vidmontien's lead now up and over a couple of seconds back to Turner Brown in second. Ardiles still third, Weiland fourth, and Bradley riding along in fifth.
Yeah, further back, Chase Gasly at lead, Yago Lempin still lapping around kind of together and not fighting all too much, but from Tristan Murphy, Ty Fisher, and Jackson Woney, everybody in an all-out brawl. And for Jackson Woney, who started further back, almost 18th in this race, he's made up 8 spots so far.
We covered him early, kind of went back up to the front, then kind of checked back in now with where he's at. Ty Fisher's rebound has also been nice there, up into the 9th position. When you look at all the net gains there, again, 8 up for Jackson Woney, 8 in the wrong direction, unfortunately, for Fausto Arnado. But it'll be 1 spot, the most important spot gained for Enzo Vidmontien. He'll keep Chico from a Saturday sweep, and the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver will pull out a stunner to win Heat 3 in X30 Junior. Brown second, Ardiles third, Weiland, Bradley, the top 5 to chase Gassiet Lee, who was 6th. And then look at this gaggle across the line. Oh, what a heartbreak. Yago Lempin. Something happened here on this last lap for the RPG Cosmic driver. He has yet to cross. I don't know where Yago may have gone out. Might have been in the back sector of the racetrack. And indeed, Yago Lempin way off to the side over in the far side of the circuit. But here's a look at the top 15 as they cross the loop. Vidmontien, Brown, Ardiles, Weiland, and Bradley. My mistake, Yago went out in turn number 6 in that gaggle on the last lap. He came across the line in 7th or 8th, was hovering there most of the race, started up in the first couple of rows, and Lempin ends Saturday on the sidelines with a lap left in the session. Vanchev ends up inheriting the top 10 spot. And, well, that puts X30 Junior away for the evening. We've got more cleanup to do, folks. We've got 2 more races on tap. KA Masters and X30 Pro on the docket to close out the afternoon and into the evening here in the picturesque Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
KA Master onto the racetrack for their final time today. Robbie Boydeshow and Laurentiu Mardan, the front row. It was a 7-car lead pack in Heat 2. It was a 6-car pileup in Turn 1 for Heat number 1. So we've had one clean start, one not so clean start. They're back together again for the final heat of the day. Let's see it on the power. Lights out. And a good jump for both lanes to Turn 1, but they're going to tiptoe through that first corner, especially that outside groove, not wanting to go around. And everyone will make it out of 2, out of 3. Boydeshow takes us over to turn number 4 with Laurentiu Mardan slotting into 3rd and Nicky Coelho splitting the pair into 2nd.
Yeah, single file line all the way throughout this field. Not many drivers going side by side here at the moment. Driver further back, Miguel Mir looking to make up some moves there in the back. He's going to go on the inside there of Carapolati. So Mir able to get through there further back in the field. But everybody else still single file line as we rocket up the hill here. There you have Mir on the horse-loaded machine able to get ahead of Carapolati the last time around.
Oh, and change for the lead as well. Here's a move from Coelho to go by Robbie Boydeshow in the back sector. So he gets through in the sweeper. Laurentiu Mardan still lurking on there in the 3rd spot. Back to 4th again. Martin Stone in the 401. Through the dog leg, over to the front straightaway. Nicky Coelho leads at the end of lap 1. 11 laps to go in KA Masters. Let's go ahead and talk to one driver who has definitely made some moves today, especially in X30 Junior. Diego Ardiles, you come into the weekend leading the championship, and then you have a qualifying run like yesterday that made you have to really go to work here. And you did a good job, but talk to us about the weekend thus far.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough, especially in the KA. I had a DNF in one of the heats, and I've been top 5 in the other ones. So I have no idea where I'm going to start for tomorrow's run. I hope like top 20. It's going to be 25 laps, so I think it should be good. And X30, I've been fast, but I'm starting in the back, so I think it's been a good day, good recovery in both classes.
Moving on from X30 and KA into tomorrow and the track condition. I mean, we've asked a couple of the senior drivers about it, and just asking you as well, Diego, you know, when you look at how it's all lining up for the next day, there's so much grip down. It is so dirty offline. Is your setup, is the way you're having to attack this place changed from the SCUSA race here about a month and a half ago?
Yeah, the track for sure has a lot more grip. These tires are faster for me, and it's a little bit harder to drive.
All right, Diego, thank you for chatting with us. We will let you go and go back to data review. Good job today. There you have it from Diego Ardiles, folks, and we are watching still the K100 Masters make their way around the circuit with Robbie Boydishow back at the helm, Nicky Coelho back to second, Mardan third, Andy Kutcher in the fourth spot as they exit the dog leg and head down the front straightaway.
Yeah, a couple of drivers there while we were side by side found themselves off the racetrack of what was Austin Queen and Kim Carapalati. Unfortunately, they're having a lot of work to do. They found themselves in the grass on the exit of the sweeping left-hander, so those two drivers involved in an accident, but everybody else still single file line. Martin Stone just went quick. His stuff 59.713 here, and he sits right behind Clay Settles, so kind of content to push each other along and try and close down their gap to the top four here. So we keep an eye on Martin Stone and Clay Settles here as they try and get closer and closer to that top four, but still pushing each other forward. Robbie Boydishow still ahead of Nicky Coelho and lapping about 0.2 of a second quicker than Coelho, so that's keeping Coelho at bay here for now, but a car length separates them. Coelho having a good run here on the exit of the left-hander. Not going to be enough there to kind of try and attempt to move. Laurencio Mardan, though, getting a lot closer to Coelho that time around.
Quite a bit closer, and with Kutcher closing in as well, they've started to break away a little from Clay Settles and Martin Stone back there in 5th and 6th, kind of a repeat of what we saw in heat number 2, except with a few different drivers in the mix. But Thor taking us out of 3 and over to turn number 4. Coelho wants the lead. Well, he thought about it. Didn't quite want to go by that time by through the corner.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough there for Nicky Coelho to kind of get that move done. And further back, Andy Kutcher, a driver who has a lot of laps around this racetrack as well. Here with his nephew, I believe, running out here as well. So he's out here lapping around and showing him how it's done, running in fourth. So looking to go here on Laurencio Mardan, and Kutcher just still kind of happy to push Laurencio Mardan along. And this has kind of been the thing so far this weekend for all these drivers. A lot of respect, a lot of maturity in between all of them. So whenever they have, whenever they're locked in a race like they are now, it's really showing them, showing their class, showing their pace, and showing how respectful they can be on the racetrack. So everybody's still single file line and content to push each other along, and that's exactly why they do it, because they all get a lot closer to each other when they do. So for the experience in Laurencio Mardan and for the track experience for Andy Kutcher, definitely falling into their hands here as they get closer and closer to Coelho, who again looked like he wanted to go on Boydishow. Wasn't close enough in turn number 4.
Out of 4 and 5 now into 6 and 7. Kutcher close enough if he wanted to go. The same for Martin Stone. I mean, these guys, this was similar to how Heat 2 went. Lots of single file action, waiting, and then the last 3 to 4 laps, the race exploded and they started to really, trade positions back and forth with each other. Now, one thing of note I will say here for this one, both Miguel Mir and Austin Queen are a lot further off than where they were in that heat race. And I think Queen kind of got tangled up on the opening lap. We saw the Carapalati brothers, unfortunately, both of them, one lap after another, have gone out of this heat race. But something happened to Austin Queen on the start of this race here, because he is way back from the leaders, but he's matching them for times now.
Yeah, there goes Martin Stone on the inside of Clay Settles in turn 2. Stone not close enough to get that move done. Settles able to shut the door there as well on the Flying Brit. So not close enough there for Martin Stone to kind of get that move made, and gonna have to go back to the drawing board and get creative with Clay Settles here in turn number 7. And still your leader, Robbie Boydishow, who leads us away from Nicky Coelho in second, Laurencio Mardan in that third spot, and Andy Kutcher, who's up 2 spots in fourth.
For Andy on the red speed, after winning heat number 1, you kind of struggle to not get frustrated, Caleb, because, we talked a little in X30 Junior, the previous heat race, how as the weekend goes on, the rest of the field eventually catches up. You can only go so fast in around a racetrack on a given weekend on a given package. But it's hard not to get frustrated when you see everyone else not only catch up to your pace, but go a little bit better. I mean, while Clay Settles owns the fastest lap, Kutcher is still in the lead group. Robbie Boydeshow is able to run these times without anyone pushing him. And last time by, Robbie put a full 10th on everyone in the top 5, with the exception of Settles, who got a little toe off the back of the top 4. So that, I think, is almost even tougher sometimes than having a weekend where you never hit the mark, is when you hit the mark early and then you never get it back and the field passes you on by. As we saw there, Martin Stone try to pass Settles on by for 5th. Ultimately, he didn't end up going through, and the order stays the same. But Coelho with a little run towards Boydeshow in the back section.
Yeah, and again, we're just over that halfway mark. 8 laps down here in this one. This time, Byron getting to lap number 9. So all these drivers still single file, not able to kind of go on each other here, but they look a lot closer than what they did the previous lap. So we'll definitely keep an eye on it here. If Laurencio Mardan looks to go on Nicky Coelho, not as of yet, but Andy Kutcher, fastest lap of the race at 59.353. He knows it on the inside of Mardan. Mardan going to close the door, and just not close enough there for Andy Kutcher to complete that move there on the inside of turn number 2. So he's going to have to, again, go back to the drawing board here and kind of get creative with Laurencio Mardan. So we'll wait for it here on Andy Kutcher.
3.5 laps remain here. Nothing happening yet, but we know that it could open up here any moment. Let's go side by side down to pit lane. Gavin Bailiff is standing by. Gav, this weekend you're back with 5 less gears than normal. How has it been going from your perspective so far?
It's been a little bit odd for me because I haven't driven a race. I think I ended grand last year, so it's been quite a while. Track is difficult too right now, just because there's so much grip, and I hardly ever drive single speed out here just because I don't test it for the shifter season, but just getting used to the lines and stuff is pretty difficult right now.
Now, talking in terms of the overall team, Enzo at least has gotten his X30 Junior kart going well. You guys are on a different tire compound. Brandon's got his chassis working pretty good. Having the two of you guys there, is there crossover from junior to senior? Is there crossover from you to Brandon? Or are the styles of drivers so different that you guys can't really pull a lot of setup stuff from each other?
The junior to senior crossover has been way different this weekend compared to any of the other weekends of the year. Usually there's some similarities, but this weekend it's been completely different from my knowledge. And me and Brandon are similar height in the go-kart. We're both pretty tall, so we've been able to relay some data and some just information from each other and some feedback. And we've been able to make forward strides. Obviously, Brandon's made some more forward strides than I have, and I'm looking to catch up this time around.
Well, we hope that you are able to get up there and mix it up with them. We know you got a little work to do, so it'll be exciting, and we'll be watching here, Gavin. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
There you have it from Gavin Bailiff, folks, as he gets set to hop into his X30 Pro machine. 2 laps to go now in KA Masters heat number 3. Nicky Coelho, while we were side by side chatting with Gavin, was able to get around Robbie Boydeshow, and now with a lap to go at the line, how crazy will it get? Boydeshow to the inside here in the second to last hairpin. He'll go through, and that will stack them all up behind him. 6 deep here for the lead in KA Masters.
Yeah, everybody within a shot here to kind of finish with the win, and KA Masters in this their final heat race. Coelho to the outside looking to set up an over-under. He could get it done. Boydeshow not going to block it off. Coelho set that up perfectly. He's going to go to the point.
He also made sure to kind of force Robbie Boydeshow out into the weeds there through the corner. He didn't go all the way down to the apex, but he misses the turn in turn 4. Mardan nearly gets by him. Larry caught him a huge break there. Kutcher and Settles going at it into turn 6 and 7. And somehow that ended up working out better for Coelho than it should have. I thought he was going to be at least losing a spot, if not going off the racetrack. But Mardan didn't overdo it, jammed on the brakes. That bottled everyone else up. And now Nicky's got a couple car lengths. Larry has a couple of car lengths as well. into the final couple corners. Riley Boydishow led us to the white flag. He's all the way back to 5th. And Nicky Coelho with a nice over-under and a wild, hairy move down in turn number 4 is going to score the Heat 3 victory in KA Masters for Franklin Motorsports and Merlin. With Settles holding off Boydishow at the line by a couple of hundredths. The same for Martin Stone back in 6th. Elefante, Mir, Queen, Andre Isaac complete the KA Master field. And just like that, we're down to 1 remaining heat race on the day. So Nicky Coelho, your Heat 3 winner in KA Masters. Mardan, Kutcher, Settles, and Robbie Boydishow in KA Masters, the top 5. Both Scott and Kim Carapalati, unfortunately, unable to finish. And then on the Race Hero app, you'll notice Junaid Dean listed. He suffered a rib injury earlier this weekend. It has taken him out, sadly, from competition as well. So he is a no-show. But I spoke with him actually earlier today. The gracious U.S. Pro Kart Series officials were happy to give him a credit for entry to the finale round in Newcastle, Indiana in a month's time. We'll see Junaid back there, hopefully, for round number 5. But KA Masters completed. Locked, loaded, just needs to go to tech, go through the scales, and, of course, have any penalties and or protests assessed before the day is fully done, really, for them. The grid will be ready in about an hour, more or less, for their main event tomorrow. The last grid to be decided, really, though, at least in terms of a lot of movement up or down, is X30 Pro. They're on the grid, and there's a look at Brandon Carr and Ryan Norberg ready to lead us to green, with Alessandro DiTullio and Austin Olds on a Kart Republic row 2. Now, Carr said really the biggest difference from him to Ryan was just the couple of mistakes that he made compared to Ryan Norberg being as flawless as usual and just being super consistent, not putting a wheel wrong. Said he didn't feel like he needed any more out of the go-kart or the engine, that he had the package to get at least 1 heat race win on the day. He just needs to put it all together. And so here is the last chance to do that, and our last chance to show you how they'll line up based on yesterday's qualifying efforts that will set us for heat number 3. Once again here with those two on the front row, DiTullio and Olds on row 2, and then DiTullio's teammate Harley Keeble and Carter McMurray on row number 3. Caleb.
You go back to row number 4 with Paulie Massimino and Austin Garrison, your championship points leader here at the United States Pro Kart Series. Gavin Bailiff, who we just spoke to moments ago, he's starting alongside Nicholas Terlecki and riding up your top 10.
Back to Gia Cicero and Josh Holtz. They line 11th and 12th. Holtz, Terlecki, and his teammate Alex Feldstein, who rolls all the way back from 15th, were able to go 8th, 9th, and 10th at the end of heat number 2. In between Josh, the team owner, and his newest X30 Pro driver, and Alex Feldstein, is Chad Dawkin Racing lockout of row 7. Brian Garcia and Aiden Levy. And then, of course, row 9, Santiago Fernandez, Henry Lepard. They line up right behind Quentin McPherson on row number 8. And then Luis Speck and Austin Perrin complete the field. And again, for Luis Speck, he was able to make up at least some ground in that second heat. Better than the first one. That first heat race, I think he was hoping for more and didn't really get all too much. Just a couple of spots shown for Luis Speck in the Race Lab TB after qualifying in 4th before getting disqualified for rear track with violation yesterday. Austin Perrin as well, again, to the rear of the field. So those two drivers got sent to the back. The top 18 lined off a fast time. Although, Paulie Massimino and Austin Garrison, rolling from row 4, have had no issues asserting themselves as top 5 and top 3 contenders driving through the pack in the first 2 heat races. If they can get through the group a little quicker, if there's some more fighting up front, we might see them battling for the win. But to get there, we've got to get started. Brandon Carr, Ryan Norberg, X30 Pro, Heat 3 is green, down to turn number 1, and Carr gets a fantastic jump to Tullio into 2nd. Norberg instantly going to find a hold down into 3rd and cover the inside through turn 2.
Yeah, ADT, this is probably the best start he's had so far. Side by side there further back in the field. Cicero, Carter McMurray went side by side. ADT not wasting any time. Want to go to the point on Brandon Carr, who's able to slot back in a 2nd, but a change for the lead. ADT going to lead us away now.
Wow, the Kart Republic's not exactly working together, but Ryan Norberg really got tripped up there with how much they backed up behind Alessandro DiTullio in that infield hairpin. And now Ryan's got to worry about Harley Keeble getting around him. Massimino trying to go big off for Gavin Bailiff, who we just spoke to on the pre-grid there. He was battling, it looked like, with Austin Garrison and Carter McMurray. And Gav's going to go all the way to the tail while his teammate is still trying to find a way past for the lead, but they're stacked up. 1 lap in the books, 11 to go, and it's a big line of karts in X30 Pro. Norberg trying to go to the inside on Brandon Carr, and he's got a nose. He'll get through in turn 1.
Yeah, Carr definitely didn't want to make it easy there for Ryan to get ahead, who's now going to block into turn number 2. But yeah, Carr definitely didn't want to make it easy. And when he saw all that pink and blue on the inside there of turn number 1, he knew he had to concede. Harley Keeble giving the bumper to his countryman. Brandon Carr goes way wide, and that's one of the biggest things that surprised me so far, Xander.
Wow, Brandon Carr getting used up right now here on the TKG Kart Republic. I mean, that was one heck of a shove, and I don't know if the cameras made it look worse or what. Meanwhile, Austin Garrison trying to go by, and he'll drop a tire there going by on Austin Olds. Norberg went off as well. This track is super dirty right now from all the drivers going off here and there. How about Paulie Massimino? He'll say, thank you very much, boys. I'll take third, getting by on Keeble there in the back hairpin. So Alessandro DiTullio continues to lead, but we have completely shaken up our top 10.
Definitely very, very shaken up as Olds now going to look to defend here from Garrison, who goes to the inside of turn number 2. He's able to get that move done nice and easy. Olds looking to go back in turn 4, so we'll keep an eye on those two drivers, but Olds definitely wanting to get on with it. Looks back, knows that Carr is still there, and a couple of other of the RPG Cosmics like Gia Cicero right behind, so just want to get a move on here at this point.
Out of turn 6 and 7. Carter McMurray there at least survived this start. He got a good run through the opening couple laps after going backwards a little bit. He's in 7th, and there you saw Luis Speck already up to P12 and digging for more. He's not far back from the pole man, Brandon Carr, at this point. It was 8th when he crossed the line last time. Massimino getting a little bit out of shape there in that sweeper. I don't know if he got any help or not. Keeble into 3rd now. Massimino back to 4th. He looks back, finds Austin Garrison. Those two have cut through the field like butter today. Let's see if they can get back around Keeble as Ryan Norberg begins to hunt down Alessandro DiTullio.
Yeah, and this is, I guess, a different top 2 kind of fighting it out. Now, it was Brandon Carr earlier on today in the first and second heat races. Now it's ADT, so we'll see what ADT can do against Ryan Norberg. McMurray looking to go there on Carr. He got that move done. Now side by side for those two drivers. Carr just falling down the order here after finding himself just on that outside line. Looking to set up an over-under. Can't get it done.
Yeah, I think McMurray was feeling the heat a little bit, trying to buy himself some time. Carr started that lap half a second back from Carter, and a little bobble from Carter McMurray allowed him to get close and almost get by. Now he's going to go into the backstretch just behind these 4. Brandon Carr gets 1 spot back, move him into 7th. Gia Cicero looking on there from the Timmy Tech Comp Kart in the middle. So, and up front, Austin Olds there, try to move on Austin Garrison, and the Austins end up with no change. Olds still 6th, Garrison still 5th. 4 down, 8 to go here in heat number 3.
Yeah, they were all just pretty much stacked and packed there throughout the last couple of hairpins now, but Ryan looks a lot closer to ADT this time around. Just half a car length separates these two drivers out in front, so we'll see if ADT starts defending here from Ryan Norberg. You see him kind of go to the middle of the racetrack, trying to hold him up just that little bit and get some help from either his teammate in 4th or from Paulie Massimino, who's yet to arrive on the scene here, Xander.
You can tell how the little bit of difference in gearing, too. I mean, look at the launch DiTullio got out of that infield hairpin. Not only maybe he did back it up or not, or even if he didn't, I mean, he had a massive run coming out of the corner compared to Ryan Norberg, but Ryan has had some pretty good top-end speed. I would bet that Norberg's trying to carry a bit of a smaller rear sprocket, a little more top speed gear ratio than maybe the drivers around him. That's hard to race with sometimes, especially when you get into a defensive kind of battle like that, and that allows everyone else to close on in. Now, last time by, they only gave about 2 tenths to the rest of the field. They still have about 8 or 9 tenths to Paulie in 3rd, who has found his way back by on Harley Keeble. Here's a look through the rest of the top 10 all the way back. Luis Speck has actually gotten into 10th. How about that for the green TB kart? Halfway up the grid now for Luis. Best heat race so far with more action probably going to back the field up because Brandon Carr is catching up to Austin Garrison. That puts him only 1 go-kart away from Harley Keeble, the guy that sent him all the way down this backward slide.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be interested to see how these two react closer to each other whenever Carr, if he does get back ahead of Austin Garrison here this lap. So we'll see. He has a good toe on the back straightaway. So does Harley Keeble on Paulie Massimino. So a lot to play for here for all these drivers who, this is their last chance to really salvage a good starting spot for tomorrow's main event. So for Harley Keeble, who's kind of fallen down the order in all the heat races, he really needs a good result here in this one.
Check it out. He's going to go by on Massimino here, and Carr onto the back of Austin Garrison. The points leaders collide here in turn 4. Garrison goes, hey, dude, what was that for? Drove all the way onto the left rear, and they are stuck together, and it will take them both out of heat number 3. The pole sitter and the championship points leader still trying to dislodge those two carts. Carr kind of was sending it. Garrison had no idea, and they're going to need some help, I think, to get those off the racetrack by the time the leaders get through. They are still, look at that. I mean, they can't even get the carts split at all. I think you're going to have to pull them off the racetrack together. Meanwhile, now where does that put the rest of the field? Well, it's still DeTulio and Norberg. Little bit of a gap back to Keeble and Massimino, and a bigger gap now to Carter McMurray, who's into the top 5 for the first time this weekend. The senior rookie impressing here on a last-second opportunity to join the field this weekend after a race fell through where he was slated to drive his Bass Pro Shops Legends car. Through turn 6 and 7, 5 to go. Coming to 4 to go this time. DeTulio, I think he's been the most impressive to me here, Caleb. He was not, I would say, a driver that I would have bet on to make the leap forward to fight for the win in this final heat race based on how the first two went. But he's there. He's quick. He's backed Ryan up a couple times. He's also had the speed to lead and keep him at bay at other times. So he's going to go a little narrow there, try to fend him off again. That'll back him up. Might allow Harley Keeble to get close.
And you see Ryan just checking over his shoulder as well, just keeping tabs on where Harley is and where Paulie is as well. So, again, ADT expect him to kind of go to the middle of the racetrack and fend just that little bit lower to kind of slow down Ryan and not allow him to try and lunge for a move there in turn number 2. But, again, ADT, middle of the racetrack, going half defensive here. Ryan again checking over his shoulder. He sees Harley just getting that little bit closer throughout every single corner here, Xander.
Harley Keeble and Paulie Massimino have swapped that third position, it feels like, at least 2 or 3 times. They still are only a second and a half back from the top 2. And like you said here, whether it's DeTulio backing him up or if Norberg and Ale kind of get after it, battling back and forth, all of a sudden those two could be there. Big bobble at the top of the hill behind them as well. Carter McMurray looked like he dropped a tire. And Luis Speck, from dead last on the grid, might be able to crack the top 5 as the rookie with a little mistake here towards the latter half that he could not afford because he's got one of the best factory drivers in the world bearing down on him. Here comes Speck, the German, looking, not going to go in turn 1, but McMurray will at least carry enough speed to hold that gap and keep it even.
Yeah, back up here in turn number 4. ADT still holding off Ryan Norberg. Speck not close enough to dive in on Carter McMurray there either, so just these two battles here are the closest ones on the racetrack as Keeble continuing to close down his gap there. It was about at a second and a half back from Ryan Norberg. Now it closes down to about a second and 2/10. So a couple of car lengths in between second and third. And we'll see what Keeble has in store. Again, ADT still defending here, so that's going to help his teammate out get even closer to Ryan Norberg.
Yeah, he's just at this point, I think, trying to park the bus. And Ryan doesn't need to win this heat race now at this point to clinch the pole. A P2 will be more than fine after winning the first 2. Even a third and maybe a 4th, honestly, might be fine on the points. Now, in terms of championship, it would help for sure, especially with the points leader Austin Garrison crashing out with Brandon Carr, who was second in the points coming into the weekend. Remember last year, Ryan, when he got the number 1 plate once again, winning the U.S. Pro Kart Series title, it was due to a big comeback drive in the final weekend, overcoming the gap from Diego Ramos. And now, as he's starting to get his elbows out, DeTulio's doing the same and up in the ante, blocking. And Ryan Norberg probably getting deja vu from Harley Keeble doing this to him and Joe Turney a year ago.
Yeah, Harley Keeble's now right behind Ryan Norberg here, so look for Harley Keeble to try and make a move here in this section. Norberg looks low, not going to be enough to get ahead of ADT. ADT can still defend here in the left-hander, but 4 cars in this lead group, and further back, Gia Cicero joined the party with Louis Speck and Carter McMurray.
Yeah, those three having a good little scrap there for position number 5. Norberg with a big run. Looks low, gets driven into the grass there, right at the line, and he's now going to have dirt on the tires. Here comes Keeble ready to send it on the number 1 plate. That'll buy DeTulio some time. Massimino still just watching it all unfold in front of him. And as Norberg looks back to Keeble, he's going to fend off low. DeTulio to the high side here. Half a lap remaining, and Alessandro DeTulio, if it holds, again, that would have been, I don't think, intentional to drive Ryan into the grass. He was moving over to slowly defend, but ultimately it sent Ryan into the dirt. And Ryan just got a massive launch out of 7. He's right back on the bumper. This isn't over, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely not over. We go up to the top of the hill. Paulie Massimino to the bottom of the racetrack. Ryan Norberg looked low, wasn't close enough to get it done. Massimino's clear on Keeble.
Down to the last 2 turns, DeTulio low. Norberg trying to set up for a big over-under onto the straightaway. He'll get a run. And Massimino as well, trying to fend off Keeble. The run to the line is going to be a drag race. Norberg looking high, looking low, nowhere to go. DeTulio crosses the line as the winner in heat number 3. And Carter McMurray, while he was under heavy fire in the last couple laps, rips a top 5 result as Cicero and Luis Speck get into it with the next group that ran them down. Terlecki, Austin Olds, and Josh Holtz there at the end of the top 10. Ryan Norberg and Alessandro DeTulio, we've seen them collide a couple times this year, but I will say they at least kept it on the racetrack and managed through the heat. How about this, though? The top 2 in the championship colliding in turn number 4, Brandon Carr and Austin Garrison, and this will take a minute to get those carts dislodged. They might have to let the air out of both of the rear tire on Garrison and the front tire on Brandon Carr's go-kart. There they go, finally getting the split of the 2. So, well, they're going to be able to drive them back into pit lane, but it will be a slow and very disappointing drive into the scale line. Let's take a look at how they cross the line once again, folks, here. ADT, your Heat 3 winner in X30 Pro. Norberg second. That will clinch the pole for tomorrow. Massimino might end up with the outside front row spot. If not, it would definitely go to one of the interim S-Kart Republics, and I think it might be DeTulio. But the 2 of them will be close on who gets the off-pole position for the main. Carter McMurray, what an impressive drive here in heat number 3. Top 5 at the end. Gia Cicero has been kind of under the radar most of the weekend. She ends up 6th. Terlecki, another top 10. Luis Speck, who could have been a little better. Still, it was his best heat of the day, getting to 8th. Olds 9th. Josh Holtz 10th. And how about Gavin Bailiff after going all the way to the rear on that opening lap, rebounding to 11th. And then again, you look at the point swing. Well, how about this? 19th and 20th for Austin Garrison and Brandon Carr in that last heat race. That's going to hurt a little, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely going to hurt those 2 drivers in the championship there. So definitely not what how they would have wanted to end their Saturday afternoon. And again, it's been an up and down weekend so far for Brandon Carr, who started good and just hasn't been that way. Garrison not going to be able to make it into the pits here. Going to have to pull off the racetrack and look to push in. But unfortunate end for your championship points leader and for the second driver in the championship, as kind of all the drivers here in the pits debriefing. Ryan Norberg, ADT, talking about their race, as well for Paulie Massimino and Harley Keeble giving each other a hug after their hard-fought 3rd spot finish there. So good driving, good sportsmanship by everybody else in the field. So it was a wild one. I feel like we have to catch our breaths after that one, Xander. It was up and down. Nonetheless, we definitely had it all in that one.
Yeah, we had a lot. We had a lot going on. I saw the black and white penalty flag being displayed on the lights quite a bit towards the end of that heat. So nonetheless, again, Ryan Norberg survives a very aggressive run, and this is something that he's been used to with how much speed you've got. You paint a bit of a target on your back unintentionally, and if they can't drive away from you, well, they're going to try and outrace you a little bit and do what they can. DeTulio did that to both Ryan and Brandon Carr by getting through both of them to get to the lead in the opening lap of the race. There is a look at Alex Feldstein getting checked out by the on-site medical team. He was the other driver that unfortunately did not finish here in this final heat race. And the EMT's on site, quick to check out Alex there. You can see they're checking the hips, checking the ribs for the potential impact. He was the only other driver that was unable to cross the start-finish line besides Garrison and Brandon Carr. And that's something to be said. You know, for those 3 drivers to be the only ones to DNF out of a race that had a lot of chaos, a lot of attrition, shows why. I mean, these are some of the best. This is why this is the main category that everyone wants to get up to when it comes to the U.S. Pro Kart Series class structure. So they're waiting, I think, probably for some more penalties to be fully assessed. That scale line kind of in a bit of a holding pattern right now. It'll give us a moment to take a pause here. Looks like we do have, sadly, a potential looming penalty for Carter McMurray. That's a heartbreak for Carter for sure. If that sticks, that would knock him out of the top 5 from a great run in heat number 3. That penalty board, we can see it here from where we're at in the tower, Caleb. That thing is lit up like a Christmas tree, top to bottom.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if that's 2 pages or just 1 page that's kind of, like you said, filled up from top to bottom. And from the looks of it, correct. Gia Cicero gets the top 5 cone there to report to tech. So that, like you said, bumped out Carter McMurray, unfortunately, who had a good showing in this heat race and, got his elbows out. It was same with Elio Meza whenever he raced last year in the first round of the United States Pro Kart Series. It took him 1 heat race to kind of get up to speed and know that, yeah, it's not like Junior. It's definitely a lot more aggressive. I got to get my elbows out. I got to get in there and get in the fight. So, same thing for Carter McMurray. He definitely got in the fight there in the end. And there are some of the USPKS officials checking rear width, and that's what got Louis Speck disqualified at the end of the day yesterday. So, just fine margins here in this one, Xander.
Lots of penalties here. Just got a snapshot of the board. Aiden Levy got a DQ from the session for avoidable contact back on lap 12. Handful of pushback bumper penalties, 1 for Brian Garcia, 1 for, it looked like, Josh Holtz. Levy also had a full pushback in the 310. The 311 of Harley Keeble, the 311 Henry Lepard got a contact penalty. 396 of Brian Garcia got one, and then McMurray got a contact penalty. That puts him, I believe, behind the 364. If I'm not mistaken, that would be the Louis Speck in the TB cart. But I'll double check on that. So we did see, obviously, they were together, Cicero, McMurray, and Speck for a moment, and then something happened, and Speck and Cicero were all of a sudden 3 seconds back, and McMurray was all by himself in 5th. But again, these results are provisional, and the penalties technically are too. The drivers have a 30-minute right to protest following each session. But at least from everything we can tell, Alessandro Tullio gets away clean from a pretty crazy race. Ale, looked like you had to get your elbows out quite a bit there. I mean, you had a really solid day when you mark it down, but seems like you guys were able to make a bit of a leap forward in pace in that last heat. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, the last heat, the pace was quite good. I was able to get in the lead and hold it a bit easier than what it was in Heat 2. It didn't really work. And then we went back to normal for Heat 3, and yeah, it was quick again. So happy with that. I think I'm going to be starting P2 tomorrow. So yeah, good spot to start, and let's see what we could do.
Talk to me as well about you and Harley Keeble working together. It seems like, it took a Badger that had, you guys on either end, hot and cold almost, and then these last 2 race weekends, you two have been neck and neck with each other moving up the grid. Has it been nice to have another fast teammate under the tent to work with and bounce ideas off of again?
Yeah, of course. I mean, having someone fast in the team, we push each other, we test different things, and we work together as a team to win races. So obviously having him has been a really good addition to the team. And here's Paulie again, Jesus Christ. And yeah, we're going to be working hard to go get these guys.
All right, Ale. Well, that good heat result there, that heat race win you had here at the end is going to put you in the conversation for those first 2 rows. Any final thoughts going into tomorrow? Anything you want to try and warm up, or you got a piece that can go out and win?
I mean, right now we're pretty good. I don't know how much Ryan was pushing since, I think he was pretty safe on that one considering Brandon was out. But yeah, I think the cart felt pretty good. So I think for tomorrow we'll be good.
All right, thanks for the chat, Ale. We'll let you head back to the tent and do a little more debriefing.
Thank you.
There you have it from Alessandro DiTullio, and the Interim S boys got to be stoked with a couple of good results for their drivers once again through the heats here today. Now let's go from one half of that battle for the lead to the other guy that won the first 2 heats on the day, Ryan Norberg, standing by. Ryan, that one, Ale mentioned he felt like you guys were, having a good fight, but ultimately you were able to kind of hold back having those 2 heat race wins in your pocket.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, comfortable to have the heat wins and you're, there for you. But, I mean, really, they were quick. I could push and close up, but, at the end of the day, it was, he still won the race. And so we have pace. We were good behind him. We could follow pretty well, but, I mean, it was still a fight to catch up to him. So, we've got a good kart. We've got a good package. So, we're starting in the front row, and that should help a little bit on the start just to get away.
I won't make you have to dive into, what was a little bit sideways for the warm-up session, but you didn't get any laps going into heat number 1. We didn't get to chat with you, obviously, till now here in the afternoon, but for all the drivers watching on, how tough is it to come out of the last practice session for a race, kart not work, and then still be able to believe in it, that it's all fixed up and that you can go out and perform?
Mentally, it's tough, but I mean, with our crew, there's nothing that's hard. I mean, we've got the kart, we have all the knowledge. We had other drivers that did the session, so we learned what we wanted, and I knew going out into that first heat that the kart was going to be competitive. Obviously, starting on the outside was difficult, and so just had to get through the start. And once we got going, I think the kart was pretty good. And yeah, I mean, it's tough, but we do this for a living, so it's not that hard.
Fair enough. Ryan Norberg, congratulations, buddy. P1 for tomorrow's main event. All right, with Ryan stepping out now, we will move on to the final couple of finishers here from that X30 Pro heat race that we would like to chat with. One of them is one of 2 Brits that have been running pretty solid here this weekend, Harley Keeble. Harley, you had probably a front row seat and a bit of involvement in some of the craziness of that last heat race. Can you talk about it a little bit and give us a quick summary?
Yeah, I mean, me and Paulie were joint on point, so I was just kind of concentrating, trying to beat him, but I'm struggling to get it over the curbs at the moment, so we've got to make a change for tomorrow, but we'll figure it out. But the speed's still really good. I would think I was slowly catching those 2 in front, just not quite enough laps, so hopefully tomorrow I can get a bit of a better start and hopefully stay with them.
Talking about the track this weekend, I've asked a couple of drivers about this, and it was kind of noticing it. Does it seem like the groove, the width of the rubber being laid down in the corners has kind of widened since the last time we were here? It doesn't seem like it's as kind of on a razor edge to hit the mark.
I mean, yeah, for sure, because people have been testing, they had the Stars race here, so a lot of rubber's been going down, and also with the patches into the last 2 corners, it's not easy, but you just got to adapt and do your thing.
All right, Harley, thanks for chatting with us here. We'll let you get back to the tent, and congrats on a solid day for yourself and Ale.
Thank you.
There you have it from Harley Keeble, folks, and that will wrap our coverage from a solid day of action here for the U.S. Pro Kart Series Ohio State Grand Prix. A long one with 3 full rounds of heat races. Tomorrow's a bit shorter for our coverage. Warm up in the morning, free to view, and main events for round 4 of 5 in the 2024 U.S. Pro Kart Series Championship. Of course, today, exciting news. We're officially going to Daytona for opening weekend in 2025 for the first of 4 rounds of the championship, kicking things off on that second weekend in March. But we've still got a full race weekend ahead in September to close this year out. And, of course, we have main events on deck tomorrow. It all kicks off at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, 5:30 a.m. Pacific. For Caleb Vieska, Alexander Searle, myself, the hardworking team at MCC and USPKS, and all of us at Kart Chaser, thanks for watching. See you in the morning.